Hello, everybody. Everybody, hello. It has been a minute or two since I have said those words. Welcome to Copy That's Whetstone Reviews, the only review stream on YouTube featuring the various members of Copy That in their various places around the world. These streams are meant to give new and intermediate and sometimes senior copywriters feedback on their drafts, feedback on their copy, some guidance, some advice, general tips, though we often veer into just straight Q&A and sometimes the occasional impromptu lesson. The way to get your copy reviewed on one of these streams is to join our patreon.com/the copy that show. Join that. And you will find that there's an ability for you to connect your Patreon account to your Discord account. You go onto Discord, and then when we announce that we're going to do one of these streams, you submit your copy and a little bit of context. And then what we do is go through it and give you some advice. We've been doing this for a couple of years now. We have many streams, and it is one of the most valuable things that we do, and it is certainly one of the most valuable things that you can do to improve your copywriting when you are ready to get to that point. Most newbies do not actually benefit from critiques. That's just an unfortunate fact. So really quick, looking at the chat, I am definitely not the king of copy kings. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who's trying to do a bunch of stuff. Hello and good afternoon. Very cool. So I am guessing, because nobody has told me yet, that my microphone is working and that all of you are doing exceedingly well. I might as well just ask the few of you who are watching at the moment, how are you doing? If you're watching this in the future, please, you don't just have to do this in the chat. You can respond with a comment answering how you're doing. I am legitimately curious, and I hope that you're doing exceedingly well. But if you're not doing well, let us know, either in the chat or in the comments below. I wasn't sure. I didn't respond to your previous message because I wasn't sure what to do with this. I grew a beard since the mega course. I had a beard in the mega course, so I don't really know how to respond to that. What are the super thick books behind me? Like this? This is the Philip Pullman Golden Compass trilogy. I'm currently going through and reorganizing the bookshelves in my various environs. Right now, there's a whole bunch of fiction right here, but I think I'm going to turn this into probably nonfiction, business, and reference, and things like that, just so that it's easy for me to pull from. And just to give you a sense of how messy things are, there's the other bookshelf. Right now, as you can see, deep work and a whole bunch of other stuff on there. I have business and motivation and self-help and personal development books on the top. And then the next one I have investing books and investing textbooks and things like that. And then below that I have philosophy and philology. Just a whole bunch of shit. And it's just all in piles around my room. So I'm going through, I'm organizing it to be optimal. I think I'm going to take the fiction from here and then move it out into the living room. So that's the plan. Have the business books and the copywriting books and the marketing books all sort of here and easily accessible. I don't know why I have literally a bottle of rubbing alcohol. Go figure. So there you go. Those are the super thick books behind me. I am glad that you're doing well. Yes, wonderful. Oh, yes. Be careful about those diminishing returns late at night. And that is amazing. The CCC is our copywriting career co-pilot. It is our primarily our outreach focused course. We have a bunch of free materials on outreach, so don't feel like that you have to buy something. But if you want to go deeper or get like more, how should I say, in the weeds advice about copywriting outreach, that's the course for you. There is not a link in the description because we stopped that. If you actually want it, you have to be on our email list. Here, I'm going to adjust this a little bit. Oh, there we go. There's my face. Hey. But yeah, the CCC is pretty great. My plans for the summer. I just got back from a month-long business trip to New York, Paris, Normandy, Tokyo, Osaka, and Honolulu, Hawaii. And so the thought of like actually going on some other trip or doing something else this summer just is not appealing to me, and I'm trying not to think about it. So let's see. Books are thick. Yeah, I mean, books have a lot of information. I have down here a whole bunch of like reference books, like this fun one, the New York Times Guide to Essential Knowledge. Very, very useful stuff for copywriting if you're writing about esoteric and like random other topics and things like that. If you just want to like pull random facts in. Let's see. Probably not thicker than Unk himself. Am I thick? I've lost some weight. Jeez Louise. Reading fiction will increase our creativity? No, probably not. I think that reading fiction will force you to think about the world from other perspectives and in other ways that you probably have not before. And that's the value of fiction. And so it's really good for seeing things through other points of view. Though for the most part, when people read fiction, they read like recreationally and for fun and tend to gravitate towards points of view that are very familiar to them, in which case reading fiction probably won't actually be beneficial to you. So let's see. Oh, you like a signed photo topless, you're well-oiled. That's okay. As long as you're a member of the Platinum Collection, I'm willing to do basically anything for that $20 a month. So you got it. Hey, Nicole. Nicole, if you guys don't know, is our lovely sort of like operations officer, personal assistant for the whole of Copy That. I eventually would like to bring her on to basically be the CEO, the sort of Layla Hormozi of Copy That, once we are making enough money. The rubbing alcohol, that stuff, is because the kids stained the tiles on the ground and we needed it to actually clean it. They love to take markers and draw on hard surfaces, so that's what the rubbing alcohol was for. Yes, we are still selling that marketing strategy thing. That is our sort of like mid-tier back end. It is very good and very, very useful. And we only promote it once in a while. We will eventually put out some videos that are about marketing and marketing strategy. And so there will probably be a CTA to the EMP for that. But yeah, we try not to... I know this is going to sound crazy, but we try not to blast you guys with like a bunch of CTAs and like calls to buy our stuff. Maybe that's not a great business practice, but there you go. Well, if you have copy that you've submitted, then it probably is absolutely worth watching. If you don't have copy that you submitted, and you want to hang out for the vibes and to ask questions, then yes, the stream is probably worth sticking around for. But if you're up at 2 a.m. and you don't have any interest in asking questions and you don't have any copy to get reviewed, then you don't need to watch the live. Don't worry about it. Does reading alchemy help with creative thinking and copy? I'm going to go ahead and say maybe. Alchemy is one of my favorite marketing books of all time. Oh, and we're slowing down. Uh-oh, that's not good. How is the stream still on? Oh boy. Okay. Well, either way, my screen is all glitchy and stuff like that, so hopefully it's fine for everybody else. But yeah, Alchemy, very good book. Highly recommend it. But if you're looking for it to be the one thing that teaches you creative thinking and copy, that probably won't be it. It's probably going to be a combination of like multiple books, multiple resources, like pulling ideas from a lot of different sources, things of that nature. I am so glad that this is the case. I'm very, very glad. Let's see. Thoughts on using polarizing strong or negative language? Coworker is saying hate feels negative. I'm like, strong feelings for strong solutions. Here's the thing. You are right, but also some words carry the wrong kinds of negative connotations, and you need to be mindful of that. I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer in 100% of cases. And so you just need to be mindful of that sort of thing. Yeah, I definitely think that in many instances, strong language works really, really well. But you have to be sensitive to like what that strong language actually connotates. Hate might be bad. But in the instance of like, do you hate your foot warts and want them gone? Click here for more details on how to make that happen instantly. That should be fine. People hate foot warts. But in that instance, I would probably say like, would it not be better to say, want to annihilate foot warts for good? In that case, annihilate would probably be the preferred verb than hate. So you have to be judicious about these things. I personally think that copy should be emotionally charged because emotionally charged copy tends to sell better. And I just don't see hate is not one that would like jump out at me really badly. So I don't know, man. Yeah, but I do agree with you. Strong feelings for strong solutions, but also at the same time, like, you work for a business. You're going to have gatekeepers. And so you have to be practical about that. Yeah, I'm actually in the midst of that, and I'm very behind on deadlines right now. How do I keep writing that much without losing creativity, ideas, or it sounding repetitive? The key to that is to be strategically repetitive where you can, to pull in from past things what you can, and to sort of evolve ideas and themes accordingly. And as long as you're talking about new things and sort of like bringing in new ideas about what's happening in the world or about particular topics, then it stays very novel. For example, one of the things that I'm writing about right now is how like AI infrastructure, like the build out for AI 1.0, we could call it, was largely about GPUs and compute. But now that we're entering into this realm where compute is not really the limitation, where like the actual chips, the processing chips that can like train AI are approaching that sort of like limit in terms of how dense the chips can be. Now the next limit is going to be, well, how many data centers can we build out? And what do data centers need? They need cables, they need wires, they need cooling systems. And so the stocks that I'm looking at are like, comfort systems, ticker symbol FIX, because they make many of the cooling systems that keep data centers cool. And so, if you think about it that way, like these stories are constantly evolving. And so as a result, it's very easy for me to sort of recap where we've been because I wrote everything up to that point, and then to take the story further, which is largely what newsletter writing and a lot of sales copywriting in terms of these topics is mainly about. So that's how you avoid sounding repetitive. You be strategically repetitive. There you go. Oh, hello, and welcome to your first live. Yeah, I'm aware. The video is very choppy. Okay, I apologize, guys. I'm going to try to see if I can hook directly into my Wi-Fi router, and hopefully that will clear up the lag a little bit. So, my apologies. All right, I have a 100-foot Ethernet cable for exactly this purpose.
Can I get the keys from you?
Yes. Can you hook that in for me?
Of course, yeah. Absolutely. Thanks, baby.
Thank you.
I love you.
I love you too. So bye. Chaos reigns. And to think that everything would have been great, and this is the first time that this has ever happened to me. How annoying. So I'm glad that we weren't actually reviewing copy, that I was just answering questions. Okay, I stopped by my coffee shop. The copy is too much features. Should my suggestions be dimensionalized copy, create more offers, email campaign, write a strong about me to set them apart? About me's are, I would not recommend about me's personally. That's not where you're going to get your biggest wins. Your biggest wins are going to be actual ads that drive people to that coffee shop. And that's usually going to be like new offers and things like that. Discounts, mailers, other things that can actually like drive traffic to you. Let me see if I can adjust my video. Oh, okay. Is that any better? I just reduced the resolution. Hopefully it's not as choppy. Okay. All coffee ingredients are the same. How do I make the product page set it apart from other competitors? I guess this is all from Offer Creation. So I don't know if you've seen our 22-hour mega course, but we do legitimately actually have a coffee example in there where we talk about how to actually like appeal to people and appeal to coffee drinkers and how to set things apart and make them more unique. So I would look at that. You know, it's definitely in there. One of the ways is to actually like go into the details and hyper specifics of either the provenance or the varietal or the methods that the coffee is actually being made with. So as long as you are doing that, then you should be completely fine. That's lagging again. Wow. Unbelievable. Let's see. Let's reduce it even more. Okay. All right. Here we go. Hopefully this is fine. I'm going to have a very angry call with Comcast here in the very near future. So anyway, the differences in coffees, like again, the way that it's made is a big deal. How it's prepared. Coffee shops, you can differentiate it a number of different ways. Like, for example, does the coffee shop offer like discounts or, you know, extra benefits for people that are there to work on their laptop? Or is it there for like people who want to like just stop in for a quick drink? Like, what are the benefits of actually going to that coffee shop and not some other coffee shop? There are so many different ways that you can approach this particular question. So yeah, just be creative. Like try to think of other stuff. Like there's a lot, as you know. Yes, thanks. Great. If you are a member of Patreon, our Patreon community, and you have connected your Patreon to our Discord community, and you have an account there, you can submit there. That's how this works. What should you do if you suspect that someone is using your portfolio pieces without your permission? As in like a business or like some random copywriter that you've shared your portfolio pieces with? Because if it's some random copywriter you've shared your portfolio pieces with, that copywriter will probably like not be working for very long, because they'll get the job using your portfolio pieces and then fail. So there you go. But if you're talking about like a business, like using your portfolio pieces, sue them if you can afford it. So yeah, there's that. You can call them out on social media. There's that as well. All sorts of recourse that you have there. But sometimes, like especially if it's the case where like some random person is stealing your portfolio pieces and then sending it out to try to get clients using them, write different portfolio pieces and be a little bit more careful about whom you share your stuff with. How would you help a sole developer who's made an app and doesn't want to spend a ton of money as a copywriter? You can offer to partner with them, do an equity split where you handle the sales and marketing and they handle like development and fulfillment. Usually those kinds of deals result in the copywriter marketer getting 10 to 20% of a business. And you want to arrange it such that you are securing, like, make sure that there's like, reporting in place, that you're getting like, some percentage of like quarterly cash flow as a distribution. There's all sorts of ways to structure these sorts of deals. But like if the person who's developing the app really does want help with copy and marketing, but does not currently have the cash flow to actually like hire you, just make a deal with them. I've done many deals like that, and they've often been profitable for me. And if they're not profitable, and like it goes nowhere, then you walk away and make sure that your agreement with them has like some sort of termination agreement. Easy peasy. Trailers. I'm not broke, man. I pay for the full things. Oh, geez, Louise. How often should I send hard sell emails? Should I do it only in promotional sequences or once every 3 emails? Let's say there's no correct answer to this. It depends on your list. It depends on your business. It depends on your deliverability and things like that. I've worked for a business that would send a hard sell email every single day, sometimes twice a day, every day, forever, like every single day. Like they would never not send a hard sell email. And the way that they preserve their deliverability was by scrubbing their list basically every 2 weeks. Like if you are not opening or clicking on something, goodbye. They're just deleting you off the list. You are no longer a lead. So, that's one way to preserve your deliverability if you're sending hard sell emails. Another thing to consider, though, is that like if you have people sign up and you say, hey, and once in a while, like we'll send you a promotional email, or like we'll send you a weekly newsletter or something like that, and then you start emailing them every single day, you're going to get a lot of unsubscribes. You're going to get a lot of complaints. You have to set expectations not only on your landing pages, but also in your emails themselves. And so a lot of businesses, once they start trying to ramp up sales emails, they typically see a little like temporary boost in sales, but that quickly drops off as people are like, all right, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I'm wanting. So things that you want to keep in mind. Loving the 22-hour course. Thank you. We spent a lot of money and put in a lot of effort to make it good for you. I have an issue with knowing what value copywriting adds in practice and how to get results. So what value does copywriting add? Let me put it simply. If a business wants money, they need to sell things. If the business cannot sell a thing, they cannot make money. Copywriting, it is words that sell stuff. That's it. That's the value. Like you go to any sort of business and it's not just like a picture of something and then a button that says like, buy this now, or just buy, or give me money, or something like that. Like there's typically words spelling out why a person should buy it. That's what copywriting is. And you can either go very direct or you can go more indirect with it. You can, certainly write content that builds a relationship with people that make them more willing to spend money with a business. And that's ultimately a good thing. So yeah, that's the value that copywriting adds. Now, how to get results. Again, that's a like how long is a string kind of answer. There's no answer to that. How to get results is going to depend on your capacity for testing, your persuasive capacity, your drive to put out a lot of copy and test a lot of things and try a lot of different angles. Yeah. So how to get results for a business is going to vary by the business and the product and the situation and you. So try a lot of stuff. Way better. Okay, good. Excellent. Video is good now, Dad. People are calling me uncle and dad, and I guess I kind of appreciate that. It's a little weird. It's a tiny bit weird. I don't mind it, but also like, why? Let's discuss downsides of copywriting for adult work industry like escorts and independent companions. What downsides do you see? Escorts and independent companions need to write things. I think the biggest challenge that you're going to have is convincing one to let you write for them. So there you go. Yeah. So if some random copywriter is stealing your portfolio pieces, then maybe make different portfolio pieces. But ultimately, like that sounds to me like what I would call a self-correcting problem, which is to say that like, obviously if they are getting work with your portfolio pieces, that tells you a few things. One, you can get work using your own portfolio pieces. That's great. Good news. You've proven it. You've proven that you're good at copy, which means that you would have no problem making more portfolio pieces and then going ahead with that. You've proven yourself competent through someone else being shitty. Great. The second thing is like, okay, so they're using your portfolio pieces and they're getting jobs with your copy. Again, they still need to sit down and produce copy for those jobs. And if they are not good, then they will fail. And then that person is going to ultimately have trouble getting more work in the future. So do I think it is better to write spec pieces for every client that I do outreach to, or is it better to just personalize the message and what they can improve, or just send them to your portfolio with copy? It really depends on the situation. And this may or may not be relatable to you, but here's what I do. If I wanted to get a job with a business that's outside of the typical niche or outside of the typical network that I work in, which is financial direct response copy, what I like to do is typically write a spec piece for that industry and for that person, not only to introduce myself and offer value up front, but importantly, to let the person know that even though my portfolio is full of like financial direct response sales letters and newsletters and stuff like that, that I'm capable of writing good stuff in their niche and their industry. So the spec piece is not only getting attention, it is also proving that I can do the work and proving that I'm interested in adding value to the business. We are in the business of persuading people, whether it's customers or future clients. So that's what a spec piece is for, So that's how I would use it. But if it's like for somebody that's in my network or somebody that I'm sort of familiar with, I would just send a personalized message, maybe a link to my portfolio if they ask for it, But also at the same time, I'm not in a position right now where I really need work. It's been a while since I've needed any like actual freelance work. But if I were trying to think of from like your position as somebody who's like just getting started, maybe hasn't had a whole lot of jobs yet, I would do what I recommend in the How to Practice Copywriting Masterclass, which is very simply like you have a problem, which is a limited amount of time to do a whole bunch of different stuff, learning a new skill, reaching out to clients, doing a whole bunch of stuff, practicing, getting better, etc. So how do you maximize and increase your efficiency? One thing that you can do is just blend your spec piece and outreach with your practice. So find a client that you're interested in working for, or a set of businesses that you're interested in working for, and write a spec piece for one or all of them, and then use that in your outreach. That checks the boxes of the time that you should be spending out doing outreach and outreach research, and that checks the boxes of like you doing research and like learning how to research and learning how to write, and like it allows you to get practice done. It allows you to upskill if you have to like watch a video and like, oh, this business clearly needs an advertorial. I can write an advertorial. Let me look up the Shawnee Mac masterclass in the Platinum Collection on writing advertorials. Then boop 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 boop. There you go. All of a sudden you've checked all three boxes that you need to be doing every single day, which is upskilling, practicing, or doing the work, and outreach. So that's why it's good to write spec pieces if you are at that early stage in your career. But if that's not your bag, if that's not your thing, if that's not what you want to do, then don't do it. Do something else. And if you find that you're failing at what you're doing, there's only two things you can do. You can either change what you're doing or change what you want. There you go. Let's see. So how would you handle discounts without the company losing money? Discounts do attract new customers and they'll come back for more. Yeah, so many businesses will put out what are called loss leaders. Other businesses will also like have discounts on specific items. So like say for example, a discount deal that you can run. This is all just basic offer creation stuff. If you want more detailed, in-depth like offer creation stuff, look up the EMP that we have. And go to my 11-star offers masterclass, which I think is like 6 hours long. It's a very long masterclass. But yeah, like one thing that you can do is be like, okay, for every coffee you purchase, you get like 15% off, like the purchase of like a scone or a biscuit or some other thing. So So what you do is you find the higher margin like objects or things that people typically buy in conjunction with what you're trying to sell, in this case, coffee. You offer a discount on that. Easy. So, and then also, of course, like if they like the product, if they like the coffee, then they will become a repeating customer. So that's ultimately better lifetime values, better profits for the business. You win. I make no guarantees. I'm just going to finish answering this set of questions as I typically do. And hopefully I don't lose my voice before I even get to reviewing copy. But I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like 11 pieces to get through. So we will definitely be getting through that in the next 2.5 hours. Easy peasy. Let's see. First of all, thank you for the main course. Second, do you think that from Middle Europe, it's possible to get clients from the US? Yes. Not only do I think that it's possible to do that, I know it's possible to do that because I know people who have done that. The other sort of thing that I would sort of advise you to think about or caution you to think about is like, what's preventing you from getting clients in Middle Europe, aside from the fact that maybe they don't have as much money as American clients? The most recent video that we put out was my interview with, at the time, he had only been learning copywriting for 3 months. He had bought 0 courses on copywriting. He'd only watched our free stuff. He's from Serbia, which, like a pretty poor part of Europe. And the dude landed like 7 clients, mainly through local outreach. And like through scaling that way, was able to like get to thousands of dollars of recurring work per month. And so like you can absolutely come from like disadvantaged areas or areas where like you don't see there being a whole lot of opportunity and make a ton of money by just being the person who's able to do this kind of work and sell themselves well. So yes, it is possible to get work in the US, but also like I wouldn't ignore work from where else you are. So that's my advice there. Oh God. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Do you need to learn to utilize AI as a copywriter? I think that ultimately you will be better served at learning not only to use AI, but also learning its limitations. Because one of the objections that you are soon going to have to face as a copywriter every once in a while, depends on how you position yourself, you're going to have to overcome the objection of like a client being like, well, why can't we just use AI instead of hiring you? And you should be able to have an answer for that. And one of the easiest ways to find an answer to that is to use AI tools. If you know how to write copy well, if you read a lot of copy and you suddenly start reading a lot of like AI produced copy, even stuff that you refine and edit, like 9 times out of 10, it's not as good as the best copy. Like it's great for like taking C-level copywriters and raising them to like the B level. And so that's something that you have to keep in mind, that like if you're trying to like get hired to write C or B level copy, you pretty much have to be using AI. Like that's the future. If you're the type of person who's just like, I just want to bang out like a few emails selling like coaching services and dick pills, like AI is going to be able to do your job a little bit better, especially if you like how to blend your writing and revision with what AI produces. So, But then like if you're trying to come up with like novel ideas and like clever, unique articulations of ideas for like long form sales letters, that AI is absolutely useless for you. Like if you're trying to do anything unique or novel or timely, AI is the worst. So it really just depends on the kind of copy you write. Yeah. We have tons of folks who follow us from Nigeria who are actually doing very, very well. So why do we have to give what's in it for me in the first few lines when most of the headlines have that in it already? Think of it this way. Headlines get attention, and then leads, what follows a headline, are what convince people to continue reading. And so if people continue reading after they've had their attention grabbed, they might not have a good reason to do that. I think if there's a strong enough benefit or what's in it for me in the headline, you have a little bit more leeway in the lead, but also why fucking risk it? Just give people a reason to keep reading. It's easy enough to do. So that is my job. That is I'm the old wizened grizzly member of Copy That. I'm the one who comes up with like the nuance, like maybe think about like those 5 other things, and that's just a function of like doing this for too fucking long. With word count limit, but I wanted to say that I really appreciate the course and have been taking notes. Okay, great. Amazing. I've taken paid courses freely, but I didn't talk much about the principles. I'm looking forward to becoming a better copywriter. I want everybody watching this to become a better copywriter, because if you become a better copywriter, you'll become a better persuader. And if you're a better persuader, you'll be able to convince people to give you more money. And that will result in you having a better life. And I want all of you to have a better life. So it all starts with really internalizing a lot of these persuasive skills. That's how you will make more money. That's how you will get better clients. That's how you will have a better life. It all starts with upskilling, getting better at the craft. So how would you win in a commodity market or selling the same product as many others and you are more expensive? So premiumization is actually a good thing. I actually was talking to a friend of mine. He is writing an investor deck, which is like copy, but for billionaires. And he wanted my advice on like how to improve it. And so I recently had a flight from Honolulu to San Francisco. And so on that flight, I spent 4 hours going through his investor deck and giving him advice. And one of the biggest things was like, if he's going for a premium market, selling effectively a commodity, we'll just say that the commodity is like, how should I say, reclaimed it's reclaimed wood waste, basically. So super niche. Like all of you are just like, I'm thinking about financial writing. Well, imagine writing for the reclaimed wood waste niche. Most of you are not, but he's probably going to raise $15 million doing this. So who's right here? Anyway, so especially if you're selling the same product as many others and you are more expensive, the key there is you want to go for the premium market. Go for the people that need that commodity, but need it to be pure, that need it to be better. In the case of my friend, there's a lot of people offering wood waste derivatives and wood waste, like processed wood waste products. But there are some implementations of it, like, for example, computer chips, where it needs to be very pure. And so a lot of his investor deck was emphasizing them installing filtration and installing the systems necessary such that they are able to create these commodities at a level of purity that people need. And if you look at businesses like multi-billion-dollar businesses around the world, there are plenty of commodity businesses that do that. Lind PLC, stock ticker LIN, is a good example. They sell industrial gases like sodium benzoate or shit like that. All stuff that is necessary for like producing chips. Now, any schmo with a chemistry kit can produce a lot of these like gases that would sort of overlay a chemical film over a substrate. But not very many businesses in the world can produce those commodities at a 99.99999% purity consistently, and then also have it delivered at the volume of like 2 school buses worth of volume per hour, every day of the week for years. That's how you win in the commodity market. Like, you emphasize what separates the business's commodities apart and their ability to deliver that commodity consistently, reliably, etc. Because if you were selling commodities or commoditized products, what you want to do is lock into the real problems that businesses are facing with other suppliers. So that's what you do. And now all of you know to go look up the wood waste, the processed wood waste niche. There you go. How can you test what works? Is it a case of getting a client and trying to get access to the metrics? Yeah, typically. Or would you create a site newsletter and test different things? How do you know if you are good? So a lot of CRMs, customer resource manager, I never remember the acronyms or abbreviations for things, but they have the native ability to like split test things. And so like with Google ads, for example, you can split test, like you can decide, like, do you send traffic to this landing page or this landing page? And then you look at like how many clicks that landing page got, or how many clicks that copy got. And you look beyond at the like Google Analytics, and you can set all this up. It literally takes half a day to learn this stuff. And then it takes another half a day to implement this stuff on your own or for a business. And once you start getting your hands dirty with this kind of stuff, you instantly know like, oh, okay, this is actually really easy and kind of intuitive. But yeah, like a lot of businesses, if you're just hired as like a freelance copywriter or hired gun, testing infrastructure and testing processes is a whole kit and caboodle that you can actually sell as an additional service. And you would want them to like give you permission to like get into their website builder or get into their CRM or whatever. If they don't have a testing process in place, though, you are going to have to sell them on the idea. If they do have a testing process in place, then just give them multiple versions of the same stuff and be like, hey, test this stuff. And the marketer will either be, okay, sure. Or the marketer will be like, that's not really, we don't really see that that's worth testing. And then from there, go down the branch of if-thens. From there, you either go, okay, well, why don't you want to test that? And you sell them on testing it and why you want it tested. Or conversely, you capitulate and try a different test later. So yeah, this is one of those questions where it's like, once you start playing around with this kind of stuff, you start to see very easily what the answer is. But it's hard for me in the abstract to be like, here's how to test an email. The way you test an email is you create an A/B split test. And you send half the list one email and half the list the other email and see which one does better. That's it. Let's see. I try to do like a good 30 to 45 minutes of like Q&A, because like, how often do I get to talk about wood pulp? Not very often. Where is the best place to find clients to work? I don't answer best questions. There's no best. There's only best for you. And you don't know what the best for you is going to be until you start testing and trying different stuff. If you want to write sales letters and focus on copy only, you are going to want to find the businesses that use that kind of copy and then figure out how to pitch them. And honestly, one of the best ways to pitch, especially businesses that do sales letters, like long form direct response sales letters, best way to do it is to write a spec piece. Like, reach out to them and write the lead, and then like be like, hey, did you like this? Well, if you did, give me money and pay me for the rest. Don't say it that way. Like, be more persuasive with it. But yeah, a lot of the people that I know that hire like copywriters to write sales letters, one of the best ways to do it is to actually hook them and intrigue them the same way that you would intrigue a customer. Usually that's with the headline and lead. So if you know how to write good headlines and good leads, you're pretty much in. People are starting to get mad that I'm answering questions and not looking at people's copy yet. Let's see. Yeah, I think Rashida is touching on things correctly. I have a client who used to ask me to fix AI content, and once I fix them, they would start getting engagement immediately. We could tell from the Hotjar recordings, 100% increase in engagement. Yeah, it's when the only people that are worried about AI right now are people that are either not making much money from this or not doing the work. That's the thing. It's the people that like are professional and like doing well in this job, they know the limitations of AI. The people whose jobs are at risk from AI are often very much not the jobs that you want to be doing in the first place. So that's my take on that. Yeah, I mean, if you have a good portfolio, go apply for an agency. How do you find one? There's a lot of different ways. One, they put out jobs on like Indeed.com and like other places that you can just go find jobs. But also, like, a lot of agencies will have email lists. LinkedIn is a good source to find agencies. Just look for independent creators or people that comment and like look and see if they have an agency. Then go to their website. Then they either have like job postings or they have like contact information. There you go. You just send in your resume, send in your portfolios, and you can get a job in an agency. I think agency work is soul sucking. It is very much a grind. It's very hard to work in an agency for very long and like be able to like retain the passion for learning about this profession. And so my recommendation for most people is, I think starting out at an agency is good because it teaches you how to write a lot of copy, how to write it fast, how to make something publishable and good and like make clients happy. Like, it teaches you the mechanics of business. It teaches you like how to work well with other people, which a lot of freelancers just do not know how to do and don't care to learn. So, former agency copywriters are great for that reason. Another advantage of like working in an agency for at least a few years when you're starting out is that like you write for a variety of niches typically. Like there's very few agencies out there that are like singular niche like things. So like you'll end up writing like a bunch of VSL ad scripts for like everything from coaching programs to like dick pill supplements. And that's really good if you're trying to hone and master like persuasive principles and like different templates and different formulas and stuff like that. So agency work, I highly recommend it if you are a beginner, but also like keep in mind that like in any agency, typically it's started by like one or two people. And like, then you have like a few like lieutenants under them. And like the only way to advance in an agency is to replace somebody else. And since most agencies are like one or two like executive creative directors that run the business, you're not going to replace one of the owners of the business. They're never going to promote you to owner of the business. So your ultimate goal, if you're working in an agency, should either be to go freelance, to work in-house for one of your clients eventually, which, by the way, like you can do that freelancing too. Like I know many people who have started in an agency, built up the relationship with the client, and then like gone freelance and then continued to work with that client alone, and then eventually got brought in-house and then made a bunch of money, and then they like got elevated to different positions. Anyway, there's a lot of ways that you can have this trajectory. But finding one, just browse different creators, like the people putting stuff out on LinkedIn. But every now and again, also, like if you go to a website and you scroll down to the very, very bottom, like in the footer, like you'll say like this website was created by such and such ad agency. So like every now, like if you go to like a chocolate Shopify store, like you can scroll down and see like who's the agency that created it. Dimensionalization is really good anytime you are trying to hammer home a point or to clarify something. You can dimensionalize anything in copy, but if you focus on just those two areas where you are saying something that is kind of confusing or like hard to wrap your head around, and then you stop and take a moment to like really hammer home and drive home like why this is important, why this is emotional, like how to understand the thing that you were saying, that's a good time to dimensionalize. The other good context is when you are trying to like really drive home a point. Like something is very emotional, something is very important. That's when to dimensionalize. Okay, we're getting towards the end of the questions, which means that we are getting to the point. Yeah, we don't have a video on writing meta ads. So we recently started having a bootcamp offer, and Alex in that bootcamp had a couple like mini master classes about writing meta ads. and sharing like what he has done for writing meta ads. That specifically has been in our copywriting bootcamp and our e-marketer bootcamp. These are not courses. These are like, I and Alex have been legitimately working with people for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to like try to sculpt them into really, really good copywriters and marketers. And so we had a whole segment in the marketing bootcamp on meta ads and writing meta ads and testing meta ads. I think it's a great niche. We will eventually have some materials in the Platinum Collection on it. But one thing that we don't want to get bogged down in is like the technical aspects of it, because like in the time since we ran the bootcamp, like 2 months ago, Meta has already changed their user interface for meta ads just a little bit. And so like, I don't want to focus on like the, technical marketing stuff, because then we'd have to make a video every single day being like, oh, this crazy new update to meta ads is going to, wreck your business or whatever. And I don't want to make that kind of content. I want to make fucking 40-minute deep dives into how to write for wood pulp companies. Like that's what I would prefer to do. So there you go. How to know I'm good enough now and ready to work with clients. Here's how to know that you're good enough to work with clients. You pitch clients and they hire you. That's it. You are never going to be able to know if you're ready, and you're never going to feel ready. There's never a point in your learning where you feel ready. So what do? You do stuff before you feel ready. And if you get hired, then you were ready. Right? There you go. I wouldn't say like start like doing it immediately and like you're sending out outreach where like there's a typo every single sentence. Like be careful about stuff like that. But ultimately, like if you are like in our Discord community and you're sharing copy and people are like generally like, this is really good. We've had a number of people like in these streams, after the Q&A session, where I've been like, this is really good. You should send this out. And then that person made a bunch of money, and that's great. Yeah, I'm tired. So I'm just going to revert back to the one example that it's easiest to talk about. If I want to move from copywriter to CMO, do tech skills matter, or is it better to focus on mastering marketing? If you want to be a CMO, strategy is more important than technical skills, because here's the thing with technical skills. They are a very commoditized, how should I say, skill. You can look up any technical marketing skill that you want to learn, any CRM, just pick a random CRM, like, I don't know, Infusionsoft or, Keep, and like look up like, how to set up Gauntlet automation in Infusionsoft. And there's going to be like 8 YouTube videos about that. And like, they all have like 73 views and they're all like 23 minutes long and like a little bit rambly. But it will teach you how to set up an automation in Infusionsoft. And so I'm reminded of like the quote from Albert Einstein, never commit to memory what can easily be looked up in a book. Technical marketing skills are like 90% that. It's like maybe like 60% that. The other 40% is like you just have to get in there and tinker with it until you make it work. And that is how I learned most marketing software. You just get in and start tinkering, and stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning until you figure out like why this product or this system is sending out 5 emails in 10 minutes the moment somebody signs up. And then you have to figure out like, oh, the tagging system. And it's just problem solving at that point. There's no, you figure that out through tinkering. So here's the thing though, if you're a CMO, tinkering is a waste of your time. You are an executive. You are a C-suite executive of a company. If you are wasting your time with tinkering rather than like delegating that shit and focusing on instead on like the bigger picture of what is going to make a business money and implementing those systems and processes, you're wasting your clients' money. So I think that you should know enough to be dangerous. I think you should tinker early on in your career, but that should not be your focus. So tech skills matter to that extent. I hope that makes sense. Literally in 1 week from tomorrow, we have a video going out where I go over advice that Gary Halbert gave 25 years ago. So if you want to know my advice, my opinions and thoughts about Gary Halbert, tune in to this channel next Thursday at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time. How much does one actually need to know about marketing to become an effective CMO? A lot. You need to know a lot. You, at the very least, need to know for your business or the business that you're applying to, like how they make money, how they get clients, where their customers are, what the customer's needs are, what drives attention, what drives action. Like, does the course we offer teach everything a CMO needs to know? I don't think I can answer that just based on like the nuances of what I just said. We have a course on marketing strategy. If you want to learn marketing strategy, take our marketing strategy course. If you want to learn how to be a CMO, the only way to do that is to become a CMO. You know, CMO is going to be such a nuanced and contextual like grab bag of different skills that are going to be different from person to person and business to business. So, let's see. So we do it whenever we can. They are expensive. I'm just putting that out there for anybody who's interested. Like, you know, don't get onto our waiting list for this stuff unless you're like super excited to learn it. It is very expensive because we put in a lot of time to this. The last time I ran a copywriting bootcamp too, I bought like 5 books for everybody who was involved. And then I got the authors of those books to give guest lectures. Like I got Kyle Milligan, I got Mark Ford, got David Deutsch. And they taught a whole session for our bootcamp members. And like, I want to make sure that our bootcamps are like doing a lot of cool stuff like that. So I think I'm going to run a sales letter bootcamp, a very special sales letter bootcamp here pretty soon. So if you want to learn how to write sales letters and you have the money to do so, like if you're a working copywriter with like money to spend on education and invest in education, and you want to learn how to write sales letters and VSLs in particular, and of course those would translate over to sales pages, make sure that you are on our bootcamp waiting list. I also think that Alex might concurrently run another e-marketer bootcamp. So if you want marketing strategy and like marketing, you can go that route too. But this particular sales letter clinic is going to be special. We actually have a whole other copywriting business, a very famous copywriting business on YouTube, and we are doing it as a joint venture. So it's going to be taught by not just me, but also by one whole other business. So if you're interested in sales letters, it's going to be an event. We may never do it again, but you know, if it works, who knows? After that, I think we might do another like normal copywriting bootcamp, probably in late August, maybe September. ProbabNot September, because I have to go to Japan again in October. So it'll be a while, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yes, they are. Amazing. But I don't think I've been making any good progress. It's getting really hard to stay consistent. So, okay, there's 2 things here. There's progress, like your actual skills of persuasion and writing. Now, here's the thing. If you get to a point where you write something and you put it away for like 2 days and then you come back to it and you see that there's a bunch of problems with it, then you know that you need to fix it. However, if you get to the point where you put it away for 2 days and you come back to it and you don't see anything you need to fix, it's like failing on a lift while doing more reps. Like, you've definitely gotten stronger. You've definitely gotten better. But it's at that point where you need to start like pushing past your failure point. It's at that point where it makes sense for like newbies to get critiques, because then somebody else can come in and be like, oh, you messed up this, this, and this. And then it becomes this process of like, oh, okay, so you just got this new cue. Like, you have to start like doing the lift or doing the writing while keeping those things in mind. You've extended beyond yourself. But if you're not going through that iterative practicing process of like writing a thing, putting it away, coming back to it after some time, and then revising it, that's integral to the process. That's how you get better at copywriting generally. It requires consistency. Now, here's the thing. I can tell you what I just told you. That's how you get better. That's how you make progress. I cannot reach through this screen gently stroke you on the face and be like, there, buddy. It's okay. Here's how to be consistent. I can't do that for you. As much as I want to manhandle you and molest you through the screen, I cannot. Sorry. We'll have to, keep Child Protective Services away for at least a little while longer. So I can't keep you consistent. Only you can do that. And everybody's hacks and the things that they need to do to stay consistent, it's going to change from person to person. And I can't help you with that. I have a whole video on our second channel, Copy That Sells, about like what you need to go through to get to the point where you are staying consistent. But it's still very abstract. There's like, I don't have any hacks or hacks or tips or stuff like that for you. I just have like, this is what you are going to go through, and this is what you need at various steps in your progress. But you're the only one that can like figure out like how to get those things. So, not every line, but the more you can pack in the big four emotions, the better. But when I binge copy, I don't see much of it. Why? So here's the thing. A lot of copy is out there is bad. If you read a lot of good copy, you'll find that a lot of things are emotionally charged or are coded with the big four emotions and their alter egos. Those who know will know. They do it in a very indirect way. It's coded for a reason. And so you want to like sort of get in the habit of understanding and picking apart the codes and the subtext of language. If you see, for example, a line that says, this is the easiest way to make money in 2025, then you write, okay, well, this is clearly tapping on easy. And, you might write in parentheses like the emotion greed or something like that. But if you see a line that's something along the lines of like, it took Nathan only 38 minutes to lock down his first recurring payment. It doesn't have the word easy. And it doesn't like say anything that would make you think it's easy, but that's exactly what it's communicating. The subtext, oh, you just got recurring revenue in 38 minutes. The implication, the insinuation there is that it's easy, because how else could somebody possibly secure recurring revenue in 38 minutes unless it was easy? Do you see what I'm doing there? So a lot of good copy is not like, it's so easy to make money. That's great for newbies and intermediates and like people with like a Cro-Magnon level of persuasion skills. But like really good copywriters focus on the other stuff, the stuff that communicates and subtextually like shows like what the emotion is without directly saying the emotion or broadcasting it super directly. I hope that makes sense. So what you need to do is get better at like picking apart, like, okay, this line, what is it actually communicating? What is the actual subtext here? Like, what does it make you feel? And that's hard for a lot of people, especially for people that like don't spend a lot of time like critiquing media or like fiction or like dissecting things really well and like critically thinking. It's hard for some people. This is actually true. This is correct. Is it okay to use AI fully without manually writing copy if you're not a beginner? I don't understand where this question is coming from. So this is obviously not coming from a senior copywriter, because a senior copywriter would know that like you would never do that. So, and this is obviously not coming from an intermediate copywriter, because like, why would they be asking? This is clearly coming from somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so like, are you hoping that like, oh, once I learn these skills, I can just plug in the correct prompts into AI and it will do all the work for me? That's never going to happen. It will never, ever, ever happen that way. No matter how good AI gets, you'll still need to use your brain. You will still need to actually like manually write something. There's never going to be a threshold where like you can just have somebody else do all of the work for you. That's true even if you hire people to do work for you. So, let's see. Where would I go to find IVOC data? So indirect voice of customer data for pool owners. Customer reviews, like reviews of other pool building businesses, Better Business Bureau reviews, like reviews for like people who buy products from like for their pool. These are all things that you can do. Oh, hey, right back. How did I learn marketing strategy? I learned it mainly by doing it. Like in 2016, I just partnered up with like one of my colleagues, and we decided like, we're doing copy, we're doing editorial. We'll just like start an agency and start trying like different marketing strategies for like niche businesses. So we read all the books, like, we learned about SEO. I actually hired somebody to come and teach me MarTech stuff. He was like a pickup artistry, like info product salesman. And I literally paid him $100 to sit in a cafe with me and just show me like all the different marketing software that he uses and like how it works. Like that's how I learned the beginnings of MarTech. And like once I had a toehold on stuff, I was like, okay, I know what I need to put into YouTube to learn more about this. I know what I need to look for or what to ask to learn more about this. And that's how I did it. And, started reading more books and things like that. A lot of marketing strategy too, though, like beyond the sort of basics of it, like what you can find in books, I learned from actually working with Rich Sheffrin and as a publisher at Agora, where a lot of the stuff that he does and that we work on is not intuitive, it's not obvious, it's not public. And I had to understand it in order to effectively manage and do the stuff that I was doing. And through that what I did, I was able to test a lot of different stuff. Once you test a lot of different stuff, you have to understand why you're testing what you're testing. And it's not just testing different headlines and stuff like that. You just do stuff. And it's through iteration and through repeated testing that you discover what tends to work and what tends not to work. If you want any recommended resources or books, Rich Sheffrin's Steal Our Winners is great for learning marketing tactics. If you want to learn marketing strategy, we do have a course. I try to keep CTAs out of these streams, but fuck it. eMarketer Master Plan, it's a copy of that course, and it's really good. It is our most expensive course. It is ultimately not as expensive as our boot camps because it's a course. Marketing Master Plan is super great, and you should take it if you want to learn marketing strategy, or at least the beginnings of it. If you want to go beyond that, if you want to like have stuff that goes along with that, there's plenty of other books. Dan Kennedy has a bunch of great books on marketing strategy. Another thing that you'll find too as you start learning marketing strategy is like you'll start going to seminars. Like there are actually live events. I do not recommend the DG Marcon events. DIGIMARCON. Don't go to those. But Traffic and Conversions puts on a great event. MFA Live puts on a great event. Copy Chief Live puts on a great event. Most of these are for copy, but like Traffic and Conversions is definitely for marketing. And yeah. Oh, I think Russell Brunson puts on events. Yeah, go to events because like, yeah, you'll learn stuff from like the seminars and the stuff on the stage and stuff like that. But you'll learn more stuff by just talking to people and be like, so what are you doing for your business? And this like drunk CMO will be like, oh my God, let me tell you this cool thing that we're testing. And that's how you learn marketing strategy. Like people will just tell you stuff. That's in large part how I learn stuff. So how to deal with the less ethically appealing aspects of marketing that anyway provide a lot of valuable insight. Just power through it. And I am supposed to be the author, not a used car salesman. One thing that I've always struggled with is used car salesman-esque copy. But here's the thing, like if you're writing to more sophisticated markets or more well-regulated markets, and writing for bigger businesses and stuff like that too, like used car salesman copy, it doesn't work. It just absolutely does not convert as well. It works on rare occasion for smaller businesses and unsophisticated audiences. But once you start talking to sophisticated audiences, like there's a cap on that. So anybody who like learns those like hard sell, like unethical tactics and stuff like that, there's effectively a cap on your career, because you'll have enough success to like keep you from wanting to learn how to write better ethical copy that doesn't sound like copy. But yeah, in which case you'll never actually learn how to persuade people like through soft selling or through indirect selling or things like that. I suggest learning enough to, like with Martech, learn enough to be dangerous, but don't let it be the thing that sort of guides you and controls ultimately what you write. The boot camps are very expensive. The boot camp about to run on Sales Letters is going to be the most expensive high ticket offer that we have ever run. If you want to learn how to get onto the waitlist, I don't know. I'll try to find a link and put it in the chat here. 1 second. Let's see. Bootcamp waitlist. Copy. I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to put it into the chat. There you go. If you are interested in joining the Bootcamp waitlist, join that. But also, I'm just going to warn you, like, it's not for newbies. It's not for newbies. Like, don't join that waitlist if you don't want me to pitch like a really expensive offer to you. So, oh, cool. Yeah, Mark's great. He's recently started to, like, now that he's less busy with like Agora and like business and entrepreneurial stuff, he's been doing a lot more with like me and like other businesses that like want his advice and stuff like that. I love the people at AWAI. They're great. Let's see. Which orgs, in your opinion, have some of the best nonprofit or charity copy? St. Jude's. I'm just going to stop there. St. Jude's. Just go sign up for St. Jude's list, or give some money to St. Jude's and like put in your real address, because they will send you great stuff. Now, other nonprofits and charities. Let's see. National Wildlife Refuge was pretty good. I read some copy from them that was pretty good. I would have to get back to you on this. If you are in our Discord, like, hit me with a question a little bit later, and because I have a bunch of swipes, but like actual businesses are not entering my name right now. St. Jude's is a standout, like absolute outlier. But if you hit me up later, I'll have a better answer for you. I'm fine with liberals. I prefer to just not be politically correct. Yeah, not everyone uses it. But also, like, sometimes it's better to be judicious with your emotions. Let's see. Pools. Good copy is not written, is assembled. Yes. The answer is yes. The question is, what are you unhinged? It's my wife saying that what I was saying was unhinged, which is true. And yeah, that is from Eugene Schwartz. He wrote Breakthrough Advertising, which I have that book somewhere. It's fine. Yeah, he's absolutely one of the best people you can learn from. Also, like, don't read Breakthrough Advertising early on in your copywriting career. You won't get as much out of it than as opposed to like if you are doing this business for a long time. The marketing tactic book again. Oh God, I don't even remember the ones that I mentioned. But Steal Our Winners by Rich Sheffrin is a good service. And what he does is he interviews like 1 or 2 people per week and just is like, what are you doing in your business? What are you doing for your clients? And then they share the details of them. It's great stuff. So if you want to learn like a ton of marketing strategies and a ton of marketing tactics and a ton of different ways that you can market different things, Steal Our Winners is probably the best existing resource right now. When do I think is a good place for a copywriter to transition to a marketer? Definitely when you are able to make like a living wage as a copywriter. Like, don't make the transition to marketer if you're just like, I never figured out this copywriting thing, so maybe I'll make it as a marketer. Yeah, so there you go. Not after the first figs, like sustainable figs. You would like sustainable figures, dollars, etc. Oh, yeah, TNC doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, there are plenty of other businesses that do effectively the same thing, and that's just a Google search away. What do you recommend for building landing pages? A good platform that is reasonably priced. Okay, then Squarespace or Wix or WordPress. Like, I've built a landing page using a Google document. Like, we did a Black Friday deal, and all I did was write the copy in a Google document, switch it to pageless view, and then I just drove traffic to that Google document. And that was the landing page. And it sold like $40,000. So, you don't need a platform for building landing pages if you're good enough. So that's it. I've been outreaching with spec pieces, but get ignored most of the time. How can I change that outcome? Again, there's only two ways to change that outcome. You can either change your approach or change the people. No, sorry, I didn't mean to flip you off. You can change the approach or change the people you reach out to. That's it. And so if you look at, have a gander at like what you sent in the past, look at what you've, gotten as a response, and try to compare and contrast, like what gets a response versus what doesn't. Try to understand, like, okay, who are the people that are responding versus the people that are not responding? Like, again, if you're doing cold outreach, you are going to get ignored most of the time. That is just par for the course if you're doing cold outreach. If you are going into cold outreach thinking that there's some tactic or something that you can do to like guarantee that you will never be ignored, that doesn't exist. Cold outreach is always going to be a numbers game, and you're always looking at that like 0.1 to maybe 2% like response rate. Like every now and again, if you're really hyper targeted and like really know the business, like Alex, for example, like he sent out like 8 cold pitches to 8 businesses, and he like got work with like 6 of them. But he knew those businesses really, really well. So he knew exactly what to say in his cold pitches, and he knew exactly what they needed. So like, are you, creating spec pieces with that level of personalization, with that level of specificity? I'm going to go ahead and say that I doubt it. So yeah, I have 3 babies in the background, so I will not be saying hi to them because otherwise they'll come in here and I'll never get around to actually reviewing copy. Yeah, charities are probably like one of the best places to actually sell direct response copywriting services, because charities, they send out offer letters all the time, donation letters, fundraisers all the time. Let's see. Yeah, that's about accurate. And Kaylee knows me. Oh, I love that one so much. Can we say copywriting is the only profession where we can succeed without a personal brand? For example, ghostwriting. It is definitely not the only profession you can succeed without a personal brand. Arc welding is a profession, and I don't see very many arc welders with a personal brand. Yeah, not just personalized, but also make it very specific to the business and like relevant to the business. For me personally, I think cold outreach is more about finding people who actually need your services, because there are no magic words that will convince someone who just doesn't need your services. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Again, like the thing that we're constantly pounding the table on with Copy That is, if you want clients to work with you, you need to be different, because every client is getting pitches constantly. That's just the nature of business. And you need to be relevant. Like, you need to actually provide the services and the things that they want. And you need to make it clear that you provide the things that they want. Like, so if you can be unique and you can be relevant, you're going to get work. It's 100% of the time that works. And if it's not working for you, I'm going to no true Scotsman fallacy this thing and say that you weren't different enough or you weren't relevant enough. Oh, PETA. That's a good one. Yes, PETA also does a lot of like direct response donations, stuff like that. Can I do a summary of the details that should be in a landing page and that should not be in a landing page? Just go watch our free landing page masterclass on this channel. Like, click the button that's our channel, and then go to the tab that says videos, and then scroll down until you see like the landing page masterclass. It's good. How to know if a business needs better copy? You read it and you go, this sucks. That's it. That's how you know. Let's see. I guess on some level, all marketing is player versus player mode. Learn enough to be dangerous, as you said, but don't necessarily corpse camp the weakest players. I understand. It's like that meme. I understand some of those words, but I'm also 40 years old. And so you have to understand that like it has been 20 years since I've played a video game that involved like multiplayer. So there you go. I did recently like replay Hollow Knight though, and that was delightful. I beat the Radiance. It was super great. Okay, I got through all the questions in an hour and 20 minutes. So now it is time to actually review some copy. I actually feel like I'm ahead of schedule this time. Chrome tab. Let's do window. Let's do cold email sequence submission. Let's share that. If you want to see what Alex's outreach looks like, buy our shit. The end. We share, like, I share copy in like our paid resources. Alex shares like his CV and resume. He's shared his outreach messages. Like, he shares his stuff. We all share our stuff, our own stuff, in our paid stuff. So there you go. We only sell like 3 courses, man. It's not hard. Platinum collection if you want like copywriting related stuff, CCC if you want outreach related stuff, and EMP if you want marketing related stuff. Thank you. All right, let's actually look at some copy. Can everybody read this? I'm officially ending the Q&A session, and I will pick it up again later after I'm done going over these tabs. Once I have reviewed these tabs, then I will maybe spend some time answering a few more questions. At least until my wife was like, "Hey, stop fucking streaming. It's time to pay attention to your children." At which point I'll be like, "Okay." You know, dad life. It's great. This is a cold, highly personalized email sequence sent to a few prospects. The sender is an AI company, not very specific. The avatars of traditional businesses who are thinking about integrating AI, and the email sequence goal is to watch the Loom video link. Okay, Loom video goal is to book a consultation. Let's see. Email 1, 503 outbound calls with in 1 hour with AI. Video. This is going to work for some people. It's not going to work for others. Who is it going to work for? It's going to work for businesses that specifically have an outbound sales team. If a business owner does not know or have an outbound sales team, it's like saying, like having my subject line to you, person watching this, be like, are you sick and tired of your pyrolysis not producing enough carbon black? You're going to read that and be like, what the fuck are these words? What does this mean? Yes, these are specific details, but also like, it doesn't matter how specific it is if you don't understand it. So that is why this may not work for some people. If you are very, very careful about whom you're targeting, it could work. But I don't know if it's my favorite approach. You might consider a few different angles, especially if you're split testing these, or like you're sending them in like batches, like 10 businesses, then 10 businesses, then 10 businesses, and like try to get different subject lines in there to test it. I can't tell you what's going to work. I would probably go with an educational angle, like how we increased sales call volume and sales by X% using, and I would keep AI probably like hidden or like intrigue based there. And you can do it a number of different ways. So there's the educational angle, like how we did this, a desirable outcome for this business, parentheses, and how we can do it for yours too. Something like that. And then you would, using your preview thing, then you would add some clarification. Let's see. So that's one subject line. Another thing that you can do there is like, you won't believe how this business was able to like, scale their client calls or something like that. Let's see. Mute for 3 hours so that person does not bother me anymore. Let's see. Body. Sam. Oh, This is my copy. I wrote it for businesses who specifically use outbound calls. And so, okay, great. Wonderful. So this could work, but also do what I said regarding like the different types of ways that you can test the subject line. Because again, like some people are going to read that. Like you might send it out to like some businesses that do have that. And like I've met CEOs who don't even know that they have a sales team. That's a thing. That's a thing that exists. So you have to test different angles. You have to try like with intrigue and without. I can't tell you that this is going to work. I think it might work for the right person, but I don't know. I just don't know. Sam, I'm sure you've considered how AI could make your life easier as a sales manager. You'll be happy to... I don't know if I love this. You'll be happy to know that there are companies already taking full advantage of AI today to generate leads faster than ever with a higher success rate. No period. Let me show you how. Unprofessional. My name is George, by the way. I'm from Clearface AI's marketing team. No period. We've helped businesses like Chelsea Garden Center, Roman Roofing, and Neo Plumbing flood their pipeline with outbound calls using our AI voice agents. No period. Okay. This feels like because they hire people to hire for them, dude. That's how it works. You know, you don't like if you're a CEO and if you're working for a big enough company, like you often do not know like all the different departments and all the different people working under you. You know who your C-suite is, you know who your major managers are. You don't know what they're doing to like drive results. You just care that they drive results. All right, now back to this. This feels weak. I don't love it. This feels corny and not unique. I don't love this. I'm sure this sort of thing would work for certain businesses. Like I know that you're trying to like seem personable and like a human, but I think that there are better ways to do that in these two paragraphs. Don't do that. Let me show you how. By the way, my name is George. I work with Clearface AI, and what we do is supplement professional sales teams with AI voice agents to do 1, 2, 3 things that AI voice agents do. So that would be like setting calls, confirming calls, things like that. Using those services, like we were able to help Chelsea Garden Center and then give a specific result for Chelsea Garden Center. We were to help Roman Roofing like increase their number of leads by X%. Then we also worked with Neo Plumbing in specific city to like allow them to save X number of dollars on their call setting team or whatever. So yeah, like be more specific there. I recorded a 2-minute Loom video just for you, Sam. Just like what's in it, showing you how one of our clients generated 503 outbound calls in 1 hour and how we can achieve the same results for your company. Pro Hall Solutions. Period. No period. I recorded a 2-minute Loom video for you, Sam, to show you exactly what we can do for Pro Hall Solutions. The video actually is a case study, where we is a case study. It shows you how we were able to generate 503 outbound calls in 1 hour and what we can do to deliver the same results to you. Here's the thing that you want to keep in mind. Just because a robot is capable of robocalling a lot of people very fast, that doesn't actually mean anything to a lot of businesses. If I told you that I could write a JavaScript, or I'd probably use Python for this, and then I connected it via API to Google Voice, and then I just uploaded a JSON like spreadsheet with like 10 million phone numbers up to that, yes, I could get Google Voice to call 10 million phone numbers in a day. That's a lot of outbound calls. That doesn't mean anything though. Like I would actually have to have something on the other end of that actually book people. And so this outcome may be the wrong outcome that you are trying to actually target, because volume is one thing, throughput is another thing, conversions is where the money is at. So that's a big thing. Let's see. Unrelated questions. You know what the thing does for, he is not relating what the thing does for the business, selling the vacation, not the flight to the vacation. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about here. You want to sell painkillers, not vitamins. Like, what is the outcome? Is this the correct outcome? I'm not sure. Will this make me money? Like, that's what this person wants to know. So I don't think this is working right now. And I also am like, if you sent this to me, I would delete it because it's not relevant to me. And also because, like, I don't know if I would trust you, like, because it seems pretty unprofessional right now. So there's that. Email 2. So I'm gonna step away, and I'm just gonna say, like, because all of this needs to change and you need to rethink how you approach this, none of the following emails are going to be good. Like, if you have to change one thing at the beginning, everything else needs to follow. That follows needs to change too. It's like, if you have a brick wall and you remove a few pieces at the bottom, the whole brick wall is going to come tumbling down. So this is a blank page rewrite to me. But follow-up emails have different tropes and different things that you need to look for. So I'll suggest, like, say you do send this out, does this work as a follow-up email? Sam, emoji. Did you watch the Loom video? Gone in 3 days. That just feels like it's putting on unnecessary pressure. And so you have to wonder, like, if you're doing this for consumers, this does tend to work. But for, like, business professionals, like, you might want to phrase it differently. Like, and this relates back to a video that we put out recently, the how to fix salesy copy. Gone in 3 days feels salesy. But we unfortunately need to take this video down in 3 days. Does not. It's all in how you phrase and how you couch things. And for that reason, we unfortunately had to take it down in 3 days. Probably be better as preview text. So there you go. Where do I pick these copy from? I pick these drafts, this copy, from Patreon members who submit it when we ask them to. And if you are a member of our Discord and you are a member of our Patreon, you can link the two accounts, and then you get access to a whole bunch of, like, other channels and stuff like that. So there you go. All right, so that subject line, careful with that. Body, Sam, I sent you an email 4 days ago with a Loom video. Just wanted to make sure you saw it. No period. It is less than 2 minutes long and shows you exactly how our AI agents can 23x your outbound calls. No period. I'm going to drop it below for you just in case you missed it. Yeah, again, like what I was saying before, like these sorts of, like, tactics and ways of approaching things, they do work for some people. Do I think that this is going to work in this case? Probably not. I would probably approach this differently. And, like, you can do this for either this email or for a different email, but I've noticed that, like, there's a good angle for these sorts of follow-up emails where, like, instead of being like, hey, I'm going to take this thing down, or hey, it's been a little while, like, let me remind you of this thing, which, let's be real for a moment, is annoying. It gets attention, but it's annoying. Better is to ask, like have a subject line, Sam, are you actually happy with your sales team right now? And then have the body copy be like, hey, a few days ago I reached out about, like, with a Loom video, talking about how I can increase your output or increase the results of your sales team. I noticed you haven't watched it, and that's okay. It must mean that you're happy with your sales team. Is that the case? Do you feel like you're getting the results from your sales team that you actually want? Do you feel like they're making enough calls, driving enough clients, driving enough new business? If that's the case, then, let me know. I would love to know what your secret is. But if you feel like there's room for improvement, then I really recommend that you do watch that video that I sent you. I've included a link below for your convenience. If you check it out and you see what we have to offer, then I think that you're actually going to be pleasantly surprised and see at how easy it is to integrate with your existing sales team to accomplish these benefits. So that is one follow-up email for this, which is, instead of like being like pressing on the urgency, which is what you want to do towards the end of a follow-up sequence, flip it on them. Get the person to actually reflect and give people an out that almost makes them feel a little bit guilty to be deleting or ignoring the email. Does that make sense? I'm guessing that you actually liked the thing that I was able to come up with off the top of my head. So, and yeah, it is passive aggressive. It is absolutely passive aggressive. I've noticed that it works. You learn by testing stuff. I've written copy that is actively angry at customers. I've written copy that actively chastised customers. My best renewal campaign of all time that I ever wrote was actually I think the first few lines was I think the subject line was something along the lines of are you actually watching the videos I send you? Parentheses, of course you haven't. And then the first line of the email was just because if you were actually watching our videos, you would have made a ton of money over the last 3 months. And then I showed a bunch of gains that they had missed out on because they had not renewed or something along those lines. It worked so well. So, yeah. Let's see. Hey, I know you might be busy, but how can I make you review it? You can't make me do anything, bro. But if you are a member of Patreon and you submit copy for one of these streams, then I will happily review your copy. And yeah, I again, it's just years of doing this and years of seeing the patterns and learning how to again, assemble the different things. So that's what I recommend for this. I'm not going to bother because again, you're just hitting on the same emotions and I'm not going to be able to say anything that I haven't said already. So yeah, I would recommend reapproaching this. I would recommend looking into some follow-up sequences for other businesses and trying to swipe from them. Use periods at the end of your sentences, bro. Please, for the love of God and all that is holy, put periods at the end of your sentences. All right. Any questions for me about this or want me to focus on anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next thing. This copy is not so vibrant. Oh my God, it's a lead for the Platinum Collection. That is a copy that product that we don't really have any copy for because we're lazy. So I actually invited a few members of the prior copywriting bootcamp to write leads and submit them, and then I would pay them. I think it's $1,500 or something like that if we actually did publish their copy. That's one thing that I try to be different about. With people that are in the boot camps, I try to give as many opportunities for them to work with me or with businesses that I work with as possible. And my goal is through that to try to get people paid back for their work in the boot camp such that it totally offsets the cost of the bootcamp. In fact, actually, there's one copywriter from the bootcamp. Sort of did some underhanded testing for him, but he has started writing a few some email copy for one of my businesses, and I've been paying him $1,500 a month, and so he actually has now made more money from that retainer than he actually paid for the copywriting bootcamp. So that's pretty cool. Hello, Jax. Jax is amazing. I am so delighted that they are here. Okay, so here's the context. Copywriting niche. The product is masterclass and videos to help with upgrading copywriting skills. It's the Platinum Collection. If you guys want the context, it is the Copy That Platinum Collection. Headline and lead right now is basically all we have. Possible funnel. So people from YouTube descriptions and Discord would go to this page. There you go. Mercy was indeed in the bootcamp. So if you want to know how it was, ask them. Feel free to point out any bad English or awkward flow, anything you don't like. Question: these first three bullets too long? Should I move the guru section to the body? Also, what do you think about the lead structure? Beginning guru qualification. Hey, and Dove was actually in the marketing bootcamp. Hello. So I hope everybody is doing well. Dove, you and I have actually been DMing relatively recently. I would love to hear like how that has been going. If you don't mind sharing some details in the chat. Otherwise, keep it for the DMs and let me know if the advice that I gave you was helpful at all. So there you go. Warning. This course contains advanced copywriting information that might overwhelm beginners. If you are a beginner, we already have free courses with the same quality as paid courses to help you on your YouTube on our YouTube channel. Click here to watch the 22-hour free copywriting masterclass. I like what you're doing here. I like having, especially for our brand and what we're trying to do, I like having that disclaimer like in the eyebrow copy, like right up top. That's pretty cool. This is too long. It's too much copy to serve as an effective disclaimer. Warning, this advanced copywriting information is, don't be underhanded with it. Like there's a way that you can sort of manipulate people. Like this, copywriting information is too powerful for beginners. If you're not interested in taking your copywriting to the next level, then click off this page right now. And like that's like a fake disclaimer. Like people use that shit all the time. I want an actual disclaimer. So warning, this course contains advanced copywriting information, not suitable for beginners. If you are not currently working or committed to learning copywriting, please click off this page or something like that. Just be succinct, just be clear, and like phrase it such that it's not like skeezy. Phrase it to be as helpful as possible. So I love copy that disclaims. Oh no, I seem to be lagging again. Let's see. Let's try standard definition or maybe low definition. Is this working? Okay. I don't think I'm lagging anymore. Okay. Become the copywriter that AI cannot replace. It is still possible to earn a wallet-busting income as a copywriter despite AI. You just have to apply what psychologists might call HI to copywriting. I don't love this. This I think can work. AI proof your copywriting career or something like that. Lots of variations that can work. Become the copywriter that AI cannot replace. Absolutely can work. It is still possible to earn a wallet-busting income as a copywriter despite AI. This feels a little weaker. I don't love this as deck copy. In deck copy, you typically want to drive home the benefit, like why people should pay attention to this. And so this definitely does that. But like, I do want to sort of stay away from like promising people wallet busting income. Like wallet busting income is good as a promise because what the hell does that mean? Like if you have a small enough wallet, any amount of income is wallet busting. So I like claims like that where it's like technically true, but you can sort of like fit into the cracks of language that way. I think that this is more interesting, but it's so unspecific that it's not interesting, if that makes sense. So something that I've actually been sort of noodling around with is like, what is it that separates copy that's like masterclasses, like advanced masterclasses, like the paid stuff, from, how should I say? What separates like our free stuff from our paid stuff? One of the things that I think is the answer to that, especially like for the Platinum Collection, is something that I might charitably call deep persuasion, which is like in our free courses, we teach a lot about the principles of persuasion, but there is, of course, a way to go a little bit deeper than that. And so, one of the things that I think as a mechanism that I think is very compelling and interesting is that our paid stuff teaches, deep persuasion principles. And a lot of people like don't focus on that. Like, for example, like one of the master classes in the Platinum Collection is like a really long one that I did on like storytelling in copy and how to tell stories in copy and like different techniques that you can do to make stories flow better in copy. And like using stories is really useful. It's very good for indirect copy. Not a lot of copywriters, like I would say like 80% of copywriters out there never have to worry about writing a story in their copy. But if you are the type of copywriter who like, sorry, I apologize. My internet is being super slow today. Florida internet. It's great. So anyway, yeah, deep persuasion is a mechanism that I've been interested in. So that might be an interesting avenue to pursue here. This, however, is you just have to apply what a psychologist might call HI to copywriting. Like that's not a very powerful claim. That's not going to grip me. And this, like, maybe this is a subhead later, but it doesn't work in deck copy. And there's a question in there. Every headline complex has typically 3 ingredients: eyebrow copy, a headline, and deck copy. And sometimes it has a CTA. This is also sometimes called the hero section of a page. Everybody has different names for stuff, but those are the typical ingredients of a headline complex. Sometimes a headline will have eyebrow copy and a headline, but no deck copy. Sometimes a headline will have a headline and deck copy, but no eyebrow copy. All of those are fine. The only thing that is not fine is eyebrow copy and deck copy. If you skip over the actual headline, it's not a headline complex. It's just bad. You can definitely skip over the CTA though. It also depends on the product. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, this headline complex, it needs some work. It doesn't grab me. Oh, very cool. Did as you recommended and just went for it. Now the potential client will set a date for us to meet. Doing the onboarding face to face. Dove, you are a badass. I'm so proud of you. I'm glad that you're doing that. Yeah, no, you deserve it. You are going to kill it. I'm looking forward to hearing your updates and your results. Good job. Dear truly committed copywriters, what we're about to share with you today is impossible for AI to replicate, no matter how advanced or futuristic AI is. Big, bold claim really early on. Okay. You just need to apply what psychologists call HI, human intelligence. Okay, so you were banking on the intrigue of this, the secret of that, and then immediately gave away the secret in the second line of the copy. What is one of the most basic mistakes that people make when writing long form copy, especially that leads off with a secret, is that they give away the secret too soon. You have to build up like people's interest in the secret before you tell them what the secret is. And a smart strategic way to your copywriting. With HI, your copy will be bursting with advanced psychological subtext, metaphor, irony, humor, and nuance that AI can never comprehend, and have richer messages. I don't know if you need that clause. So, okay. Let's think about the average person who wants a copywriting course or who wants masterclasses for copywriting. Do any of them wake up in the morning and want that advanced psychological subtext, metaphor, irony, humor, and nuance? Probably no. Like maybe a brand copywriter wants that, but most direct response copywriters, unless you explain to them how this can boost sales or conversions, they don't want that. They don't care that AI can't do that. They don't understand why it matters that AI cannot do that. That's what good copy that sells against this alternative would explain. Your copy will speak the message that breaks free from the AI censorship. From the AI censorship? I don't understand that. And be able to say what needs to be said, not what everyone is saying. So, yeah, that's this is a line editing thing. Like, this is just unclear. Uncomfortable truth that speaks directly to the reader's unconsciousness and gains instant relatability and trust. Is this the uncomfortable truth referring to the message that breaks? This is confusing and unclear. So one way to comment, like a good shorthand for commenting on copy, if you're ever giving somebody critiques, is just to look for things that are confusing, unbelievable, or boring. This is, boring, and it's not beneficial. Like, I don't understand like why a person reading this would care about this if you haven't taken the time to help them care about it. This is confusing. Give your reader a eureka moment. Links two seemingly unrelated ideas into one idea that suddenly makes everything click. Why do they want this? And really, like, you're going to get a course or like a series of masterclasses, and like, this is what they're going to get? Why does that matter? Who cares? I look at all this and I go, so what? I don't think any of this is working here right now as it is. And so much more from what we will about to share with you today. Basically, business owners will see you and your copy and are eager to replace their basic AI copy, not the other way around. Now, here's the thing. Earlier in the stream, Rashida dropped a comment, and I hope she's still around. She's amazing, and I'm looking forward to reading her copy. It's coming up next. But basically, like, she straight up said, like, that was a clear case study. That was clear proof from a working copywriter that straight up was just like, I worked with a business. They tried to use AI copy. I ended up having to go in and fix their copy and increase engagement by 100%. Like, all the details are in that comment that occurred earlier in this stream. Who knows where? We've been streaming for 2 hours already. But if you look at that comment, what does it tell you? It tells you, one, yes, even businesses that use AI are still willing to hire professional copywriters who know their shit. Two, it shows proof that real copywriters can boost results for businesses better than AI. Which, like, that overcomes two of the major objections. You don't even need to overcome, mention those objections. You can just say that, and all of a sudden, people will be like, what is this person doing? What does this person know that I don't know that would allow them to, one, get those jobs, and two, do the job well such that I get paid more? And that's the kind of stuff that you want to be looking for. All of this, this is the lead. I don't really fully understand what's in it for me that I should care about. Like, why do I care about this? So anyway, we don't really need to press on because, again, it's like removing bricks from the bottom of a wall. Like, the whole thing is going to come tumbling down. But we'll read one more section. But before we show you our eye-opening course, oh God, if this is an indirect lead, which it should be if it's a secret, this is indicating that's a secret. Impossible AI, no matter how advanced futuristic AI is, you need to apply what this call to your copywriting. So, you're trying to craft a secret, and you're giving away the secret too soon. But the thing with secret leads, as with story leads and as with proclamation leads, and really any sort of indirect lead, one thing that you don't want to do is signal through this or through this that we're selling you a course. Like, you can be open about that, like, eventually, like, down the road when you reveal everything. But this is why a lot of copy that's copy, it's like written towards a more direct audience, like people who like understand what copywriting is, like have probably seen some sales letters for like, copywriting courses before. And we try to be like, it's all offer leads. It's all like invitation leads. It's all like, it's one promise lead I think we're running right now. And in those instances, it makes sense to reveal that it's a product because if I'm inviting you to something, it doesn't make sense to keep what I'm inviting you to secret. That makes no sense. But if it's a secret lead, the whole thing, everything hinges on the person reading, like, just be dripping with yearning to find out what that secret is, to understand that, like, what is missing from their life, their skill, what they want is behind that secret. I've got to know what that secret is. So if you're writing a lead that focuses on a secret, your goal as a copywriter is to suspend the reveal until the point where the person has basically already bought in. That's how that works. Psychologically, that's just how that works. The sooner you, how should I say, reveal what you're trying to reveal, the more let down your reader is going to be. So again, this is just an approach. Like, a person, and I think Skylighter points this out pretty well, which is like, a person who's on this page is probably already going to know that, like, this is for a course, which means that it doesn't make sense for us to, like, be leading off this way. So those are things that you want to keep in mind. Now, we're Copy That Show. We're just Copy That, with 4 diverse members, each specializing different niches to bring you this exciting and inspiring course. If I'll put this to the chat, if you read a sales letter with this subhead, would you trust us? Are you ready for us, each specializing different niche, to bring you something exciting and inspiring? No, I don't know about that. So this is not working as a subhead. If you were trying to introduce a credibility section, oftentimes, especially if you're a beginner, like, the easiest way for you to do it is just, who are we and why should you listen to us? That's it. Yeah, the subhead looks a bit sus. It's very sus. Tremendously sus. All right. Like, again, like, why is you can mention the fact that we are very diverse. Like, and that was partially strategic too. Like, Copy That is the most diverse copywriting education business on the internet. I will go ahead and make that claim. But why do people care? It's earlier somebody was like, they were applauding me, like, oh, you're railing against and saying stuff to offend liberals. And I was like, no, I don't do that. I don't purposely care about triggering liberals. I don't care about that. What I care about is saying things that are provocative and interesting and attention getting and sometimes funny, that matter to people. And I just don't see this mattering to most people. This is something that you would mention in a FAQ. Like, does Copy That support diversity, or, like, something along those lines. It's something that you, like, keep low to overcome an objection that people might have residually, if that makes sense. Let's see. Rod, Alex, that's not how you spell Lindsey, and Sean are here to help copywriters master persuasive skills, make more money, and, most importantly, claim the freedom to forge your own career path. And against our will, some might call us A-list copywriters or 6-figure copywriters. Why would that be against our will? I don't know about that. So, yeah, questions. I have a lot of questions. All because we all make what you guys call FU money, aka quit your current job money. I don't know if I love this. Yeah. This is not working for me as, like, as a cred section. That being said, we'll just list some of the niches we've worked in, not to brag, but to show that we genuinely have the experience to back up our claims. Yeah, this is not working at all. Over 45 combined years of experience. Is that true? Yeah, just about at this point. Pretty soon here, like probably within 1 year, we'll have 50 years of combined experience. That's cool. Let's see. Yeah, against our will. It just doesn't work. That's why we're so excited to share this with you today. All part of our Platinum collection. What's all part of it? What before is part of our Platinum collection? Not just to give you a fighting chance, but to help you become the kind of copywriter businesses hunt down to replace their AI content. I don't know, bro. This is just not working for me. The approach is all wrong. But there's a catch. You probably saw our warning at the very top of the page. Yeah, no, this is not working. This can work. This disqualification can work if if framed correctly. Right now, it's just sort of out there. Yeah, I think this is a blank page rewrite. I think that you do have a compelling idea around this notion of like learning the copywriting skills that AI cannot replace. The thing that you got to do though is frame it correctly and then also explain why that matters in a way that is articulated towards the people that are reading it that they care about. So it doesn't work. The idea, there's something to the idea, but right now you have all the wrong words around the idea that just are not working. It's not persuasive. This isn't working. So try it again if you want to try again. So all right, let's look at Roshida's. Looks like she's wireframed this. This looks like a brochure. Interactive map. Ooh. No, so this is a wireframed web page. Maybe even a home page, perhaps. Okay. Let's see. Jamaica Trails. Your passions equal best vacation ever. All right. I have a YouTube short about this, Rashida, but I'm 99% positive that 99% of people have never seen it. A lot of copywriters are tempted to use what are called word equations. What is a word equation? It is using math symbols as a shorthand for copy. I have tested a lot of copy in my life. Word equations typically do not work. They are not confusing to you. I will almost guarantee that they are confusing to your readers. Your passions equal best vacation ever. Let's take a step back. And what does that actually mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to say that your passions are equal to your best vacation ever? Is that trying to insinuate or imply that your best vacation ever will just be pursuing your passions, as in you don't even need to go on a vacation? That's probably not what you are trying to imply there. Let's read it a different way. Are you trying to equate your passions, the things that you care about the most, as being the thing that will lead to you having your best vacation ever because you're going to take a vacation that allows you to pursue your passions? Well, if that's the case, why do this? Why not just say, take the vacation that allows you to pursue take the vacation that allows you to pursue your passions? Wouldn't that be clearer and better? Maybe. Oh, note on the end for me. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Yes. So a lead magnet. What is a lead magnet? So if somebody goes onto a page and they put in their email address, Like oftentimes what will happen is the page will be like, hey, get this free 1-day golfer's fantasy adventure, like on how to, get your dream vacation or whatever to Jamaica or, Jamaican island or whatever. And then the person puts in their email address, and then you have an autoresponder set up to send them this thing that they get when they've signed up. That's what a lead magnet is. That's what Rashida is making here. So this is going to be somebody who's a little bit more familiar with the business. They have already gone to Jamaica Trails. They're already familiar with the business. They've already put in their email address. They already have some degree of information about the business. Now, here's the thing. I can hear my daughter in the background. Word equations just don't work. I've tested it 8 ways from Sunday. They just don't work. Just don't do it. Like, do it if you want to try it. Like, because this is a lead magnet, because this is technically fulfillment, like, there's not really going to be like a whole lot that this needs to do to get outcomes. Like, most people won't care. But in my opinion, from what I've seen and tested, this is bad copy. No, God, for fuck's sake, just like, listen, I get it. You want to be clever. You want to use mathematical symbols in your copy. I get it. You're super smart and I love you. Don't do it. Just don't fucking do it. All right. Follow your passions with 3-day itineraries. I had let your passions lead the way to your best vacation ever. Sounds great, Rashida. That's way better copy than your passions equal best vacation ever. I think let your passions lead the way to your best vacation ever. That's right in the pocket. That's good. There's certainly stuff that you can do to improve that and add specificity, but that is all already here in the deck copy. So I think you're good. All right. Follow your passions with 3-day itineraries. So if you have your passions, you don't necessarily need, and you have like, let your passions lead the way. You don't need to repeat this here. Here you can talk about passion and stuff like that, but like, you don't want like to have your passions or let your passions be immediately followed by follow your passions. That's redundant in a bad way. Instead, what you can do is like our 3-day itineraries, locally crafted for dozens of niche interests you want to explore. This is too vague. Rather than follow your passions, you can do something along the lines of like, let your passions lead the way to your best vacation ever. Our custom tailored 3-day itineraries allow you to explore wherever it is. I'm guessing it's Jamaica, in a way that no one else on earth can. Mix and match them into a Jamaican vacation that's uniquely you. Like, that's a selling point for vacations, to have an experience that no one else in the world can get. That's largely dictated by only the things that you're interested in doing. That's a hell of a benefit. That's really cool. This right now, like, you want to sort of bring it out a little bit, make it a little bit more clear. Like, write it in such a way that it's just dummy simple. Like, what is it that we're doing here? We're making 3-day itineraries for local area that are crafted to niche interests. Okay. We know that niche interests kind of sucks as a benefit. So how do we replace that? We craft 3-day itineraries to create a custom vacation experience just for you. And like, then just like sort of revise and sort of like piece together things until you find something that like is super clear and feels super enticing. Wouldn't it be better to put something more specific? Private trip to Dunn's River Falls or something more specific? So that depends on the angle. If you know from your customer research that everyone wants to go to Dunn's River Falls, yes, that works in your headline. but the angle here is on a person's individual passions, and like custom, like niche itineraries. So why would we be specific about a very specific event, like that would be like targeted to like a person doing only that thing, as opposed to getting a custom experience? There's a pre-made, or like, how should I say? There's a lot of ways to make pre-made sound good without lying and saying that it's custom. Artisanal is very commonly used for this, but bespoke, or like handmade, or like, personally organized, things like that. Yeah, just stuff like that. So you don't have to do custom if it's not custom, but I would definitely like lean into the fact that like these itineraries like offer people versatility and unique experiences. Hey, look at this. Professionally curated. That's good copy right there. I like that. Professionally curated is perfect. Yeah. Also make the logo small. I don't think that's necessarily... I think the problem is not smallness. I think it's space between the logo and the headline. I think we need a little bit more negative space. But like, don't worry about design until after you get the copy dialed in. So design is the last thing that you do. So I won't be giving any design comments unless I see something that's like super glaring. All right. And like a universal principle that you can't see on your own. All right. One day golfer's fantasy adventure. All right. Social media and other channels, I'm still figuring out. Would love to know what you think about the copy generally. Any feedback at all? Okay. That's what I've been doing. Would love to know what you think of the CTAs. Okay. 2 in the itinerary itself. Which should I keep? Also, are they too disruptive being smack in the middle of the itinerary? So, one day golfer's fantasy adventure. Tee off with the Caribbean Sea in all its turquoise wonder as your backdrop. As you aim, try not to get distracted by views of magnificent great houses, historic ruins, and sights from old James Bond movies. Jamaica's gorgeous golf courses are a history lesson in themselves, and this luxury itinerary is all you need to enjoy a couple for a day. A couple of golf courses? That's a little worded a little confusingly there. I know what you're trying to say. A couple of golf courses. The problem with it in copy, we would call this elision. You have elided the things that you were referring to, and that creates ambiguity in your sentence. And if there's ambiguity, then it's unclear and it's confusing, yada, yada, yada. But golf isn't all that you'll do. You can't come to Jamaica and not soak in some sun and culture. So beach and cultural experiences round off your day in paradise. That feels weaker. I don't really have a clear reason why that's weaker. I'm just going to go ahead and say that like this feels super specific, and this feels super vague and kind of thrown in like as an afterthought. And I don't think that's what you want to do here. So included booking and reservations, info, prices, interactive maps, expert local notes in each stop. So let me look at this page. One day golfer's fantasy adventure. Yeah. Yeah. Just rework this headline and complex. I think the one day golfer's fantasy adventure, I think that works. But like, if you're leading off with like 3-day itineraries, somebody's going to read that 3-day itineraries and then one day golfer's fantasy adventure and be like, these two numbers are not the same. You have to think like almost like a Cro-Magnon like that sometimes when people are experiencing copy. Like, why are these different? Because people do get confused that easily. And obviously you're going to say probably in the comments, like, but this is just one day of a 3-day adventure. Like, again, you have to spell it out. So day one notes. Yeah. If it's a 1 day itinerary, then do you need day one notes? Like I would say, like, your golfing fantasy, like action plan, or like action plan, or like itinerary, or something like that. Even just notes would probably be better. All right, let's look at this. 1 day golfers fantasy adventure, day one of one, because it's a 1 day adventure. A golfing adventure featuring local history and beach delights. By the way, Rashida, when I say something like day one of a 1 day adventure, I'm not trying to be flippant or snarky. I'm trying to point out to you that, like, that doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? So, morning, tee off in paradise at Cinnamon Hill Golf Course, 4 hours. Day one was noted to show them what to expect in a full 3-day itinerary. So let me ask you this, Rashida. Is there any point before this where that is spelled out? I think here you're trying to imply that, but at no point is it clear to me that what you're trying to do here, and I'm going to make a guess as to what you're trying to do. What you're trying to do here, fundamentally, is hook people with day one and get them to call and book for the other 2 days of the adventure. Is that right? So what you want to do, definitely, is either directly or indirectly. Right, day one of 3. But, like, again, we got here, it's a 1 day golfer's adventure, fantasy adventure, and then day one. So I'm confused. Want 3 more days like this? I think you mean 2 more. Get the full 3-day golfer's paradise itinerary. That's the CTA. Get niche itineraries you can mix and match into your perfect vacation. I would say professionally curated. Go with this. That's pretty good. If you need something smaller, bespoke is fine too. You can mix and match into the perfect vacation. If you want more days like this, get the full 3-day golfer's paradise itinerary. So, like, again, you have to sort of refine your wording and make it, like, clear, like, what people are getting, and how this is ultimately valuable but incomplete. You have to figure out how exactly to articulate that appropriately, because that's what a lead magnet is, basically. It's like, here, I'll give you, like, enough, like a little taste, a little teaser, like enough to get started. But if you want the full thing, if you like this and you want more, you got to pay. So let's look at some of the actual copy for what's happening. Spend your morning on a breathtaking course that's often featured in Hollywood movies. Specificity goes a long way there. Don't be distracted by the historic great houses, surprising waterfalls, or the ocean views. You'll need to bring your A game to this challenging 18-hole course. Next stop, coffee, then a challenge of a different sort. Listen, I have never studied the golf niche. I've worked, so work is a strong word. I've hung out with Donnie French, who is the co-owner of probably one of the best golf direct response businesses right now. And he was going through a VSL, like his copy that he was sort of like optimizing and changing around and stuff like that. And, like, I gave him a bunch of ideas that he sort of ran with and, like, he liked. But, like, so I ultimately, though, like, I don't know what is going to be persuasive to a golfer, but a yellow flag raises in my head when I see that you need to bring your A game to this challenging 18-hole course. Is that going to be appealing to most regular golfers who also want like to spend a leisurely time like enjoying ocean views and like Jamaica and stuff like that, is the first thing that you want to do is like raise the like, oh, by the way, you're going to have the worst day of golf in your entire fucking life because of how hard this course is. Like, start your day by getting humiliated on the links. Like begin your wonderful itinerary with a horrible frustration and maybe a broken putter because you just can't sink anything. That's what I think about when I read this. Now, here's the thing. Challenge copy that like sort of emphasizes the challenge of something, can actually appeal to certain demographics in certain markets. There are some people that know, like, if you just come out and straight up be like, this is going to be miserable, it's going to be the hardest experience of your life, like, by the end of this, like, you will be reshaped as a person. People buy into that stuff all the time. There are sort of like alpha and exercise boot camps that like specifically do that, and they sell a lot and make a lot of money as a result. I don't think this is that. I don't know if this would appeal to the golfers that you would want to spend money on this. So, yeah, it's just stuff that like you need to think about. Like it's all subtle wording stuff. Again, like Rashida, like you're at the point of your career where you need to be like super hyper conscious of like that subtle wording shit. So, 3-day itinerary would be a full 3 separate days, not including the day and the lead magnet. Yeah, that's pretty confusing. I think one of the problems that you're running into, Rashida, is that like what you want to do, you're trying to give people a taste, a teaser, but then you also want people to get a 3-day itinerary on top of this additional day. And so ultimately, like, I just don't know if that's articulated well right now or as clear as you want it to be. So I would definitely like refine that and make it as like super Cro-Magnon and simple as possible. Yeah. Okay. Great. And again, like the answer, the true answer to that is going to come from your customer research. Like, do the people that like go to this course, are they happy about how challenging it is? Do people, like, when they look and hunt for courses, are they looking for a challenge, or are they just looking for a way to get frustrated and drink beer while they go for a walk? Because most of the golfers that I personally know, all they want to do is like go for a walk in the park and like not have people think that they are not manly, basically. So that's why they ruin their walks with golf and beer. There you go. Coffee break at Cinnamon Cafe. So at lunchtime, you get a coffee break. After a morning of golf, after a morning or golf, I think you mean after morning of golf, get your caffeine fix at the cafe on site, the golf course. Snacks and sandwiches are also served. Your next history-filled destination is only a few minutes away. So wait, hold on 1 second. I got to show up and be in the treeless sun for 4 hours without breakfast, presumably while drinking booze, and then you're going to give me a 30-minute coffee break during lunchtime. After, like, I'm sure you're starting to see that this itinerary is starting to fall apart a little bit. Yeah. Be careful with stuff like that. Well, yeah, no, so the double colon is clearly a mistake. I'm not going to jump on Rashida for that. Like, she'll catch all this stuff when she rereads it. Yeah, too many fellas feel that, like, you know, taking a walk to center themselves is unmanly. I actually, I literally have a friend who is getting into his late 30s, and he had to start, like, he can't run anymore. His knees are basically shot. His hips are basically shot. He has like sciatica and stuff like that. And so, like, to lose weight and like to keep weight off, he started walking regularly. And guess what he did? the moment that he like did that, he literally sent a picture of like the app that's tracking his walks, and he sent it to all of his friends group, and he just wrote, "I'm walking now, gay." And like, that's how your typical manly man thinks. I'm walking, therefore I must be a little gay. Like, I'm not saying that that's the case. It's not. I love walks. I am a nature lover. But yeah, that's the type of person who's like really into golf. Also, they tend to have, how should I say, somewhat toxic and problematic views of masculinity. We live in the world with them. Anyway, if you don't want me to show them, don't write them. That's it. All right. Here, historic ghost stories at Rose Hall Great House. Again, we got the double colon thing going here. Rashida, there's like a few errors here and there. Just make sure to give stuff a proofread. Are you superstitious? If you answered yes, this tour of one of Jamaica's most historic mansions from the 18th century will challenge your mind when you hear the creepy story of its legendary owner. This is not working for me. Like, and also, does this fit in well with the type of person who wants a golf tour? Like, when I think of the people that I know that play golf, this feels like an outlier. This feels strange to me. I think maybe giving them like a prepaid like luxury lunch at like a cafe resort hotel restaurant, like that's probably going to be better than these two things. Sorry, coffee break and then the historic ghost stories. Historic ghost stories, that works well as like a family trip. I don't think that works well as a golf adventure. I think what people want is probably going to be more golf related stuff or like more manly leisure related things. Yes, they're not going to want to hear ghost stories. They want to play golf, have beer, be fed, and play golf. Yes, that is exactly my point. Lunch, houseboat grill. So I definitely feel like if you want to ham up and like really oversell this experience, this is not doing that well right now. Like, what food do they offer? Is it super delicious? Does it have a Michelin star? Like, focus on like, what is it about this place that makes it special in the context of this? Yeah. Luxury rich person activities to like, take your kids to a ghost story. It doesn't really work right now. And listen, like, I'm sure Rashida is not a trained like travel itinerary constructor. And so like if the business is like giving her these itineraries, she might consider pushing back a little bit or creating something of her own based on her research of people who love golf. And if it's one thing that I know that golfers love, it's ruining walks and drinking. Almost every golfer I know loves those two things. So like a beer tasting might be a good idea. A wine tasting, a whiskey tasting, something along those lines might be a better idea. Evening, relax on sugary sands at Doctor's Cave Beach after a busy morning. So let's think about this practically really quick. So you're going to be under the sun without trees or tree cover for 4 hours in the Caribbean. Okay. So you're immediately starting your day by getting dehydrated. Then you go drink something that dehydrates you more. And then you go hear ghost stories, which let's just go ahead and say that dehydrates you. And then you go have lunch at a houseboat surrounded by water that you can't drink. Anyway, Then you go relax on the sands. And this is all back to back to back. So do people have an opportunity to change and clean up before they go to lunch? Do people have a chance to like change into beachwear before do they go to the beach? I guess, they have 30 minutes to do so. Might want to mention, like, bring your bathing suit. There you go. So cool off in the blue waters of this white sandy beauty and enjoy its reputed healing powers. Relax as much as you can, not stop. Yeah. So lounging, relaxing by the beach is not golf stuff. Here's what would work maybe a little bit better. Teeing off in the morning, that's fine. Luxury lunch on a boat. I'm on a boat. That's cool. Mention that. Like, that's great. Talk about like, the feeling, the sensation, the amazing food. Does it have a Michelin star, et cetera, et cetera. And then what's next? Like maybe a private lesson with like a, local golf star or something like that. Yeah. So like that is more compelling to me. And then like, if, like if you are able to get like a golf pro to like do a clinic on like the short game or like chipping or something like that, like, like actually get a world-renowned expert. Like so I know this about golf because my dad was a golfer, my grandfather was a golfer. Most pro, like professional, like high scale clubs, like golfing organizations and clubs, they typically have a resident pro, somebody who actually does this stuff and like will sometimes lead like classes and stuff like that, or like go play with like the high ticket clients and stuff like that. That's just the thing. That's, it's rich people stuff. They will literally hook you up with like, imagine like you go to a luxury resort and they have a basketball court, and like part of the thing that sells you on like the resort is like you get a chance to like play one-on-one with LeBron James. So that's funny. So that's the sort of stuff that you would want to like think about including in this itinerary, or that the travel person would want to think about this itinerary. Relaxing on the beach doesn't really work. Beach hopping. So you have the right idea here of like cross-selling like into other itineraries. Enjoy a good beach hop with our 3-day hidden beaches itinerary. Now here's the thing. You can still include that CTA, that cross-sell, that cross-promotion, if you say that the houseboat grill is on a beach. More into beaches than like luxury food, then go here. And that's how you would do that. So there's that. And then enjoy a shorter 9 holes at Tyrol Golf Course, 2 hours. End your day by playing golf while the sun blazes a trail of orange above the Cobalt Ocean. Again, your descriptive writing is really, really good, but also keep in mind that we have, like, Rashida. When was the last time you spent 2, 3, 7 hours under the sun, like unprotected under the sun in a single day? Most people don't do that. Most people, especially of my complexion, would die. So that's something that you want to keep in mind. You want to make sure that people like in this itinerary have ample breaks. Trial allows players to book 9 holes on its 18-hole par 72 golf course. So if your earlier stint at Cinnamon Course left you spent, you can choose a 2 hours long 9-hole game. I'm sure people on the stream can hear my daughter having a meltdown right now. Anyway, dinner, Pier 11, seafood, cuisine or cocktails, or at your resort, see timing and notes. Okay, yeah, again, sell people on the dinner experiences, because if that's part of the experience, that's an important part of the experience. Yeah, everything is fine. She's just, she's a toddler. She's 4. Like, she wants stuff, and like, If you say like, no, you may not have any candy, that's what you get. That's the age that we're at now. So anyway. Yeah. That's being a parent. You deal with screaming when you're trying to stream. All right. Day one notes. If you plan on renting a car, you can easily drive to the attractions on this one-day golfer's paradise journey. Is there anything that the business offers to help people get a car? Might be worth mentioning. If you rent a driver through your resort, getting around will also be a breeze. Public transportation is not recommended because of logistics of the transportation. Yeah. I would be a little bit clearer here, and also a little bit more helpful. You know, don't just be like, if you rent a driver through your resort, getting around will be a breeze. Don't do that. You want to specifically spell out, you will need a car to get here. You can either rent a car through one of our partners, or you can rent a driver through your resort. We have a special guide for you on that. You can get it by clicking here. So like being a little bit more clear about this, because otherwise like this feels unhelpful. Timing. Day one's activities are easy to get to and from if you're staying in Ocho Rios. Is this timing? This feels like a weird subhead for this detail. Maybe a better subhead would be like, where do you want to stay? For this. And then you would say like, these particular resorts are close to everything that you would need to do on this itinerary. The last stop is 2 hours from Ocho Rios and an hour from Negril. All stops are in or around Montego Bay. Okay. I'm going to really quick. This is for Rashida, but it's also for anybody who is writing copy that's a little bit longer. If you are ever finding yourself in a situation where you have to explain a lot of details using if clauses, if, rewrite it, because every single if then clause, when it becomes stacked, becomes confusing. If then clauses are always going to be a little less persuasive than most other sentence structures. So you want to not avoid them, but like you want to avoid overusing them, especially if you're trying to explain something like how to get to a place. With stuff like this, with notes on like instructions, you want to be super clear. In my opinion, you want to use mostly imperative clauses. And Rashida, you're a longtime viewer, so you know what an imperative clause is. But an imperative clause uses the verb first and tells people what to do. Public transportation is not recommended. That's passive voice. A imperative would be, don't use public transportation for this itinerary, period. Notice how clear and how clear cut that is, how like direct and to the point it is. And it uses way fewer words than this. You can of course add a reason at the end of that imperative, but you don't have to. So imperatives are going to be the thing that takes this copy, makes it a little bit better. Because what you're trying to do is tell people how to enjoy this itinerary. So lean into the fact that you're telling people what to do. And I know from your writing from the past, that might be a little outside of what you normally do. But think very clearly that like if people want this itinerary, they want somebody to do the thinking for them. So do the thinking for them. Having a bunch of ifs, you're going to run into trouble. All right. Yeah, if your hotel recommends, I highly recommend staying over in Montego Bay. Just lead with that. Jamaica. Driving in Jamaica late at night can be dangerous. So again, Rashida, give this a proofread. As some of the streets in the more remote South Coast and Portland will be challenging if you don't know them well. If you do overnight, get the 3-day Magic Montego Bay itinerary. Rather than do if, say something along the lines of like, this 1-day itinerary might feel a little aggressive for some people. For the people who want a more leisurely luxury experience spread over 3 days, we recommend this itinerary and these hotels that you can stay in. Something along those lines that just clearly spells out like what a person should do depending upon the outcome that they desire. And I don't think anybody can hear on the stream right now, but my daughter, who was just screaming a moment ago, is now like she just told a knock knock joke. I can literally hear her. She just told a knock knock joke. So like all is well. That's toddlers. That's how it be. Anyway, booking. Another if. Booking. Just say links to attractions and restaurants have been provided next to this icon wherever you see it. There you go. Exchange rates. The price is quoted in Jamaican dollars. Yeah. Okay. Interactive map. Scan this QR code to use day one map or follow this link. Yeah, that works. What to pack? Golf club, sunscreen, bathing suit, and clothing change. Cash. You might want to be a little bit more specific about how much cash. But yeah, Rashida, I tried to go through this in like detail because like this is the kind of copy that not a lot of people typically write. It seemed like at times that you were a little bit out of your comfort zone when writing this. So I tried to provide as many details and like general topics and advice as I could. I think that you really should talk to the tour people about this itinerary and like really research like for each itinerary, like what does this person specifically want? And I know that you said that you wanted to give this based on a quiz funnel, and that is going to be a huge time suck for you if you want like very specifically catered like itineraries for each individual niche interest. Like that's going to be huge. But also at the same time, like you want to make sure that this is appealing because what you're selling here is what you're like. Yes, some people will use this itinerary, but what you want to do is make the itinerary seem so appealing that a person cannot do anything except get the bigger, better experience. And so that is subconsciously what you're trying to do through the entirety of this piece of copy. And right now, I don't think that you're really doing it. So yeah, a lot more background. It's not for a business with all those services. It's for my own solo YouTube channel. We'll try again at the next Whetstone Wednesday. Okay, one, badass. That's really cool. Secondly, some of my criticisms still stand a little bit. I highly recommend like really digging into like what it is that these individuals and these niche interests are really looking for. If you've already done that research, tell you like, here's the thing. What funnel do I suggest? Each of these, the 1 day to 3 day upsell thing, if you're trying to sell 3-day itineraries through your own funnel, here's the thing. Just start with not a quiz funnel, but a simple landing page. Get your 1 day, dream, golf adventure in Jamaica. And that's your headline. And then like you have a little image and like have 3 bullets and stuff like that. And then just ask for people's email address. And like what you do then is you drive traffic to specifically that landing page. You can either do it through paid ads or you can do it through organic or whatever you want to do. But here's the thing. over time, as you build these 1 day to 3 day upsell funnels, what you want to do is iterate and grow and test and see, like, okay, more people are into the golf thing and fewer people are into the ghost house thing. More people are into like I don't know, going to the part of Jamaica, like Blue Mountain, I think is a part, and like having like nature walks there. That's a whole thing in Jamaica. And fewer people are into like, oh, I don't know, like, how should I say, like, what is it? Kingston is the capital of Jamaica. Kingston, Jamaica. Yeah, it is. I remembered a thing. Kingston is indeed the capital of Jamaica. Maybe fewer people are into like, get the restaurants and bars of Kingston than like some other thing. What I'm trying to suggest is that, like, rather than like start with a quiz funnel and all of the huge amount of work that you need to do to make a quiz funnel work, build it piece by piece and see if each individual piece has enough interest and generates enough sales for you to justify its existence. Because once you have enough pieces, however many you decide, then it makes sense for you to lead people to a quiz funnel. Now, here's the thing, too. A quiz funnel would ultimately be an optimization. You might find that like driving traffic to individual pages that give individual 1 day itineraries might actually be better than a quiz funnel. But you won't know until you test. And the easiest way to test is to do the simpler thing first before you build the harder thing, the quiz funnel. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Rashida, do you have any questions for me? Anything else that you would like me to look at or go over before I press on? We are next going to be looking at CBD gummies. Love it. I love it because CBD is basically a catch-all for every type of thing that a person could possibly have wrong with them. Broken knees, just take CBD. The clinical research is so vague and so, how should I say, speculative right now that you can basically promise anything with CBD gummies. But Rashida, yeah, I mean, if it's really quick. Also, don't ask to ask, just ask. All right, Rashida, you are either fine and good, or you are writing out a very long question. I'm going to keep this open, but if you do have a very long question, I can come back to this, and I will come back to your question. But we want to press on. Stop it! No design. This is not the design that stream. This is the copy that Whetstone stream. Now, for real though, like Rashida, once you do sort of lock in the copy and feel very good about the copy and advice, definitely go through and either like give the design a once over or like hire somebody from like Fiverr or Upwork to help you with the design. But like, if you're just trying to do like, how should I say, a minimally viable product, this is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. If you want it to look more professional, then, spend the money later on to do that. But yeah. Wouldn't individual be better if driving leads from social media where short form specific stuff works well? Sometimes. Absolutely sometimes. But here's the thing. Do you want to test this one step at a time and like make your life not a living hell? Or do you want to try to get all this done and all this done right, all before you get any data telling you if any of it is good at all? My suggestion is to pick the less optimal approach that is practical for you to do. So you can absolutely drive leads to an individual sign-up page for an individual thing, even if it's unrelated. you never know like what your signups are going to be like. You don't know until you test. But gradually over time, like especially if you're building out a YouTube channel, like for a long time, Copy That, we included both the CCC and a link to the EMP in each of our descriptions. And like for the EMP, which is like a pretty expensive thing, like we were getting like a sale here and there every now and again, even from the videos that were completely unrelated to marketing strategy. So until you're at a point where you can direct people to either like a hub or a quiz funnel or some other funnel that allows people to like pick and choose, then what you want to do is just test step by step. That's more of a practical and your sanity thing. Okay. Yes. Make your life not a living hell for $10. Listen, I've been in info publishing for a very long time. And what I have discovered over the years is that a lot of people get in their heads like they listen to these streams, they watch our courses, they learn what's optimal and they study businesses that have like existing systems. But the thing with existing systems is that more often than not, they are just a patchwork of like 38 different things that they launched and then launched and then launched and then launched. And then eventually, when it became optimal to do so, they combined. And you're going to find that your life will be much easier if you give yourself less work to do as you're spinning up a big project. I hope that makes sense. Okay. How do you make a landing page? I'm really stuck on that because people have told me that there is a design part and copy part. Where do briefly start? We do have a free landing page masterclass on our channel here. I'm not going to highlight some of those comments. Anyway, let's go to youtube.com/copy that. Oh, hey. Look, it's my face and some stats. Go to videos and go to the like, not only do we have this video right here, the basics of landing pages, proven tips and advice for beginner copywriters. That is a whole masterclass on like what you need to think about when it comes to landing pages. Specifically, we focus on squeeze pages and sales pages. And if you don't know the difference, watch that video. And then we also have like more niche stuff. How this landing page copy made 4.5 million. And all I do is just walk through a page that actually generated a bunch of sales and like talk about why it was working. So if you want to know what to write and like how, like what to think about when writing landing pages, go to those two videos. If you are like straight up just like, no, bro, I literally don't know where to put words, how to input words. If you want a basic landing page builder, use Canva. It's free. Or use Google Docs in pageless format. Here. Docs, blank. And then, what is it? Format and switch to pageless. And then get rid of this. And then center. And then you always want to use impact font. Only ever use impact font. How to create simple landing pages that boost your business by 2.9x. And then you put that as 36 font. We don't like that little orphan there. How to create simple landing pages. Now boost your business by 2.9x. And then you switch to something that's also sans serif. And then you like do a little bit of this. And okay. Here's how 9 businesses use our simple pageless system to massively boost their revenue. We've worked with nearly a dozen businesses. We've coached nearly a dozen businesses to use our simple pageless system that massively boosted their revenue. Can we do the... Here's how we'll do the same for yours. There you go. Here's how we'll make your business explode too. Or we'll pay you double what our services cost. There you go. And hey, that's a crappy, really hastily put together headline complex. Why is Sean writing copy? What is going on? It feels like a few people like weren't paying attention, and then they yeah. Yeah. Do people get turned off by quotation marks at all, or can you just use them? I don't think people care. Yeah, Skylighter, this is why I pick on you. All right. Dear reader, are you tired of paying designers $12,000 per thousands of dollars for landing and copywriters? $1,000 for landing pages that don't drive any sales. Let's switch this to 14-point font. There you go. Let's zoom in so people can actually see. Are you ready to boost your business to the next level? But don't want to waste money on systems that don't work. Sales. Does your business need a simple system for testing lots of copy to find out what drives the most revenue for your business? If you answered yes, then you may just need to try this amazing pageless landing page system that my agency has developed for clients in the for coaching clients. There you go. Boost your coaching and consulting. There you go. Made it more specific. Okay. Now, where is this person? Kermit the Frog. You want to know how to make a landing page. You want to know the design part. Ta-da! Ta-da! That's it. That's all you have to do. Look at that. Like I made a very simple headline. I follow that with some very simple deck copy, and then I follow that with a very simple opening to a very simple lead. That's it. That's how you start a landing page. If you want to do some like fancier design stuff, then you play around with this, and that's how you learn. And if you do it this way, it will be like, and you work with a business that like has a designer, it will be very easy for them to convert what you have on this page to what appears on a landing page. Easy peasy. And now everybody knows a very simple pageless system for creating landing pages. Use a pageless Google Doc. There you go. And let's see. I think there's also an option for make available offline. No, there's like share, and if you go to share, I guess we'll save it. I was just going to delete it. Copy link. If you go to settings here, allow editors to change permissions and share. Yes, but viewers and commenters can see the option to download, print, copy. Turn that off. So if you have this and it's off, viewers and commenters will not see the option to download, print, or copy your copy. There. Now you can switch to anyone with a link can become a viewer, and you copy that link, and then you post that link in an email or in a Discord or in a YouTube video or really anything. Because if you do that, like boom, there. Now here, all of you can now go read this amazing copy. Happy birthday. Like, it really is that simple. Yeah, look, we already have an anonymous quagga. What the fuck is a quagga? Anonymous squirrel. I know what a squirrel was. Haven't even used Helvet. Aerial and impact for life, bro. All right. Do I not use copy planning when writing or spit drafting? Do you really think I needed to sit down and plan this? Do you really think I needed to use spit drafting for this? This is already like, this needs some revision and stuff like that. Like, just sit down and write. Like, if you need spit drafting, like if you want to like draft something and you like need to structure it well, then you do that. But if you have all that memorized and you've been doing it for way too many years, then you just start writing. There you go. Easy peasy. Yes. There you go. Web safe. Fonts. Arial, Helvetica, Impact. Easy peasy. All right. So there you go. That's how you make a landing page. It took a few minutes, and we already have plenty of copy. Here, what's word count? There you go. 148 words of copy that we just blasted out there. And that's, if you want to learn how to write landing pages, this is a good way to start. Easy peasy. All right. We are getting out of this. We're looking at CBD gummies. All right. Let's go in a little bit closer. CBD niche for practice. Research that most consumers say it worked. Others have said it did not work. So I dug deeper. I found out that consumers get counterfeit CBDs. Counterfeit CBD oil. Oh no, that's bad. I think that we are now in the mostly solution aware phase, and people are becoming more sophisticated when it comes to CBDs, CBD oil and CBD gummies. So yeah, it's worth actually like spending time to like prove that the quality is there. Because of recent legalization, the market was so hot that more corrupt CBD gummies began to appear, diluted products. To counter that, I slapped some hardcore credibility on the product page. Wow, hardcore credibility. I like it. Research shows that CBDs can be promising, but as of right now, credibility is still not strong. The FDA does support one prescription of CBDs for neurological disorders. That, oh shit, I used to know that off the top of my head. It's for like some epilepsy condition. Hold on 1 second. CBD epilepsy, Epidiolex, I think. Epilepsy C drug. Yeah, Epidiolex. It's Epidiolex is what it is. There it is. Epidiolex is the CBD FDA approved drug. Though you cannot just buy that off the counter. You actually do need to prescribe it. Let's see. FDA does support one prescription of CBD. Okay. P.S. This is the product page I designed myself, but the copy is old in that one. But the design, what? But the design was inspired by your offer creation masterclass, increase the AOV guarantees, and so on. Copy of CBD. Okay. Memorial Day special, 20% off. Orange County Cannabis Dispensary. 3 powerful cannabinoids for unwinding and tranquility, and 1 gummy. Okay. Orange County CBD is a new high-potent cannabinoid system that helps relaxation and stimulate feel-good neurons. That's another little snippet of copy that like says a lot but means nothing. Stimulate feel-good neurons. I mean, doesn't anything really? Technically, you know, if you're into BDSM, getting smacked in the face stimulates feel-good neurons too. So there's that. Yeah. All right. So just so I understand, that's a product page that this person designed themselves. Copy is old. The design was inspired by the offer creation masterclass. I understand. Yeah, I was looking at that. The Memorial Day, the offer, that all seemed okay. Revised copy is at the bottom. Okay, Memorial Day special, 20% off. Just say off your first order. I know grammatically, like it should be off on your first order, but saying off on is confusing. So just elide the on. All right, 3 powerful cannabinoids for unwinding and tranquility, and 1 gummy. I wonder if 3 powerful cannabinoids in 1 gummy. That almost feels stronger, like put together. 3 powerful cannabinoids in 1 gummy to help you unwind and experience true blissful tranquility. Something along those lines. Like play around with that. All right. Yeah. Just thinking about that. Like play around with this. Because I like that idea of like three in one. You know, it almost writes itself. Orange County CBD is new hype. So, okay. Is Orange County CBD the business or is it the name of the product? I have questions. Is a new high-potent cannabinoid system that helps relaxation and stimulate feel-good neurons. Again, I like how deliciously vague feel-good neurons is, though neurons is spelled wrong. Medical Marijuana News, Cannabis Media, and the LA Times Medical rate it 5 stars. I don't think you need to say it's non-compensated. I mean, if people are really having that objection this early on in a piece of copy, there's no way that you're going to be able to overcome their objections. That is 20% off, give or take. What is 20% of 35? That is that's $7 off. So this should be $28 if this is truly $20 off sale. So the math ain't mathin' right here. So these gummies help ease feelings of overwhelm and help me to feel calmer and clear-minded. If you're going to give a testimonial, you have to give like either like abbreviations, like an acronym, like a pseudonym or something like that. Definitely consider including like either an image or a stock image or something along those lines. As long as it's a real testimonial, you can like make up a name for them. You can include a fake image for them. All of that is fine, as long as it's a real testimonial. Crazy, right? All right. So there's that. Then order now, subscribe, and save 15% off. What? Okay, 20% off, 15% off. All right. a lot of e-com stores do this. It's not optimal, but I would say subscribe and save for an extra 15% off, something along those lines. Okay. 193,237 plus satisfied Orange County CBD users. So I'm guessing that this is the number of customers for this business. So this Orange County CBD is a new high potent cannabinoid system. So the business is a system. Makes no sense. Rework this. Some of this is not working. But we've helped customers get their 99.3% purified CBDs in 40 milligrams. Okay. I understand what you're trying to do here. You're trying to include a lot of very specific details related to things that people are very interested in doing. But I'm going to change the context so that you understand how maybe ridiculous this is. Shawnee Mac Fentanyl opened its doors 3 years ago, but I've helped customers get their 99% purified fentanyl in 10 milligram doses. When you listen to that, you go like, what? What the fuck? You can do this with any of you watching this at this point. Like, it's 3 hours in, so there's like 4 of you. All 4 of you can do that with your own copy. All of you can like play a little bit of Mad Libs and be like, wait, something feels off about the sentence. If I replace it with different things, does it still make sense? And I'm sure you can see immediately that once you start replacing it with something a little bit more absurd, it really highlights how it doesn't make sense. Orange County CBD opened its doors 3 years ago, period. So far, we've helped hundreds of thousands of people get the CBD gummies that, get CBD gummies that we are tested pure or something along the lines. I don't think you need to mention the 40 milligrams here just yet. Test after test shows that our CBD is 99.3% pure. If you have some sort of certification, like the, I don't know, Southern California bud experts used laser spectroscopy to prove that our CBD is 99.3% pure. Yeah. Anyway, like, those sort of certifications do matter for this kind of stuff because it makes it more believable. But the way that you have the sentence constructed, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to cram in as many specific details as possible. It's not working because like the pieces don't fit. It's like a Tool song. Anyway, therefore, no burning money on watered down CBD gummies. Here's the thing that you have to be careful of, especially in product page copy. And this is a general good copywriting lesson for you all overall. Do not introduce objections that are not going to naturally be there. I know right now that you are trying to overcome objections related to people worried about the purity of their CBD. But let me I've told this story on stream before, but I was once drunk at a mastermind, a Brian Kurtz mastermind, and this supplement salesman cornered me, and he had terrible breath, and he, like, apropos of nothing, kept insisting that his supplements did not contain arsenic. He kept saying, and I wasn't asking any questions. I didn't ask him about his supplements. But he was adamant and repeatedly telling me how his supplements didn't have any arsenic. And it didn't matter. It did not matter that a woman had sued him and that her fingers were black and falling off. He had it tested. There was no arsenic found in his supplements. And you want to know something? By the end of that conversation, I was pretty sure his supplements had fucking arsenic. No matter how many ways that he tried to overcome that objection, by keep insisting on it, by like really hammering home that his CBD gummies were not watered down, guess what I'm going to fucking think? I'm going to think that your CBD gummies are watered down, bro. Like, so just be careful. Like, you don't need to mention this necessarily if that is not a objection that people naturally have. This, I think, does the job well enough. And if you have some sort of certification or like third party like thing that proves that, that's all you need. That's really all you need. And maybe you can mention it into a FAQ or something like that. But I don't think this is something that you need. Your CBD gummies are third-party tested for purifications. Yep. And we did not pay the professional reviewers of this product. Again, that's one of those things. If in your copy, you're going, we did not compensate these people, and we did not pay professional reviewers to review this product, guess what I am going to start thinking? Wait, what? Huh? Again, don't overcome objections that are not really objections. Like, if there's 5 people on the planet that are just like, I bet you those testimonials are made up. No, like, legally speaking, if, like, for example, if you're name calling the medical marijuana's news, like, you're technically, like, if you're using that kind of social proof, you're technically supposed to link to that. So whenever you see a page where there's like the logos of different businesses, as featured on ESPN News or like Pornhub or whatever, like, those are supposed to be links to the specific instances where the topic appeared on that page. That's a compliance thing. You can also get away with like having like footnotes to the product page or the sales page. But either way, you are technically, I'm sure like there are some like carve outs in other businesses that like maybe it's not that big of a deal. But like in my world, you gotta provide links to that stuff, like actually in your copy on your pages. So anyway, that, I think, just providing that proof, probably going to allay more skepticism than repeatedly saying that these reviews were not paid for. They handpicked our gummies for their own personal interest. I don't know what that sentence is doing. All in all, we ensure you get the most purified gummy to unwind your mind after a hard day. Okay. Let's take a step back and let's look at what's happening here. So far, we have on this product page a headline, not the name of the product, but a headline. I think you'd be better served by like immediately calling out the person that this is for, and then like immediately stating something, I don't know, useful, and then immediately like, overcoming one objection like in the headline. That's typically going to make it for a better product page headline, and just call out something useful, or something unique, and then or one of the 4 U's basically, and then like have a little objection. So like 3 powerful cannabinoids for unwinding and tranquility, in one gummy. Like, that kind of overcomes an objection, but like you can spell it out like 3 powerful cannabinoids for unwinding and tranquility, without blah 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 blah. That's typical. So, but the question that I have as a person reviewing this is like, have you at this point convinced me that I need these gummies? Like, what are these gummies for? What is it? Do they actually help with relaxation and feel good neurons? My neurons want to feel good. My neurons feel bad all of the time. And so when I get to this section, I want to know more about the neurons and how you can fix my fucking shitty neurons. Man, bro, guy, I don't expect a whole bunch of overcoming of this objection that I don't even know if it's really an objection. So I'm not convinced that this is a good product, like what the benefit is yet. Purity, like you can touch on it here and then save it for later. I don't think purity is the thing that you want to sort of lead off with. I think you want to lead off with the outcomes, the things that people want from their 3-in-1 powerful cannabinoid gummies. So that's just a general, like for all of you watching this, that's good general advice for like any product page or any sales page. You have to think about like, what does a person who's interested in this product actually want to or be interested in seeing right now? And if we haven't yet seen a reason to even buy these things, like a true reason spelled out, why would this persuade them? The answer is it probably would not. What's in it for me? There you go. At last, the 99.3% purified CBD gum. We're really leaning into this purification stuff. Again, like the more you lean into it, the more I'm like, how pure are these? Science-backed ingredients to help support relaxation. This, again, is like one of those like fluff terms that I've seen that actually do work in selling supplements. Like it has become more popular, but also like I have seen it work. Natural also works too, no matter how cliche it is. New CBD formula that focuses on 3 major cannabinoids crafted to support stress management, balance mood and energy levels for increased motivation and whatnot. I feel like this needs to come earlier and needs to be written in a little bit of a spicier and more compelling manner. Promotes better sleep without waking up grogginess. Why would you want to wake up grogginess? Grogginess is not somebody you want to wake up. Let grogginess keep sleeping. I'm making jokes because of the grammar that you have here. So definitely before you submit copy next time, give it the old once over. Like make sure to check it. Check those for those typos and grammatical errors, because otherwise I'll make very, very bad dad jokes about it. All right. The one CBD gummy that helps you enter your state of tranquility. Yeah, that's fine. Tossing left and right. Muscles are relaxed and thoughts are at ease, so you can be energy charged for the next morning. Yeah. Before this, and since you're doing bullets, the one CBD gummy that helps you enter a state of tranquility, this subhead doesn't really connect with what follows. Here, what you're doing is you're introducing the 3 cannabinoids that are the active ingredients in this supplement. This subhead does not give me like any indication that that's what is going to follow. So that's important. You want to do that, especially if people want to know like what the 3-in-1 powerful cannabinoids are. And so if you're going to do that also, like I would foreground like CBC should be here. The very first thing that somebody reads, 1 CBC, and then in parentheses, maybe spell it out. And then like colon or, N dash the PSU College of Medicine proved that CBC, boosts feel-good chemicals, that tone down anxiety and relieve physical pain. All right, great. And you do CBC, you do CBN, and then you do CBG. Because here's the thing. Like, you're not hiding this, but what you are doing is making it annoying to read by burying it. So front load it. Be like, this has CBC, CBN, and CBG, and here are some of the facts about each cannabinoid. And then paragraph down below the third one, and be like, by combining all these 3, we get the world's first gummy that successfully promotes feel-good chemicals to relieve your anxiety, that relaxes your muscles and calms your nerves, allowing you to sleep well, and that also like reduces your body inflammation to ensure that your body's natural healing processes can take place. There you go. Just like one little extra line of copy beneath the list of cannabinoids that ties it all together and allows a person reading this to understand why you would want to take a combined supplement of these three in the first place. You list out the individual ones to show like, oh, this is good, this is good, this is good. And then you tie it together by showing how the combination of the three of them is clearly going to be better than any of them individually. Because again, you want to hammer home like what the benefit of doing that is. This I disagree with. A lot of text is fine, especially for like a sales page or a product page. Lots of text is fine, especially if it's like written well and written to be like interesting and punchy. Bullets are typically the best way to do that. But the thing that you have to understand about product pages and like landing pages, I made this point in a Copy That Sells video that absolutely flopped relatively recently, which was like a long form discussion of how long copy should be. One of the points that I made in that video was a very simple fact that if you pay attention to how people interact with web pages and how you interact with web pages, more often than not, what you're doing is you're skimming through and looking for the stuff that would appeal to you and like be interesting to you and be relevant to you. You're a skimmer. Everybody's a skimmer, especially for product pages. And so it doesn't matter how much text you have on a page, as long as like if you're scrolling, you're landing on stuff and seeing stuff that could be relevant to the buyer. If you go to any like Amazon page that's written by like a professional company, that we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of words of copy, but I don't see any person ever complaining about there being too much text on an Amazon product page. Amazon product pages are very often long form pages in disguise, and very few people realize that. And that is because Amazon enables you to interact with the page the way that you normally do, which is to say, scroll around, jump around, read the pieces that are relevant to you. Anywho, so yeah, with your product pages, don't worry so much about like writing too much or going on too long. It's fine. All right. I'm going to go ahead and skip the rest of this because, again, like if you remove bricks at the bottom of walls, all going to come falling down. But basically, yeah, you can definitely like have some sort of designed element here that compares the two. Yeah, but ultimately, like I would put the purity like down below the benefits. And I would certainly put the purity thing down below the ingredients. You want to like start with your biggest and best selling points. Also make sure that like, yeah, you're peppering stuff with CTAs. That's fine. All right. I don't know if you are watching Pedro M. Hold on. I know you need to disclose info honestly, but could you reword info like that in the medically reviewed section so it doesn't stress reasons to not buy, like is not proven to. For a lot of supplements, it's a very big legal gray area of like who regulates it, who manages it, what you need to disclose, and things like that. There's a difference between like compliant copy for supplements versus ethical copy for supplements. If most pages, especially for CBD, do not have a section on what this does not cure. And the reason why is because right now there is so little literature that we actually do not really know what these drugs do not do with any sort of like definitive, clear answer. So here you have the way that it's worded, is not proven to, you absolutely can have a section like that. I don't know if this business would ever go for that. You might have a disclaimer section and then have like, the CBD is not proven to do this or this or this. Make sure to consult with your doctor. Like you see those sorts of disclaimers, consult with your doctor or consult with your physician for, whether taking these cannabinoids would be right for you. And oftentimes that's really the only hedging or compliance language that you need for most types of supplements. But your mileage may vary, the business may vary, the jurisdiction that you're in may vary. You're going to have to check in with all those things and do your research on all that stuff before you put the copy out there to make sure that you don't need to disclose anything else. So there you go. Anywho, all right. Pedro M, I don't see any questions from you. So I'm going to assume that you have no questions and that you are watching this 6 weeks from now and you're like, man, why did it take you 3.5 hours to get to this point? We're only 3 pieces of copy in. And I would go shut up. All right. Jet Zone. No. There we go. Let's see. So this is from Scott. This is the product. Jet Zone is a homeopathic product to alleviate jet lag. Ooh, I love homeopathy. Target reader, Jerry. Ooh, I love the naming of the avatar. That one was not sarcastic. Is a 31-year-old traveling salesman whose job allows him to discover new places. The assignments are under a week, where he has a tight schedule to explore, and therefore each day lost from jet lag is a large lost opportunity. Okay. We are specifically targeting salesmen and professionals who travel a lot. He normally spends his flight watching fantasy movies and has previously tried other products without success. Okay, that's a more important detail in this section than this. Unfamiliar with Jet Zone, he is hopeful but skeptical a solution exists. So this person is solution aware if he has tried other products without success. So this is sort of straddling solution and problem aware, but leaning towards solution aware. If he knows that solutions exist and has previously tried them, he is definitely solution aware. And so what you want to do for solution aware audiences is talk about why your solution is better than other solutions and prove why yours would work as opposed to others. His next trip is in 4 days and is currently searching reviews on X, Google, Amazon, etc. for something that will work. Okay. About jet lag. So what even kind of copy is this? What is this? So is this a landing page? Is this advertorial? Yeah, if this is landing page copy, I don't think it's structured right. I have a lot of questions. Yeah, it feels like an advertorial, but I don't know what this is trying to be. How does a person get here? And I guess this takes people to an order form, I would assume, if that's the CTA. But this could also very much be if this is advertorial, this could be a link to the actual sales page. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what to make of this yet. About jet lag. So, okay. What if you could summon a solution to its 6 stubborn symptoms? Okay. Man, the internet. Maybe it's my computer, maybe it's the internet, but my shit keeps lagging. Yeah. The chat history is extremely green. Yes. Let's see. If you summon a solution to 6 stubborn symptoms. Okay. First off, many of you who went to school and like consider yourself a person who writes, a writer, if you will, would probably look at this, summon a solution to its 6 stubborn symptoms. And you would look at that and you would go, oh, that is alliteration. Yay, alliteration. Alliteration is a rhetorical technique where the same letter or sound at the beginning of adjacent or closely connected words repeat, such as sweet birds sang. Notice how there is that S sound there. That is because in English, there are a lot of words that start with S. If you want to get more nerdy about it, this would be called sibilance, which is a specific subsection of alliteration that focuses on S and Sh sounds. Yeah. What you're doing calls attention to itself. And more often than not, when you have a rhetorical technique where you're doing this and it calls attention to itself, it's not good copy. Alliteration is a rhetorical technique. And even if you did this unintentionally, this is still something that you, everybody watching this, has to watch out for. You have to pay attention to. Because a lot of this stuff, if it draws attention to itself and like it's not subtle, distracts people from the copy and ultimately makes people question the, how should I say, authenticity of it. Sales, it tends to be better when you avoid rhetoric altogether. And by that, I mean like rhetorical tropes and cliches. There are plenty of rhetorical tropes that are more subtle that people are less attuned to. Alliteration is one of those that people are very attuned to. And you want to be careful of that because people don't trust other people when they're clearly trying to use flowery rhetoric to get attention and drive the sale. That's why puns don't work, guys, except in brand copy, though I'm pretty sure it doesn't work in brand copy either. Then again, we already know that brand copy doesn't really sell stuff. So there you go. I don't think this is working. I did the whole rhetorical thing because I don't talk about that very often. And it's a nuanced thing that most of you probably have not thought about. So that's why I brought it up. Now, why is this not working conceptually? All right, let's take a step back from the lines and the words and the actual sounds of the words and ask ourselves, what if you could summon a solution to its, specifically jet lag's, stubborn symptoms? Guys, what do you think is stronger? About jet lag, what if you could summon a solution to its 6 stubborn symptoms? Or how to eradicate jet lag before you ever feel it? The answer to jet lag. Eureka! A cure for jet lag might actually be available today. Like, again, there's a difference between being clever and being clear. And when you're writing copy, especially sales copy, you want to privilege clarity over cleverness every single time. Right now, this is not working because it's trying to be clever. All right, 11:37 a.m. It is a late landing in London from LA. No period at the end of the sentence. God fucking damn it. You're dying to soak up the magic from Buckingham Palace to the Borough Market, the historical Iron Rock gates and echoes of awe to the mixed aromas of freshly baked bread and tang-aged cheese. No fucking period. All right. This is also guilty of something I talk about on stream fairly often, but I've been away on vacation, a work trip for a very long time. So I'm going to do it here for you guys because I love you. You're dying to soak, that's an infinitive, but also a preposition, up the magic, up a preposition, from this preposition to this other preposition, the historical Iron Rock gates and echoes of preposition, awe, 2, preposition, the mixed aromas of freshly baked bread and tang-aged cheese. What is this doing? This is doing something that I often criticize. It's called prepositional stacking. The more prepositions you have in a single clause, the more confusing it is and the harder it is to read. This is clearly an example of like trying to shove in as many good details as possible and linking them together with prepositions. The problem with that is that the more prepositions you have, the more confusing it is. So don't write that way. Your pulse surges while you grab your bags, feet taps to match the city's beats, and skin tingles as you tell your driver about your plans. No period. Yeah. All right. So we're 4 lines in. What's in it for me? Why should I care? That is until you enter your hotel room. There he is, your nemesis, forever following you. Gemlin, the jet lag gremlin who finds you yet again after another 11-hour flight. Guys, there's 29 of you watching this right now. How many of you know the feeling of jet lag? And if you know the feeling of jet lag, how many of you care about these 7 lines of copy about jet lag? Why in the chat if like this really grips you and like really makes you interested, and in the chat if it doesn't. N. Thank you. One person cared. N. The bullet points below got me interested. Oh, great. Let's read on. But first, let's say, all right, this isn't working. It's not working. First off and foremost, we're talking about a problem. We're talking about a solution-aware situation. More often than not, you want to start with a problem solution kind of lead. Better in those sorts of situations to actually start out with a clear articulation of the problem. So does this really spell out the problem? No. It's fluffy. It feels like it's a bunch of stuff that nobody would care about. So don't do that. I don't, like, you have some leeway if it's an advertorial, but I don't know if this is an advertorial because I don't have that context. Anyway, Gemlin, the gremlin, has other plans. Again, like I love clever wordplay. I love it. Just not in my sales copy, bro. Like, that's not the place for it. Sales copy is not the place for you to show off how clever and how creative you are. It is the place to sell jet lag supplements. We just want to sleep. Yeah. He doesn't nemesis part. That part sounds it sounds childish, but also like at the same time, like in this context, for a solution aware audience, people who know what jet lag is and what jet lag feels like, you do not need this. It's too much. It's too fluffy. It's too disconnected from the actual persuasion. So, no, not today. It's 4:03. Time to sleep, wagging his finger, then hopping on your shoulders as the uninvited guest nobody asked for. Once more set to sack you with his 6 sabotaging symptoms. Okay, this is definitely purposeful. Set to sack his 6 sabotaging symptoms. All right, okay. Before, I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt. This is clearly like purposeful and also definitely something you should not do in your sales copy. Okay. Fatigue. Gemlin drapes himself over your shoulders, tugging your ears with a sly nap time, no matter the hour. See above. All right, that does feel childish. Insomnia. Come night, he morphs into a manic DJ, spinning erratic thoughts, and just as you fall asleep, he flicks the lights on, screaming, "Wide awake now, you are." Guys, imagine this started with a headline that said, "How to eradicate jet lag once and for all." Subhead, there are 6 symptoms of jet lag. There's now one solution that combats each one, or something along those lines. Just clear. And then this opens with fatigue, period. Insomnia, period. Disorientation, period. Irritability, period. Digestive issues, period. Headaches, period. These are all the symptoms of jet lag. Surely you have felt them. You know, what is it? You have felt them before, but nothing can prepare you for them now. Those of you who know what I just referenced are the real ones. Like, just start with the problem. And Yoda speak, right awake you are. Yeah, and just start talking about the practical effects of jet lag. Like, I don't even think this benefits from a short, tiny storytelling section. Like, if you want to use stories in copy that solves a problem like this, that approaches the problem like this, do it in case studies. Like, have a section that's just like, you know, let me introduce you to like X and, you know, such and such person who, like, you know, dealt with jet lag for years. And you, like, you know, meet Rashida. And then at the beginning of the Rashida section, it would be like, you know, Rashida, like, yada yada, like, was traveling late, landing from London to LA, you know, and she was dying to soak up the magic from Buckingham Palace to the Borough Market, period, because we don't want preposition stacking. You know, she couldn't wait to get her hands on some freshly baked bread and tang-aged cheese. But then Rashida encountered her nemesis in her hotel room. The moment she tried to go to sleep, jet lag kept her awake. All Rashida wanted to do was go to Buckingham Palace and make the guys with the funny hats laugh. But when she finally got there, she was too tired to say anything funny. Rashida just wanted to make the guards at Buckingham Palace laugh, but jet lag kept her from doing it. Why? Anyway, so in that situation, that story works better as a case study. Ah, God. Anyway, I amused myself. But what I'm trying to say is, again, it's just so much stronger if you just start with, like, what people need to know. If this is advertorial, it's not structured right. If this is a sales page, it really doesn't feel structured right. So, Jezone, your safe and simple summon solution. Oh my God, more sibilants. Lordy. Yeah. Again, like, and that's one of the reasons why, like, if we're talking about a solution to jet lag, the people that have a problem with jet lag want the solution to jet lag. And they want proof that, like, it's better than other solutions. So just focus the copy on that. That's what give people what they want. So, yeah, listen, again, what are stories good for? Stories are really good for people that are unsophisticated and unaware. Like, people on the problem or unaware side of the spectrum. Stories are excellent. Why? Because when you read them, you don't realize that you're actually reading sales copy. Now, when we read this, yes, the fact that this is sales copy is buried. But also, it ain't buried that much. when you open up a sales letter or a sales page with a story and it's going towards people that are extremely on the unaware side, which again, super rare. Who hasn't experienced jet lag? Let's be real. You don't want to go straight from like, here's a story, here's the problems you have, here's the solution. No, structured terribly. You tell the story and then you let people know that there's a secret. And it was only through a careful like series of discoveries that we were able to uncover the secret. But before we uncover the secret, there's something important that you need to know about jet lag or whatever it is you're calling it. And then you open loops and like you switch between stories and secrets and stories and secrets, and you create open loops and open loops and open loops. The whole point is to get people reading and keep them reading. And again, most of you probably had the feeling like this doesn't feel compelling at all, like, even though it's a story. And especially since it's like telling us that it's fucking jet lag. Like, good Lord. It just doesn't work. Yeah, and like this does feel very Daniel Frossel-ish, but listen, I know Dan pretty well at this point, and Dan would read this and he would make fun of it in one of his emails. For real. It does not work. Jet Zone, your safe and simple summon solution. Lucky for you. And bad for Gemlin, you came prepared. No period. You summoned Jet Zone. No period. She's your enchanted charm to fend off his little attacks and give you back your sanity. Period here. And like a wizard calling forth a burst of energy, she casts the fiend away with such spells. Arnica Montana. Again, like, this is suffering from its own, like, trying to be clever. Like, and it feels at times like it's trying to write, like, a corny commercial, the way that it's written. And really, like, just tell me what's in it. Tell me what it does. Tell me what that, don't just tell me that it's safe and natural. Prove to me that it's that, each of these ingredients has been studied by this number of studies and found to enhance your body's natural defenses against the likes of jet lag. I don't know. Source from plants, minerals, and organic substances. Like, here we're actually getting to some decent copy, finally. Clearing his distractions. Again, like, you're going to run into problems when you write like this and try to be clever. Like, you're going to have people who are skimming, because that's how people will interact with sales page copy or whatever this is trying to be. His distractions, somebody's going to land on that after skipping some of your copy and be like, wait, whose distractions? Jet lag's distractions? Jet lag's not a person. A person would have had to not only read this, not skip, and then also be like, oh, I understand what this person is doing, which, like, there is going to be some subsection of the human population who reads this and it's just like, wait, you are anthropomorphizing a fucking, like, a concept known as jet lag. Like, you're immediately going to lose some percentage of people because you're doing another rhetorical trope. You're anthropomorphizing jet lag as a gremlin. And some people just they're not going to buy that. They're either going to be confused or be like, that's fucking stupid. I'm in the that's fucking stupid camp. Don't do that. Why Jet Zone? Why now? You might be skeptical and think the little booger has and will always be undefeated. Yada yada yada. Almost magical side. No, it doesn't work for you. Jet Zone is results you can trust. That's worded weird. It's both registered and certified by the FDA for the purest ingredients. Trusted U.S. Over 40 years in health and wellness with our original proprietary formulation, over 680 5-star reviews from travelers worldwide. Okay, we're actually getting to some decent copy down here. Worded a little bit weirdly, though. Not good. I don't know how to answer this. I just explained what stories are good for. So the stories are not good for the opposite of everything that I just explained. And that would include a huge, wide swath of context that I could not possibly ever begin to list. wisdom from your fellow wanderers. So come join the army defeating their own jet-lagging gremlins, including... No. Yeah, okay. Like, I like the social proof. That's good. Actually works. Recently, grueling Oman. All right. Now is the time you defeat Gemlin, vanquish jet lag, summon now travel smarter. Okay. I have a question, and I want you guys to tell me, because we all just read this copy together. You and I, you watching, me reading. We all just read it together. Here's a question that immediately comes to my mind. Is Jet Zone a pill? Here, chew one tablet before your flight. So we have buried in this sentence, in the middle of this section, what it is and how it works. So we have to get through all this stuff to find this one spot on the page, easily missed, in order to see what this actually is. Whittlecrats. Beginning to sound like a cartoon for kids with all those characters. It reminds me of a cartoon my daughter used to watch 10 years ago. Oh, Wildcrats. Yeah. It does feel a little bit silly. The point is that, like, when you're writing copy like this, especially copy that's like, you know, going to people who, like, they understand what jet lag is, they know they want a solution to it. What you want to do is very clearly, like, make them feel seen, like, spell out the symptoms and talk about how, like, these ingredients battle these symptoms, show proof, or at least hint at proof. And then you also want to talk about, like, how this Jet Zone is better than other remedies on the market. You know, what does this do that the other remedies don't do? That's way better than talking about the little booger. Past formulas failed you with either lingering drowsiness, ineffective costing prescription. Jet Zone eliminates this. You're telling me this. You're not showing me this. Yeah, it's just a lot of the details are sort of buried in stuff that, like, doesn't matter and doesn't apply to, like, what we would care about. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. Those are my thoughts. P.S. Don't worry about rejecting Gemlin. He's not causing mischief. He's curled up and snuggled under his blanket for some much needed rest. Again, trying to be clever. Don't do that. P.S. is a really good spot to, like, sprinkle in a little bit of urgency, you know, or sprinkle in like some additional facet of a deal or a discount or an offer that maybe there wasn't room for, or, like, no good place in the copy for. That's what you want to use your PSs for. Otherwise, this is just it. I think the biggest problem that I have with this copy is that in trying to be clever, it ends up just wasting people's time. And I think that what you want to do is find ways not to be like unique in your writing style. You want to find ways to present the solution to people's problems in a unique and emotionally compelling way. The story that I told about Rashida earlier, being too jet lagged and tired to think of anything funny to say to the, like, Buckingham Palace guards, obviously that's a real problem that we all have and that we would all face. So showing how this product allows us to, like, get there and think of something funny is going to be more valuable than what you currently have. So again, we want to prove that this works and show specific case studies and ultimately link all of this back to these ingredients so that when you say this, it actually makes sense and, you know, it feels like there's proof there. Scott, I do not know if you're on this. I do not know if you are watching at this particular point, but feel free to ask for clarification or elaboration in Discord. I hope that this was helpful. Again, like, you strike me as having, like, you always wanted to be a writer and are now trying your hand at copywriting kind of thing, which, fair. I was there. But the more you try to appear clever in your writing, the worse your copy is going to actually perform. If sentences are weirdly written, it is because too many ideas are crammed into one. How would you tackle this? Take a step back, write one idea per sentence, and let it naturally build up from there? More often than not, that's the case. I am working on a video that I'm going to put out on Copy That Sells probably within the next month or two, where I show 3 different writing exercises. One of the exercises is called sentence splitting and sentence combining. And a lot of people, especially people learning English as a second language, benefit very strongly. Like, this is actually studied, proven exercise for getting better at writing English language prose. Take 2 sentences. The dog walked. The dog had a leash. Okay. You combine those 2 sentences. The dog walked on the leash. There you go. You've successfully combined 2 sentences. And then you start stacking details. Okay. You know, the man in the red coat walked the dog on a leash past a mulberry bush. Then what you do is you start splitting it up into different subsections that would be compelling or interesting or different. And you can do that a number of different ways. You can split that sentence up into, like, you know, there was a man with a red overcoat, period. He walked his dog by a mulberry bush, period. The dog was on a leash, period. And then you can combine it in different ways and split it up into different ways. And what you do is you start to see that, like, when you split things up and combine details in different ways, again, the point of this is you cannot add or subtract any of the details that you were given in the original sentences you combined. What happens is you start to see, like, phrasing things and chopping things up differently results in things sounding differently and having different rhetorical effects and different, like feelings of power. And so that is a very, very useful exercise that I would highly recommend, especially if you find that you have been writing sentences that are just too long, a little bit too unwieldy. Like, break them up into clauses and find ways to, like, sort of subdivide or combine them in different and unique ways. So that's my recommendation. Yeah, but that also prevents you from learning what I just said. The whole, like, cadence and, like, different rhetorical and, like, sonic effects that you get from actively subdividing something into different ways. God damn it. And then this person asked this question earlier. I answered it earlier, and then they probably logged off the stream. And I explained earlier how nonsensical and stupid this question is. So, good Lord. Yeah. That's why we raised the price on them. Anyway. For photovoltaic installers in Spain. Ooh, I immediately like this. Landing page for lead generation agency for solar panel installers in Spain. It is not the main source of bookings. Most come from cold outreach, but I created it to have some cred if they search for it. Here's the page in Spanish. For installers of solar panels in Spain. Look at me, I know Spanish. Don't know what that says. There you go. I kind of already love this. All right. This is kind of my bag. Appointments guaranteed or you don't pay. All right. That's not terrible. It's clear call out, clearly useful, and clearly alleviates an objection. Great. discover for free how to fill your schedule with projects ranging from 3 kilowatts to 35 kilowatts. Oh my God, that's so specific. Let me try to think about like, yeah, God, it's one of those things where like, this is actually pretty good. If I were, listen, you guys, if you were a photovoltaic installer in Spain, like if you were a solar panel installer in Spain and you wanted more business and you saw this, would you be interested? Probably. Now, here's the thing. Now, where it starts to fall apart for me is I look at this, I put myself into the position of a photovoltaic installer in Spain. And I go, a she. And I say everything is like, I lisp a lot because that's how they talk in Spain. My immediate thoughts as a Spanish photovoltaic installer is like, so what is the credibility here? That's how Spanish people talk. That's how it sounds to me. And I go, okay, what we offer. But like, I don't immediately know who these people are. And so like, I understand that you're overcoming that objection here, but like, it might be worth having like one line of text, what we offer, like in introducing these bullets, like of like, Kiba Media is a specialized like, or like, you know, we can come up with some word like boutique agency exclusively for solar panel installers. The, what are they called? Instaladores photovoltaicos. That. And just a little bit of introduction, like right there before the bullets, and bingo bango, all of a sudden this feels a little bit stronger because you're giving like a real name, like who this is, why, like, you know, I'm not just talking to like some faceless corporation. Like, this is clearly beneficial. It is very specific. It is, I think, enough to book a free call. Now, here's the thing with landing pages like this. The thing that you're going to find successful is not one headline. The way that these pages work is through constant iteration and testing, constant split testing. More often than not, if you have a page like this, a book a free call, sort of like lead generation page, it's only going to be successful if you are testing 10 different versions of the page at a time. And the one thing that you want to be testing the most, at least at first, is your headlines. Facebook, let me find out really quick. Coleridge created this page. Yeah, all right. So we don't know where the traffic is going to be coming from, but let's say, for example, it is coming from like Meta ads, for example. Meta allows you to have a bunch of different ads, like different, you know, the same ad going to different pages in each ad group. What you can do is test the same ad, and each ad group links to a different version of the page. I think that is there now native support for multiple landing page testing? If there is, then you can just do that. But what you want to do is you want to see which headlines result in the most calls. And so the way to do that is to drive 100 to 300 people to each version of this page, and then see, one, how many people actually call, and two, how many calls you actually book, like actually become clients. Because you're going to find one of two things. Well, one of three things, really. You're going to find what doesn't work, what does not work. And like that could be everything. And then you just go back to the drawing board. Another thing that you might discover is like, okay, you find that something gets a lot of calls, but not a lot of bookers. You might also find that you might have a page that like statistically like gets way more calls, like booked like clients, but like maybe doesn't have the best like click-through rate or call rate. So what you need to do is you need to optimize for the right thing. Right now, you need to like watch all that data, because like the worst thing that you can do is be like, oh my God, this page is getting so many calls. But then if that's not translating into business, that's not a good page. So you got to keep that in mind. Anyway, so Emmanuel, what you want to do is like, this is not bad. It's not bad. Test 10 different versions of this and find out which one would not just result in the most calls, but also like the best ratio of like calls to book clients. Okay. Okay. I previously put a specific number of appointments, but it's too difficult to estimate a number accurately. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. Again, like I'm not criticizing that at all whatsoever, because I totally understand where you're coming from there. Thanks. Yes. And that honestly, that's the secret to winning with these styles of pages. It's like the people who test the most make the most. So, alrighty. So here's the thing: efficient and effective ads. We reach homers ready to install using Meta and Google Ads. Great. Relevant messaging, clear direct messages that connect with your ideal consumer. Maybe punch that up a little bit. 100% measurable results. We track every click, call, and conversion. So that, yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel like the person that I'm speaking to is a person who understands the advice that I just gave. So I am glad for that. We track every click, call, and conversion so you can see your ROI in real time. That probably works for most professionals. You might consider revising that. Like, again, we're ultimately, at the end of the day, we're talking to tradespeople. Do tradespeople frequently talk about ROI? Maybe. Depends on the trade. So, like, is this clearly spelling out the benefit of this? That is going to depend on your audience, good sir. And you may not know that. And so when you have ROI, the implication, of course, is that they are spending money and making more money back than what they're spending. So why not just say that? We track every click, call, and conversion so that you can see you are making more money than you are spending with our agency. That's a hell of a benefit, right? That feels pretty good. So things to keep in mind, like when you see stuff like this. We reach homeowners ready to install. Interested prospects land straight in your calendar. Clients on autopilot like that. Interested prospects. So are these, if they end up on the calendar, are they, it's like booking a call. Okay. So interested prospects land straight in your calendar. Does the agency do anything to qualify leads? I say this as somebody who has helped co-write a book on doing effectively lead gen for really weird and out of the ordinary businesses, such as solar panel installation, which I love. I love that you're doing this. But one of the things that we did to get clients is we actually qualified the leads beforehand. So, this is fine. Like, the occasional redundant bullet is fine. But the thing that I want to see is like, how do I know that like I'm not just wasting my time filling my calendar days up with calls? What are you doing to ensure that these calls are going to be worthwhile? Yeah. If you're going to qualify, that is absolutely 100,000% something that you need to mention. So why choose us? Allows you to understand in depth the, Emmanuel, have you read the book that we put out? You're either in Platinum or in Patreon, so you do have access to this, No Man's Niche. If you are familiar with our book, No Man's Niche, then great, super. But if not, then I would recommend looking into that, because what you're doing is effectively that strategy. You're acting as an agency that drives leads for a niche business. And so there are some things that you want to do, some ways to track, like practical things that you want to keep in mind, but also ultimately at the end of the day, what you are trying to do is twofold. One, you are trying to convince partners to work with you, to hire your agency to do this. And you're trying to convince customers to call you so that you can place people with individual like solar panel installers. So one of the things that you might want to mention is the fact that like the way this works is that you collect the leads and then you check with the solar installer like whether or not they want the lead or whether or not to give it to another installer. Like practically speaking, if you have 7 solar installers and they're all working the exact same geographic location, how are you going to decide who gets what lead? Or are you only going to work with one per geographic location? Is like these are questions that you have to answer. Hey, that's amazing. That's super cool. I'm really, really glad. I love seeing stuff like that. I actually feel like I'm not like spouting into the void when I see stuff like that. This is actually working. That's great. Cool. So as far as the business model goes, I need to understand like am I just going to be in a pool of other solar installers and like I get the last pick of like possible leads, or are you specifically ensuring that each lead goes to the solar installer that is like most suited for that building, or like closest to the potential client? These are questions that I have as a solar installer who might want agency help. And so those are things that you have to address. One way that Lindsey and I address it when we partner with businesses is through something we might charitably call reverse racketeering, which is very simply, we would call people and be like, hey, we have 10 leads. They're all looking for solar installation. And we were wondering if your business had room for them. And if not, I totally understand, everybody's busy right now, but I'm going to give your competitor such and such a call right now to see if they can handle it. I was wondering if you were okay with that. Do you see what I did there persuasively? So Lindsey and I would call these people and we would literally like almost blackmail businesses with leads. Like, oh, do you want more business, or do you want your competitor to have more business? That's how we would work people to actually get clients. I don't know where you got write a piece of copy per day, but I have never said write a piece of copy per day. I have always said write a page of copy per day. Write 1 page of copy per day. That's the advice that I always give. If I've ever said anything other than that, it was a grievous error. You want to read 1 piece of copy per day. You want to write 1 page of copy per day. Each lead goes to a specific installer, at least for the moment. That's fine. But to get additional clients interested in getting more leads, you might want to spell out what your system is and how it works and like what people should expect. Yeah, that's just a little bit of persuasion of like, are you taking some work off of people's plates? Are like, what are you doing to ensure that like leads are going to like where they should go? Answer those objections in this. And I'm not going to guarantee it, but I will gently assure you that the likelihood of people responding to this are going to go up. Yes. Perfect. And, worst case scenario, you pick a region and you pick 1 installer, and that is the only installer that you're going to work with in that region. And then you just give them all the leads for that region. And if they don't want your leads, you say, you motherfucker, I'm going to give it to your competitor. Don't actually say that, but you say that. Anyway, God, haven't seen a Neil Stephenson reference in a little bit. Anyway, sound interesting. Book your call. This free call will explain the process of attracting clients. Rework this. This is not working. Like, who am I going to talk to? Like, what are they going to explain? Like, what is the benefit of doing this? If I'm just like booking a call to like find out a process and like why it works, I'm probably not going to book a call. If I want to find out more about what I need to do to get more clients, if this is like, you know, a pseudo coaching, like if it's like a partial consulting call, that's more interesting. That's a better reason to book a call. So this isn't working right now. Say pick a date and time that fits your calendar and share a few details to secure your spot. If you don't see any available slots, it means all of our openings are currently booked. Here's another practical, again, because I've worked with a lot of service businesses and a lot of tradespeople before. The same reason why you might want to reconsider something like ROI is the same reason why you want to double check to make sure that like these people have a calendar. And I know that you're referring to like a Google Calendar or like a digital calendar or stuff like that. I would strongly suggest you just pick a date and time, you know, that fits your schedule and share a few details to secure your spot. One of the things that you're going to run up against, especially with tradespeople, is like if the whole business model is based on like auto-populating people's digital calendars, the immediate objection that people are going to have is, what do I need to do to set? How do I use that? I don't use calendars. I have I have a collection of Post-it notes, and that's where I put all my business because I get one solar installation per month. Like that's the kind of thing that you're going to be contending with tradespeople and people like this, Luddites. Even if they are doing something as complicated and high tech as solar installation, you are going to encounter people who are like, they do it because they can be on a roof and install a solar panel, not because they are very tech savvy. So these are all things that you want to keep in mind when you're doing this kind of business. So yeah. You know, obviously, like the Calendly link is going to be a natural qualifier because the people that are Luddites, they won't know how to use it. So there you go. But yeah, I would rework some of the things, think about some of the things that I was suggesting. I think right now it's very simple and like straightforward, and I think it could work, but you might want to overcome a few of the objections that I raised. But let me just back up and explain very clearly for everybody that still is managing to be watching it 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. You will get the most bang for your buck changing and testing this rather than any of the other advice that I gave you. You will find more benefits and more results from really dialing this part of your copy in than any other part of your copy. Because if a person sees something, they clearly want it, and they know that they want it, they're just going to book a call using that CTA right there. They will not read on. 90% of them will not. Everything else is for that, like making sure to scoop up the people and also to make you look a little bit more credible. Stuff like that. And that's why I mentioned like moving this up to like here. Something like that. Again, the whole point is to just like give you the air of credibility. But the thing that will make or break this page is this. These 3 lines right here. Manuel, do you have any questions for me? Was that helpful at all? Or not? All right. Well, Emmanuel, while you were writing or not writing, I'm going to answer some other questions. What is the best advice I would give to somebody who just started copywriting? Read lots of copy. Like, read at least one piece of copy per day. Read so much copy. Turn off ad block so that you can see copy, and then read lots of copy. Because if you want to be a copywriter, it is the same as if you want to be a race car driver. And you cannot be a race car driver if you don't get into the fucking car and drive. If you don't know how to drive, if you ain't constantly experiencing driving, you cannot be a race car driver. Same thing with copywriting. You cannot be a copywriter unless you are constantly reading copy. So there you go. Yeah, Berserker Mail's landing page, absolutely, for SaaS software. Let's look up Berserker Mail sponsored. Oh, InfraMail is targeting this keyword. There you go. Braze is also targeting this keyword. Constant Contact is targeting this keyword. Berserker. Okay. So somebody who works at Berserker Mail on their SEO team or their media buying team is dropping the ball. Because if you own a business, you want to make sure that you are at the very least buying ads for when people search for your shit. Otherwise, there will be 1, 2, 3 other businesses targeting the keyword that is your business's name. How fucked up is that? That's the world that we're in. Like, if you type in Coca-Cola, you are going to get ads for other soft drinks. And so what you want to do as Coca-Cola is spend the money to drive ads for the keyword Coca-Cola, just so that this doesn't happen. Berserker Mail, call me. I'll do the media buying for you. It will cost like, $1,000 a month, and I'll spend $5 in Google ad spend to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Okay. Let's see. Now let's look at the landing page. Navy nuclear engineer turned software designer invents platform that plays into the sexiness of email copywriting, marketing, and automation. This was inspired by Ben Settle, or one of the people who learned copy from Ben Settle, while slapping the complexity completely out of it. Great. Perfect. 10 out of 10. No notes. Okay. Emmanuel, thank you. Rethink how to manage pool of leads. Yes, absolutely. And just find a simple way to articulate the fact that you are not enabling competition. Make sure that people understand that, like, this is very much like a done for you like process. Yes. And then reread No Man's Niche. Absolutely. I want to update that book for 2026. That's a goal of this year. I never played the original Deus Ex. No. I basically spent 15 years not playing video games. And then around the pandemic, like 2020, that's when I started getting back into playing video games. And now I play like 1 per year. That's how much time that I have for video games. Anyway, Berserker Mail. And the world leader in email copywriting education, who were both frustrated and jaded by all the mainstream platforms and wanted to create the ultimate solution to use for their own successful email-driven companies. That's such a good selling point. Oh my fucking God. Freakishly simple email broadcasting, automation, tracking, testing, and drag and drop campaign building. That is a really, really good list of features that imply benefits. That's so easy. Look at that. Nesby, easy to use. Even brand spanking new email marketers can operate. Like, it's so easy. Even a baby marketer can do it. Can operate it right out of the box. Yet so robust it rivals the most advanced email marketing automation systems on the market. Oh my God. I fucking love this. World-class inbox deliverability. Overcoming objections to Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, and other major email services. Notice how it chose those 3 in particular, and then was like, and the rest of them. Using a proprietary 50-plus point process for curating, scrubbing, and amplifying the responsive lists based on research from some of the world's top API-level marketing automation engineers. Oh my God. I feel like this is a palate cleanser. Like I've definitely read some good copy today. Like, this, like Emmanuel, like doing some good stuff. Like, and Rashida, like definitely doing some good stuff. And like everybody else, like there's like little pockets of goodness in everybody's stuff. But I look at this and I go like from fucking top to bottom, mwah, oh, this is beautiful. Watch this video to see how we play into the sexiness of email copywriting, marketing, and automation while slapping the complexity completely out of it. Notice how this is basically this strategic repetition without being redundant. They found a string of language that works really well for them, and then they stuck with it. Oh, so good. So fucking good. Oh, God, this is good. All right, during your test drive, you can load email sequences. You can also play all the features when active today. The price is this for your first 250 contacts, and you are grandfathered in at that price forever. Oh, my God. No, barring any sudden rise in hard costs imposed on the system, blah, 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 blah. There's also a one-time, look at this. This is, in my offer masterclass, most people have not watched it. I talk about the terms of an offer. This is an example of spelling out the terms of an offer. You get it out of the way, and then, boom, you have your step-by-step image right here. And the image shows you how easy it looks. And it gives you a sort of like foregrounding, like insight into what it looks like when you're actually on the other side of the purchase. 10 out of 10. No fucking notes. Whether you're mailing to a list of 30 leads or 300,000 leads, Berserker Mail's handpicked team of brilliant engineers have... look at that. We've talked today in copywriting, like, should we use bespoke or authentic or like professionally curated? Look at that. Handpicked team of brilliant engineers. Rashida could even use that. A handpicked list, handpicked list of like curated, handpicked list of curated resorts close to these golf courses or something like that. So good. Have reduced the time to load and send broadcast campaigns and even entire automated launch sequence down to a mere seconds. I talked hours earlier about like subtext. These smart people have reduced this time of these complicated things down to mere seconds. What is the subtext of that? That it's easy and it's fast. Amazing. I feel like this person is not listening to me. 1 page of copy in a day is not 1 sales page of copy. I hope that makes absolutely unbelievably clear sense. Anyway, so this was nice. Like all of you, if you want to study good SaaS copy that is like specifically designed for a very particular niche of people, like very voice-driven SaaS copy, check out Berserker Mail's page. Very good. Where would you recommend reading good copies from? It's okay. First off, it's copy. It's never copies. Copy is a non-count noun. I noticed that the viewers are dwindling as I fawn over SaaS copy. And I would recommend signing up for a bunch of email lists that you like and then reading their copy. There you go. Yes, it is absolutely a RIOA masterclass. No, dude. Oh my God. Zeddy, my love, my dear, my darling. When you write a sales page, it's going to be multiple pages long as an actual physical like pages. Like here, let's go to Glue This Wix. This is 1 page. This is page 2. This is page 3, and there's 10 pages long. All right. Right. You should not write this in 1 day. All of it in 1 day. You should not. You should not do that. You should write at around 1 of these 10 pages per day. That allows you to balance research with the writing process so that neither is overwhelming. I hope that makes sense. You don't have to switch between sales pages and emails. You can just write sales pages if that's what you want to do. And you just write 1 page of copy per day, at least. That's it. Easy peasy, super lemon squeezy. I don't understand what you're not understanding about that. It feels like you're worried about something that you should be worried about. Anyway, we're closing this. We got this, and this. All right. All right. Let's zoom out. Context. This is website copy for an electrician service business. All right, let's zoom in a little bit again. Traffic sources are organic search and PPC ads. The target visitor is somebody actively looking for an electrician, possibly in an urgent emergency situation. Here's a link to the Canva website. Okay. I'm curious. Oh, it's Mario. Mario knows his shit. If any of you are in the Discord and you see Mario dropping some knowledge, definitely pay attention to it. The emergency electricians. Have a question? Give us a call. Local electricians serving Manchester and Cheshire, East domestic and commercial work. Okay. Fucking love that. This is also a good example of the kind of copy that if you especially like drove traffic to this also feels like another no man's niche kind of business, or like an agency work that would benefit from a no man's niche approach, where you go like you basically duplicate the business model region by region while partnering with either an individual or small set of the service providers. If you drive like traffic to this, what you want to do for SEO purposes is basically do like, first off, you don't know if this works, but you could probably start off with testing. Instead of doing www.emergencyelectricians.com, what you do is www.emergencyelectriciansmanchester.com or emergencyelectriciansformanchester.com. And by having like super long URLs like that, one, it makes your business seem more reputable because it's just a simple URL. It's not a whole series of redirects and like sub pages. Super cool. Two, it's really easy to duplicate. So you literally in your site hosting provider, like especially like if it's Squarespace or Wix or whatever, or WordPress, you can literally just copy the page and then like change the URL and like change the headline, and then bingo bango, you only drive traffic to that page in this region using Google ads or Meta ads or whatever. Yeah. Really good. So love this. So if I'm looking for emergency electricity work, like so far, this is good. Available 24/7, 365 days a year, fully certified professionals, fast and reliable service, satisfaction guarantee. Contact us for a free quote. Maybe play around with that CTA. I would say contact us for a free consultation. That's a subtle difference, but like, here's the thing that you got to keep in mind. Contacts for a free quote implies that a person is going to immediately know what your needs are on the phone. That's not going to be the case. Contact us for a free consultation implies that a person is going to go there, check shit out, and then give you a quote, which is how these businesses normally operate. It just, a consultation feels a little bit more frictionless. Again, subtle but potent difference. Reviews, 5 stars. Design, maybe you can play around with a little bit. Like this feels a little weirdly stacked, but I'm going to leave it for the design people to worry about. Turned up quickly for emergency work, went above and beyond to work out the issue and kept me fully informed throughout the... Okay, great. We can help you with... Love this. power outages, electrical faults and repairs, electrical safety checks, lightning issues, burning spell or sparks, electrical shocks. Here's what I would recommend doing. I would recommend globally and then in your regions, find out the keywords, the things that people are searching for the most. Power outages, that makes sense. Electrical repairs, maybe. But you might also discover in your keyword research that people are specifically searching for, like, how to move a light switch, how to install a power plug. I know that you are leaning into this like emergency electricians thing, but that doesn't mean you can't mention that. Not just repairing, but also moving, poorly positioned lights or something like that. People do look, search for that like on an emergency basis, on an urgent basis. So absolutely worth doing. Contact us. Not sure what issue you have or need some clarity? Don't do that. I don't recommend doing that. Like, don't have on your page like, not even sure how you got here, wondering what the hell is going on. No worries, just give us a call. Don't do that. Like having electrical trouble and need someone to help you, no worries. Just give us a call, no strings attached. We are here to help you find the right solution. Something like that. Get in touch. Fast dispatch. Always 123. Explains what's wrong, provides a clear plan with time and cost estimates if necessary. Great. Love it. I would also consider making this a link as well. It's weird, but humans behave weirdly when it comes to this stuff. Why choose us? Excellent work guarantee. 90-minute fast response. Fair prices. Follow up after the job is done to ensure you're fully satisfied with the work we've done. Yeah, I would also like double down on the satisfaction guarantee. If you aren't happy, you don't pay. Use those words. Man, we understand emergencies can't wait. Our electricians are standby 24/7 with response times as quick as 90 minutes. Great. We believe in clear upfront pricing, and before any work begins, you'll receive a no-fluff estimate with no hidden costs. Great. All right. Good testimonials. If you can include like a stock photo to go along with each name, that works totally too. But EU and British regulations might be a little different when it comes to stuff like that. I know in America that's totally fine, but it might be different there. Check it out. Contact us. So I imagine each of these buttons scrolls us down to this page. How can we help? I would also here have a little sub CTA right there. That's the phone number again. Should there be a section at the top saying that they are immediately available in case of emergency? Since they mentioned 24/7 for people who Googled immediate help. Rashida, that is not a bad suggestion at all. Fast and reliable service, available in case of emergencies, immediately available in case of emergency, satisfaction guarantee. Great. Very, very, very good note. If it gets cluttered here, play around with it, but not a bad inclusion. Include another CTA to call and then give people the option to write in. Your best people are always going to be the people who call. Yeah, love that. Love it. A little duplicated section there. Okay, yeah, no, I love this. This is great. This is everything this needs to be. Perfect 5 out of 7. Mario, I don't know if you have any questions about this, but again, this is one of those things where it's like the thing that's going to drive this the most is like really making it clear, like the call out, making it clear that like, you know, you are here and available. Most people don't do a whole lot of shopping around when it comes to their electrician. So that's a great no man's niche kind of business. Try to find at least one or two other common things that people search for, and find one or two other long tail services. What is a long tail service? A long tail service is something where, statistically speaking, not a lot of people are actually looking for this, like very few searches per month. But the people that do search for that, like legitimately really want that thing, really want it now, and are willing to spend a lot of fucking money on it. Look for those opportunities and include them. Okay. Yeah, no, this, as far as like, you know, local electrician lead gen page, this is fine. This is great. Like, you know, I don't even think you need a carousel. Yeah. This is everything it needs to be. Like, put it out there, start testing it, and then start gradually improving the page and making changes to the page, and discover over time what tends to drive the most leads for this business. So, and use like CallRail or call sling to track people's calls and record them. And once you start getting transcripts of like what the sales calls actually sound like, then you can do two things. One, start incorporating that IVOC data into this page. And two, start actually like giving sales and closing advice to your client. So there you go. I don't understand this question. Email marketing is not dead at all whatsoever. Like, I mean, there's some like Gen Z people, but like eventually Gen Z people are going to like grow the fuck up and go to work, and then they're going to be using email every single day. So there's that. All right, Mario, that was good. That was some good, very simple, very straightforward copy. Is the kind of copy that I like. Is kind of copy I've tested a shitload of. It works for these kinds of businesses. Your best results are going to come from iterating, making these deals, doing this process, and then gradually like building slightly better, slightly different versions of these pages until eventually, what do you have? You have a really robust page that really drives a lot of traffic and a lot of leads to the electricians that you partner with. All right. Good job, Mario. Oh, I've looked at this before. This is a tagline, I think. All right. Hey, Sean, this one's going to be pretty different from regular submissions. I'd like your views on... Hold on one second. This is for Shaw. I feel like I've seen this before. Different from regular. I'd like your views on my thought process more than anything else, since maybe you haven't used this term before, but you've always encouraged us to become copy thinkers and people who come up with good marketing ideas. In terms of copy length, this is probably going to be the shortest review in Whetstone history. Well, you know, please scan. There's time. Background. I critiqued and loved a thank you card that I made for a brand called Effing Gear. The one with the hat and the other apparel designs. Bird that also has a flipping hand. Okay. That thank you card had quirky, cute copy, which worked for that context. Sharing just for recall. Great. But in general, they go with a respectfully edgy and aspirational tone in their copy. This is the tone that's relevant for the copy in today's critique. Okay. Context for the current project. Trying to be as speedy as I can. Since I joined them, they've grown from 80K per year to be on pace with 500K per year in 2025. Holy shit. Shaw. Amazing. Excellent work. Good job. Like, imagine just like learning from a bunch of schmucks on YouTube, like how to write better copy, and like occasionally getting a critique, and like all of a sudden you are on a team that has like basically quintupled in business. That is really cool. Hold on. Did I close the copy? No, I don't think I did. Anyway. So He recently hired a big shot CRO agency. Okay, conversion rate optimization. They are running some tests, and the client asked me to give them feedback ideas on some copy they've already written. I have zero CRO background. Yeah, that's fine. Just learned as much as I could last week, and I love challenges. Great. Just want to know if my thinking is on the right track, as much as more such work is headed my way. Hence the critique. Okay. The first test involves testing branding tags versus no branding tags, which is the controller of the current situation. There's a lot of context. I kind of like it. All right. You know, this is all stuff that's applicable to like 8 copywriters on the planet. One of them is Shaw. I fucking love that dude. So great. Branding tags are short statements representing the brand's image with an icon or emoji to go at the top of product pages, right below each hat's name and type. The set of branding tags the agency folks came up with here is so effing comfy and not for losers. Oh yeah, what is it's the fancy chocolate company that the name starts with R. They do similar things like that. Oh, hold on a second. Oh man, it's like I've been streaming for 5 hours. Here's the page layout and a zoomed in image of the tags. Okay. Where's Jake Snap Trucker? Classic curve visor, snapback, so effing comfy and not for losers. Okay, so these are like, if you have a blog, you're going to have like different tags, or go to our Patreon. We have different tags for each post, and each post, if you click on the tag, it filters down to those posts. So if you click on the branding tag, or just blog tag really is what it is, it'll take you to a page, or the normal product page, but it will filter down to all the products with that tag. So that's what's going on here. Okay, so we are talking about branding tags. So effing comfy, not for losers. All right. I would feel bad if this company, like, they had all these products and all of them had the tag not for losers, but there was like one product in specifically that was for losers, and all they did was just not include this tag. And so the implication being that if you bought this product of theirs, you're a fucking loser. That's very funny. Very funny to me. Which also sort of like is a bit of foreshadowing for my comments on this, which is like, okay, so if you have a branding tag that's not for losers, does that then mean that every single product you put out now has to be tagged not for losers? Because the implication is that everybody who buys one of the products without that tag, they are a loser, which like may be problematic a little bit. And at that point, it's like, what is the ultimate function of the tag? Is it for branding, or is it to help you filter down to stuff? Raka, yeah, that's the one. I think they did a similar thing too a while back, and I don't know if they do it anymore. I could also be misremembering the chocolate. Some chocolate company does something like this. So here's the feedback ideas that I gave them. From a consumer psychology viewpoint, these tags would act like primary attention grabbers since they appear well before the hat's features and description copy. Yes. Now, the number one thing by far effing gear customers keep sharing in the reviews on the site is their excitement about how well the hats fit. Fit is pretty much the most used word in the reviews. Cool. A lot of them describe the fit to be perfect. Great. This feels like a marketing brief. I dig it. I kind of dig it. This is terrible for all the people that have been watching all 5 hours, but it's great in general. This implies that the right fit is for sure something that new visitors would also love and look forward to experiencing. Tag one, so effing comfy, yada yada yada. But maybe we can go even more direct and use the words fit and perfect. That happy customers keep using the reviews over and over. This would be my suggestion, that if you have a situation where customers like keep saying like, oh man, this is the perfect fit, your branding tag should probably include like, perfect fit. it's copy do be sort of brain dead simple that way sometimes. I think that you're having fun with like so effing comfy, and playing around with that, like, but I don't know if this perfectly evokes perfect fit. Like, so you might want to play around with that. So for the first tag, we can go with effing perfect fit. This tag, effing perfect fit. So effing comfy, not for losers. I don't know if effing perfect fit works. I think you should play around with it a little bit. Yeah, tags function is purely branding, by the way. So it's not a filtering system. Okay. Oh boy. I mean, if that's the case, then I would almost purely use like the language from your reviews. Like almost none of the, like, I mean, sure, you can have fun with the branding tags and stuff like that too, but I would almost exclusively use like the most frequent co-locations of words that appear in the positive reviews of the product. That's what I would do personally. I would start like the first tag would be the things that like people mention the most in comments, because one, that's obviously something that people care about, and two, and this is a more subtle thing, when people see the brand tag, so effing comfy or like effing perfect fit or just fits perfect, like if that's your branding tag, here's the thing. Most people are not going to consciously notice that, but they might subconsciously notice it. In which case, when they get down to the reviews and they see you've claimed that this is the effing perfect fit, I don't think effing perfect fit works, but then they get down to the reviews and all of a sudden their brain forms a little connection between the implied branding claim and what people are saying about it. And most people, 99.9% of people, are not going to realize it's happening. But what will be happening is that all of a sudden your copy will feel more believable. The benefits will seem a little bit more credible. And people will be persuaded by that without them ever really realizing that you did it that way. That is the power of good branding copy. To create those sort of like subtle connections between disparate things. And that's one of the reasons why I personally would prefer using the language from people directly. So, all right. Care about does double duty as an objection handler, is more instantly relatable. Hapex also implies comfort. Yeah, absolutely. Still has effing gears branding with effing right at the start. Yeah. I would play around with it. I would say like look for other things that effing does, like, but I don't know if you need to do anything like besides perfect fit. Yeah. Exactly. And this is especially true for social proof if like there was a little subtle promise like way earlier on that suggested that you might at some point see that claim come up in the social proof. Copywriting, like when it's good, you can incept some crazy stuff into people's minds, but it's very delicate. It's very subtle. Branding copy is better at it than direct response most of the time. Yeah, I think perfect fit might be better. Shaw, one of the things that you're going to run into trouble with is the fact that like most of the results that you see from testing these different branding tags, it's just not going to show up in the data, at least not very clearly. I would be hard pressed to believe that you're going to see a statistical uptick between one branding tag versus another. I could be wrong. I often am, but I feel better to go with a call out that resonates with the visitor's identity, highlighting who they feel they are or aspire to be winners instead of what they feel they are not losers. Okay, I agree with that. I question the utility of this. For me, perfect fit is a benefit. Worn by winners is an identification, but like, I think people are going to care about this and their desire for a comfy hat than like their identification to like wear hats that make them seem like winners. But I'm not a hat copywriter. I am not expert on hat. So instead of not for losers or even for winners or made for winners, we can take this and feeling of identity, aspiration, and stuff further and get more direct with worn by winners calls out their identity. Yeah. I mean, you heard my whole thing, my spiel about alliteration earlier. So I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but it works better for brand copy than for direct response, for sure. The agency accepted my first suggestion, but stuck with the not for losers tag to preserve the bold, edgy tone that aligns with effing Gears brand. I'm strongly opposed to not for losers tag, so I responded with, good Lord. This is a whole thing. My thinking is that, yes, we want to be edgy. Polarizing is not bad. Charged with a strong negative association for a lot of folks. So the persuasive phrasing would put this positive aspirational framing. Take my suggestion, worn by winners, one step further and make it bolder and edgier by replacing winners with badasses. Maybe. I mean, you just change the branding tag to effing badass. Badass gear. I don't know, something along those lines. But at the same time, too, like, I don't know again then, but it says splitting the audience would prolong the testing process and mess with their timelines. I convinced the client of my line of reasoning. The agency also agreed in the end. So now we're running with this effing perfect fit built for badasses. Was my reasoning sound? Would you have taken a different direction? Thanks for your review time, Sean. Sorry if this was too long. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to everybody who's been sitting here for 5 hours. I think effing perfect fit works. I like it because it's benefit driven. Built for badasses as opposed to not for losers. I think built for badasses is better. I prefer the positive framing. I think that not for losers would have been a mistake because of the implications that I said before. Now, here's the thing, and here's one of the big reasons why the business probably did not want to split the audience. I'm going to reiterate this. I'm sorry, Shaw. I would be hard pressed to believe that the existence or non-existence of these brand tags would have any sort of statistically significant boost to sales. I think it's great, if you are of the opinion that brand copy matters. Sorry, Rod. But like a lot of this stuff, this kind of stuff, if it's not functional, which you say it isn't, so you can't click this and filter down to all the effing perfect fit things. And it's more for like the vibes of a business than like what people want when they buy a hat. Listen, I've been wrong before, but if you have the testing data that shows that like having these has a clear, like I'm talking 40 to 50% boost to conversions relative to this page without these, like if it's less than 20%, like the data is going to be so, how should I say, marginal that it like I wouldn't believe any test that came back with like oh, these branding tags had a clear 7% boost on conversions and a 3% boost to lifetime value. Any CRO that ever said that to me, I would fire personally. That's just the thing. But if this CRO came back and showed like, no, clear fucking data, like having these branding tags, like, the conversions totally flat, but the LTV at 6 months, we're talking a 40% boost. These people kept coming back and kept buying more. Then I'd be like, okay, CRO team, I'm a big believer in branding tags now. So that would be my approach to this. I think that as far as branding tags go, effing perfect fit is better than built for badasses. But if I had to choose between built for badasses and either worn by winners or not for losers, I would choose built for badasses. Absolutely. 100%. I think that that's probably the best choice of the options. I'm deeply skeptical of the utility of this shit, just because I've worked with enough businesses that are just like, oh yeah, here's what we need. We needed this thing. When there's just not enough compelling data to really suggest that thing has any merit whatsoever. And then ultimately, what the business discovers a little too late is that now they've paid this CRO business like $70,000 to come up with 6 words and a little bit of code, like CSS code that goes on your product pages. Listen, any of you watching, like, if you want to do that, that's good money. If you can convince businesses to just do that, then you'd be a typical CRO or agency copywriter. But if you actually like care about driving results for people, like, then I want to see data on like the actual uplift that this whole concept would give to a page. So in general, the answer, Shaw, to your questions is yes, your reasoning was sound, but also like, I think in terms of premises, like I would, if I were working for this business, I'd be like, really? We're spending all this time and money on like this shit? Okay, guys. That's exactly what my response would be. There's a reason why I don't play well with agencies. Anyway, I hope you guys get something too. The CRO team is pretty confident. I mean, of course they are. They literally just sold you 6 words and 2 CSS tags for probably tens of thousands of dollars. Of course they're going to be confident. They're not going to be like, I don't know, that might have all been wasted effort. They're never going to do that. Even if this fails, even if this drops conversions, what they're going to say? They'll be like, well, here's what it did. It increased engagement and reaffirmed your brand identity. And then the business owners will be like, oh yeah, it really did. And the CRO is going to be like, hell yeah, we sure saved that one. We sure saved Christmas. And then you, Shaw, direct response copywriter, are going to be like, oh my fucking God, this is so fucking stupid. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna change a bunch of stuff and want to create a cumulative effect, I guess. Yeah, again, like that's typical CRO stuff. Like, what you're going to find is that they're going to like try to get like a 7% boost here and a 3% boost here and a 1% boost here. But the thing is that they probably are not doing multivariate regression statistics. They are probably doing very simple shit where they like A/B split test like this page against this page. And then they're like, oh, well, that gave us a 7%, response boost. And then they stop testing that. And then they like test it against another thing and then find a 3% boost. And then what they say is like, hey, guys, guess what? We got a 10% boost over the original thing. When like, you don't actually know that. You're not actually doing a good test of like the 2 changes versus the original thing. And like the reason why they don't and will not do that, and Shaw, you pay attention to these guys. Like you watch closely with how they do this. Like make sure, like if what I'm saying is correct, I want you to come back and report back. If they do that, like then you know that they are fucking full of bullshit. Because again, if it's like a 7% or 3% thing, like it's entirely possible that it is just statistical noise. Like to get good data, like good statistically significant data, you need thousands or tens of thousands of samples in a population. And just naturally, you're going to have like a huge margin of error. And very frequently, these test results do not exceed the margin of error. Stuff to keep in mind. CRO is absolutely not a scam, but I've learned one thing about CRO, which is very simply like you want to test screams and not whispers. So what is that? That's like page UX, it's headlines, it's like the benefits that you foreground, et cetera, et cetera. Whispers are like brand tags. And with CRO, what you are looking for in any split test is not a 7 or 11% lift. What you are looking for with conversion rate optimization is a 50 to multi-hundred point lift. Because then you know it's probably not statistical noise. If you put together a page or change a thing, and all of a sudden that page is performing 70% better than the original, fucking stop the test. You have a winner. So that's good conversion rate optimization. Actually, a former mentee of mine, Brian Halpin, he's pretty active on like X and LinkedIn and Meta products like Instagram, Facebook. He is very, very bright and very good at CRO, and like he knows what's up. And the thing that you're looking for with CRO is not this piddling cumulative effect that like at a certain point would become so complex in terms of the number of variables that you were testing and testing against the originals that it would be almost impossible. Over-determined is the technical term. So yeah, there is that. Anyway, Shaw, thank you for sharing that. That was a journey. I'm also a little angry now that you're having to go through this. I do get the feeling you're describing from their Slack chats. I'm not sure what you mean there. Like, as in, like, I'm predicting what they are speaking about with each other in their Slack chats. Oh, yeah. I'm excited about this. All right. Shaw, you get a green check mark because I looked at it. Let's see. Placeholder. I definitely looked at that P. Thank you, Hayato. All right. Sharon. Context is inside. Let's view. Let's zoom in. Let's go 150. I'm not going to be able to get through all 17 pages of this. But from the looks of it, this is not terrible, just on skimming it. All right. Last time you reviewed this, it was confusing since I made an offer mismatch, so let me make it easier for you. The Greek god physique is an existing course. Oh, yeah. Okay. Shaw says they have no idea about the robustness of the data, and you want to get deeper into it. Here's the thing. Like, you know, CRO people, like, especially if they are trying to, like, be duplicitous and like mislead you, they are going to try to baffle you with bullshit. They're going to say a bunch of shit and like try to sound very convincing, and they're going to show you like reports and like clear evidence that something works. And if you are not familiar with statistics, it is absolutely going to persuade you because you are not going to be able to ask the right questions. That is how a lot of these people work and operate. Yeah, to understand the numbers, use comments and go into more depth. Yeah. again, it's just like once you like know this stuff, you can kind of like intuitively understand what I'm saying. Like if they are A/B split testing right now, the pages without the brand tags versus pages with the brand tags, they may or may not see a lift in response. You also want to make sure that you are seeing a lift in LTV measured at a particular point in time. Why do you do that? Because again, we're talking about brand affinity, and we're talking about here. Let me. This is fireside chat with Sean time. And when you're talking about brand, you're talking about very subtle, long-term effects, not just like the conversion on the page, but also like how likely a person is to come back to that business and to that brand, right? And that's the whole point of creating a brand identity. And so if you are not looking at a KPI that is directly tied to the likeliness that a person is going to buy a product from the same company again, and that's measured by LTV, it's one way to measure it, at like 6 months or 9 months or 12 months in the future, you've proven nothing. Like, say you get a 3% boost in conversions on the page, but like you have no idea if there's really any benefit to your brand. What if you discover like, oh yeah, these brand tags clear 10% boost to conversions on the page every time we test it on average, but then they don't show the data that shows that, well, 6 months later, like the people that bought the page with the brand tags are 20% less likely to buy another thing. That's what you want the data to show, that there's a clear boost now and a clear boost later. If there is not both, it was a bad test. I'm giving a little mini masterclass on like conversion rate optimization statistics and like how you want to do it. Here's another thing too. And this goes back to what I was kind of explaining earlier, Shaw, which is say you test A against B and B wins by 7%. Okay, get rid of A. Now you have B against C, and C wins by 3%. What a lot of CROs will do is say, oh, well, that means that C does 10% better than A automatically. When in reality, what you want to do is test C against A again. Because what frequently happens, especially with these like low number conversion boosts, is that you'll have almost paradoxical effects where B will beat A and C will beat B, but then A will beat C. And you can only do that if your testing process is statistically robust, which most CROs are not. And so it might not make sense to you that like A would beat C if we've clearly proven that like B beat A, and then C, which incorporates elements from B, like that beats B. And what happens then? What do you do? Do you go back to A, or do you do another test? Do you combine different stuff? Like things become very like cloudy and unclear once you start to notice these paradoxical effects in your testing. And it is almost guaranteed. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, they tested for 10 days. That means nothing. Like what you need to do is you need to measure how many people typically buy. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. Like I do a lot of split testing for Copy That's YouTube videos because I know this shit. You want to measure for statistical significance over not just a span of time, but also like based on the typical number of sales. If you have a population that is like this is the full population of sales that takes place in a given amount of time, you want to find out like, okay, what would be like a percentage of those sales that would give you a statistically significant number with a high confidence interval. You're not going to be able to get those from just 10 days unless they stop the test at 10 days because the confidence interval was high enough. sorry, this has become stats chat with Sean. Well, over the course of the last 5 hours, I have actually, like, I think, sexually harassed a viewer. I think that I have given some unethical advice, and like it's been a wild ride, is what I'm trying to say. So confidence interval and statistical significance matters. Now let's look at this. The first test, A against B. B presumably has the branding tags. The conversion rate uplift was more than 10%. Okay, let's look at those numbers briefly. So they saw that the page with the branding tags got 3.6% conversions versus the non-branding tag page, which got 3.26%. Revenue per view, I'm presuming, is that KPI. That uplift was plus 16%, but I'm assuming that it's a very small dollar amount. Average order value uplift, 5%. So I'm guessing, what is that? Instead of $20, it was $21 per order. These numbers are not filling me with hope and confidence. When I look at 3.6 versus 3.26, my immediate assumption is like, that is a wash. And like, unless you like can repeat it again under different circumstances, then I don't think you have any real data here. If instead, and I'm going to throw this out here, if instead you compared these two pages and one of them got 3.6 and the other got 8, and there was a clear RPV uplift and a clear AOV uplift, even if it was like only 5.2%, if conversions went up by like 8, like over 100%, I'm pretty sure everybody here, all 18 of us watching, would be like, the one that got 8% is the winner, obviously. But in this particular instance, this feels like almost like a statistical wash. I'm not convinced. And if you are not being very closely, like carefully watching these people, I think that they are going to do some, I think the technical term, the academic term is statistical fuck ass shittery. And you want to make sure that they are not blindsiding your business with statistical fuck ass shittery. Again, sorry, I don't make up these terms. I just report back. I have a couple of statistical textbooks over there. And that's just the name of this. So as long as you are monitoring them and their results carefully, making sure they're not doing that cumulative stupid thing again, just make sure that they are not engaging in statistical fuck ass shittery, and yeah, you'll be good. But also, Shaw, like, another thing to be careful about is like, when you have a business like a CRO come in and they're like really harping on like, we need these brand tags, we're going to do not for losers. You as a copywriter, be judicious and be careful about the fights you pick. Because the last thing you want to be is the guy who's like causing the vendor problems, the CRO agency, and the guy who's causing the business problems because you're sending out like 500-page memos about the choice of 3 words. Especially for something that literally had a negligible, from what I'm seeing, impact on conversions. Your energy is so much better applied towards the shit that matters. And one of the things that the CRO agency, like, that you kind of want to happen, if they're a good CRO agency, they'll quickly learn that not for losers is not the way to go for their branding tag. But that's only if they're good. If they're bad, then what you're doing is gently allowing them to fail, which for most agencies is a good thing. So keep that in mind. Yeah. Next test, the ones I shared were for CTA. Oh, that was for a CTA test change. That is going to move the needle, in my opinion, a little bit more than what you just shared. So stuff to keep in mind. Man, I need to figure out this whole streaming situation, because like every single time I like change something, my video starts lagging. Yeah, and just be judicious, because again, like you don't want the client to feel stupid for hiring these people, but you also want to make sure that you're doing your job of protecting your client from people that, you know, it's like modern day witch doctors. They shroud their rituals in complicated like spells and jargon in order to keep people without knowledge on the outside. CROs and a lot of agencies do that. They're like that. So be careful, be cautious. All right, let's look at this. Greek God Physique is an existing course the guru tried to market, but it didn't really match his content and the course did not seem to sell. Okay. Now this is a new idea, which is validated. High Pull-Ups got the most views in his YouTube channel when I used vidIQ. Well, I mean, you don't need to use vidIQ for that, because you can just look at the number of views. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's fine. Muscle Ups got second highest views, and being in this niche, it's implied that Muscle Up becomes the next natural step after High Pull-Ups, which is what they really want. Yeah. Everybody wants to do a Muscle Up. I've only ever been able to do it a bar Muscle Up twice. Ring Muscle Up once, and then I stopped doing CrossFit because it was terrible for my knees. Yeah. Again, like Sean. Okay, another fireside chat with Sean while my daughter is screaming in the background. Everybody watching, all 4 of you at this point, you're going to work for clients and you're going to work for businesses, and you're going to find that there's a lot of stuff that brushes up against and pushes up against like the things that you learn, the things that I teach you, the things that you read about, the things that you know are good. And one of the things that you have to keep in mind, and if you're young, you're not going to realize this, the amount of energy that you have is limited. The amount of care that you have is limited. And if you want to be effective at your job, one of the things that you kind of have to learn over time as you do this career is that the time that you spend worrying about stuff that doesn't matter strips you away from the work that does matter, that you can have an impact with. In every business any of you ever work with, is it really just 4 of us? No, there's like 23 of you, but it like vacillates between like 23 and 17. But what I'm trying to say here, very simply, is like you have to be careful and selective. If something like fucks with your territory a little bit, step in. If it's something that you feel like would be harmful to the client, I think that you have a moral obligation and perhaps a professional obligation to reach out to the client and let them know, like, hey, I know this about these agencies. This is something that you want to watch out for. I noticed that they're doing these things. Like, again, like, you know, listen to me if you want to, or don't. No skin off my back. But like, I want this business to make a lot of money. And so I want you to be careful about this. There you go. That's the only thing you need to send to fulfill your moral obligation. You do not, in that instance, need to spend however many hours it took you to work and rework the 3 words on a branding tag and write a memo about it and state your case and make the argument, etc., etc., etc. All that time was time that you could have spent better doing actual copywriting, if that makes sense. So again, I don't know you, I don't know your relationship with this business, etc. But as a practical consideration, for everybody watching, you are going to encounter things in agencies and businesses that are not just suboptimal, but also like actively brush against like your opinions about what is good in the world. And each of you are going to have to make a decision, which is you're going to have to make a decision very simply about like what you do in that situation. Do you drill down and focus on what you focus on? Do you like pick a fight with other people and other professionals because of your beliefs, ultimately at the expense of other stuff? In my opinion, and again, I'm saying this as a grizzled, like 40-year-old veteran of this industry and many businesses that like have lots of politics, you got to learn how to pick your battles. You have to learn how to pick your battles. And if you don't, you are going to run into a lot of trouble and a lot of burnout very quickly. It also is going to take you away from like the actual work that you have to do and get paid for, which of course is not good for your wallet because they will fire you. So there you go. All right. And let's do this view this time. All right. Greek god physique, pull-ups, muscle-ups. Avatar myself, high pull-up is like a realistic or more believable goal that you set as sort of a stepping stone for muscle-ups and other calisthenics stuff. Reader, beginners and intermediates doing calisthenics. Wanting to unlock the high pull-up to reach high enough to do the muscle-up, which makes them look cool and effortless for other people. The stage of awareness is problem aware. All right, without reading the copy, I immediately wonder. I do wonder. Yeah. I do wonder whether this is the right approach. That's technically an N dash. That's fine. I mean, it's being used as an M dash, but that doesn't matter. I'm not bothered by that. The high pull-up to reach high enough to do the muscle up, which makes them look cool and effortless for other people. Stage of awareness is problem aware. I'm wondering, is this... I'll just keep reading on. I'll reserve my judgment for now. Idea, self-explanatory from the research in the next tab. And the one idea is high pull-ups. Okay. So just so you guys understand this data, here, let me zoom in a little bit for you. So a lot of you probably don't have a lot of access to analytics and stuff like that. There is a service. There's a number of services for people that market via YouTube and things like that. vidIQ is one of them. I'm actually acquainted with the vidIQ like thumbnail expert. And my wife speaks with him regularly, and like they share a lot of ideas. So anyway, vidIQ, one of the things that they do is show you how many views per hour videos are getting. How to get high pull-ups. This one had 227,000 views a year ago. It's getting 1 view per hour, which is greater than basically 100 times better than like your average number of views. 10 months ago, they released a similar video, which like, you know, if something works on your channel, do it again, which, you know, stay tuned for the 32-hour copywriting mega course. I'm joking. I'm never doing that shit again. Oh my God. How to master high pull-ups, 78,000 views. And this is getting 26 views per hour, which is again, 100 times better than average. And then over here, we have how to muscle up, step-by-step progressions for perfect form. 20,000 views 2 years ago, 42 times better than average. Now, here's the thing. The reason why, like, okay, we know that this how to muscle up is good. It seems like they got better at titling and better at thumbnails along the way. We know statistically that these two first, the high pull-ups ones, are doing better because of how much better than baseline they're doing and how many views per hour they're getting. How to master high pull-ups is clearly getting more views per hour than the other two. How to Muscle Up is obviously made 2 years ago. So one of the things that we have to sort of reconcile with is algorithm fatigue, which is very simply that, like, if other newer videos that feel more relevant and have better viewer statistics than this one that relate to like how to do the muscle up, guess what YouTube is going to recommend to people? It's not going to be this one, the 2-year-old one. So YouTube content is a constant churn for that reason. Like, you constantly have to be remaking and re-uploading videos about effectively the same topic, ideally that are better than the original ones. But we know that either at the time or just in general, the stats were about 42x baseline. Yeah, super long videos. And good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right. We only have 1, 2, 3 left. So we'll be able to finish, probably in the next 7 hours. The offer. The angle I'm trying to approach is to convince the reader that high pull-ups can be attainable in a few months, no matter where they're starting. Shakeable belief. The reader who thinks it's too difficult and takes a long time. Guide for high pull-ups, master high pull-ups in just 3 months, no matter where you're starting out. Limited spots open for VIP. All right. Buy the course for $65. Buy now to get VIP access along with it. What is in the offer that goes with VIP access? Here's the finished and revised version. 2 times Dutch. Thank you for the clarification. Netherlands, calisthenics, freestyle champion breaks age-old pull-up myth. High pull-ups in 3 months. Is that an age-old pull-up myth? Discover below the complete guide to master high pull-ups in just 3 months, no matter where you're starting. Click to watch the video. And then I'm assuming that this would start the VSL, like some sort of demonstration. Breaks age-old pull-up myth. What is the myth? High pull-ups in 3 months. Personally, this is just me. Small design thing. When you have all these capped, I automatically sort of default that this is an acronym. Heavy inverted gonadal helter skelter pull-ups. I automatically, when I see this like this and see this like this consistently, I automatically go, oh, this is an acronym. So that would be just like one very small, like, and again, if you disagree, like, just ignore that advice. But like, when I look at that, like, that's where my head immediately goes. If you're struggling with pull-ups and want to go from 0 to 10 bodyweight pull-ups, build explosive strength for high pull-ups, perform the muscle up with perfect form, then keep reading. Okay. This is good. Good call out. I'm wondering what is going to be in the video that's not in the copy below. Like, because so far, like, is this problem aware? Not really. If it were problem aware, you'd probably want to go with a more indirect lead and more indirect headline. But this is a promise lead. And who are promise leads good for? Promise leads are really good for people that are solution and product aware. If a person, like, let me find it. Yeah. So if you're going with problem aware, this is the wrong approach. But I would argue that this is probably, how should I say, not going to people who are problem aware. This is probably going to go for people who are at the very least solution aware or product aware. That is to say, they're at the very least familiar with this person if they're on this page. Which means that this is totally fine. But I would strongly suggest you rethink of this as not being problem aware. Because if your audience is truly in the problem aware stage, then this does not work even a little bit. Because again, what is the problem that we're attacking here? Not being able to do high pull-ups. Why would I care? That's, I don't wake up in the morning being like, fuck, I can't do high pull-ups. It's not a problem. If you're talking to people who know what these are, who already have an understanding of like what role this serves in calisthenics, if people are more aware, then this angle, this approach in your headline makes a lot more sense. Which, again, if you're going for solution aware, product aware audiences, totally fucking fine. This works. And actually, I'd go so far as to say it's actually pretty good, except I don't know what the hell you're doing here. That this one gave me pause. Is it a deal breaker? I don't know. I have no idea. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 40 minutes. At this point, I know nothing. All right. You're struggling with pull-ups and want this. This is good. Then keep reading. Hi. Hate that. I'm Sam Nyland. Nyland? It's Dutch. So it needs to be like a drunken mix between German and English. So, hi. I'm Sam Nyland. In case you missed it, I am a 2 times. You don't need to have copy like that. You absolutely do not need to have copy like that. So this is, I would avoid that. If it's fluff at best, it is condescending at worst. So don't do that. 2 times Dutch calisthenics champion and certified calisthenics expert, but you probably don't want to be as crazy as me. This is one of those. Don't do this. This is fine because it clearly indicates that the line is going to continue, or the clause is going to continue, or that a thought is incomplete. This breaking just because there's a break, it signals to most people that there's just missing information. This has gained popularity among people that are bad at copy. So don't fucking do this. Single line paragraphs are generally good. You should not be afraid of 2, or dare I say, even 3 line paragraphs. We do not have any robust testing data that proves definitively that having paragraphs that sometimes go on for 2, even 3 lines, perform worse than copy that is always just only 1 line. We don't have the data on this. Certainly not robust data. We do know that shorter lines and shorter sentences, generally speaking, not always, but generally test better overall. So that's the litmus test that you want in your head. Are my sentences short and easy to understand? Are my paragraphs short and punchy? Am I not forcing a person to read a big old brick of text before they move on? Anything more than 4 lines would be a brick of text. Again, keep in mind whom we're writing for. We're writing for people that are staring at a light bulb. A LCD screen, a phone screen, any screen is a light bulb shining right into your eyes. The reason why shorter paragraphs work is it forces your eye to move, so your eye doesn't get fatigued. If you hit somebody with a multi-line paragraph, they're staring at the same spot on the screen, and their eyes are not moving very much, and their eyes are moving very slowly, and that actually does cause a significant amount of eye strain. That is why when we test shorter lines and paragraphs versus longer lines and paragraphs, guess what? Shorter lines work digitally. Longer paragraphs work in print. In print, you can go as far, and oftentimes in print, we'll have multi columns per page. you can go 8, 9, even 10 lines in a paragraph, and it actually converts better. Again, it has everything to do with eye strain and habit. So when I see stuff like this, breaking a line just to break a line because you have the false presumption in your head that lines need to always be super short, even if what you're signaling is not the thing that you think you're signaling. It tells me that you're inexperienced. It tells me that you don't really know much. That's what this signals to me. So just bring these lines together, man. Ellipses is fine. But don't be afraid of stuff like this. Don't be afraid of this or this. You can even, again, you don't have to be afraid of combining these or finding some other way to split them up cleverly. So that's my spiel on line length and paragraph length. I just, I try to give you the most robust possible explanations for stuff as possible, so that you understand the whys of things. Like, again, you're going to be better off, and you're going to be richer and like better at your job if you understand why a thing is the way it is. And again, if you go on to like actually test, like robustly test this against what I said, and you find out that this, comma, line break thing wins consistently, I'll change my tune. If the data proves that I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But I don't have that data. All I have is the experience of reading, which tells me that this is fucking stupid. All right. You probably don't want to be as crazy as me, like going from 35 kilograms to 75 kilograms weighted pull-ups in 1.5 years. Maybe you're just trying to achieve your first pull-up or build strength to do a high pull-up and eventually a muscle up. So, all right. Guys in the chat, what is the point of these two lines? What is the implication, the subtext of these two lines of text? But you probably don't want to be as crazy as me, like going from 35 kilograms to 75 kilograms weighted pull-ups in 1.5 years. Oh my God. I got a Pokeball. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's so fucking cool. All right, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I'm gonna stop providing value and just like ask you. All right, once I'm done asking you, I'm just gonna blast through this. This thinks it's giving credibility. But is it actually? This does. This, I'm not sure what it communicates. Like, oh, surely somebody must be skilled and strong if they can go from this to this. But how is your ability going to help me do this? Especially if you're saying like, you probably don't want to do what I do. Like that. These are the questions that I have. So like, I really strongly question like throw out lines like this. So I would delete that. I would rework or reaffirm this. Like, rather than turning it out as a humble brag, like, I would actually like just be direct about it. Like, I would get rid of this, and I would say like, in the course of 18 months, as part of my training, in the course of 18 months, I was actually able to go from 35 kilograms to 75 kilograms of weighted pull-ups, because of how optimally I was able to like set up my training regimen or something like that. That would communicate credibility better than the way it is right now. Because what's the emphasis there? The uplift in skill and the amount of time as a result of this dude's training, his system, etc. So the emphasis here is on the wrong thing. Maybe you're just trying to achieve your first pull-up or build strength to do a high pull-up and eventually a muscle-up, yet making no real progress for months or even years. Yeah, that's fine. I was going to say that repeats this, but it's totally okay. We're just sort of circling around the promise, the main promise. But what if you can go from 0 to explosive high pull-ups no matter how long you've been training? Okay. It wasn't always easy for me, like you might think. I would just get rid of like you might think. I didn't just start doing 18 strict muscle ups or one-arm pull-ups with 10 plus kilograms. I was barely able to do a pull-up in the beginning. I'm looking at it like this, feeling invisible with skinny arms to now gaining 15 kilograms of muscle and the confidence of a superhuman. This is fine. I've seen plenty of copy that does this, before after stuff. It's great. It's going to rub some people the wrong way, but you don't want them buying your shit anyway. It wasn't always easy for me, like you think. So this is like a rags to riches kind of story. I was born a poor child, and then I learned how to do 18 strict muscle ups. You might want to. Here's a good opportunity to dimensionalize if you want to spend the time doing it, which is like the average person can barely do one pull up, and that's where I was at the beginning. That's how I would dimensionalize that, which is to say, like, a person who doesn't know this might not know that 18 muscle ups is impressive. I know that it is. A lot of people who do calisthenics knows that it is. But again, if you're going to unaware people, as you say you are here, then you would have to dimensionalize that. Okay. Fast forward now. I make high pull-ups look easy for others. And it is easy when you follow this new method, which I'm about to tell you. And what is easy? Making high pull-ups look easy for others? Is that what this "it" is referring to? This feels confusing. Yeah. Confusing. Rewrite this paragraph. You made it look so easy, as if you don't even struggle. Man, you are strong. Because it is not that surprising when you discover the secret techniques used by elite calisthenics strength athletes who are doing pull-ups with this and dips with this, hanging on their waist like Newton's law doesn't work on them. Yeah. This is not bad. I don't hate this. This simile, it works. I'm not going to say it's the best copy, the best analogy that I've ever seen in the world, but it works for what it's doing or trying to do. This is the same strategy that allowed me to go from 0 to Netherlands National Calisthenics. I love how he keeps using the emoji for the Netherlands. National Calisthenics champion, not just once, but twice, without suffering any injuries, which would have prevented me from training for months. So I like the subtle overcoming of objections here. Pretty good. This is the kind of knowledge that you don't get from typical fitness influencers who just tell you to train harder without explaining anything clearly. So, all right. So the implication here is that we don't get the kind of knowledge that he's talking about from other fitness influencers. All right, and what is the kind of knowledge that we're referring to? The kind of knowledge that would prevent injuries, the kind of knowledge that would win championships, the kind of knowledge that would do really heavy pull-ups and dips. Okay. And the reason why you don't get this kind of knowledge is because fitness influencers only tell you to train harder and do not explain anything clearly. The implication there being that you get these results from clear explanations. I know that was a lot of logical work that I just went through. Let me try to break this down a little bit more clearly. This is showing efficacy. This is showing efficacy, but this is insinuating that the only thing that's preventing you, person reading this, from being effective is clear explanations. Now, all 2.5 of you who are still like watching this and who haven't fallen asleep yet, if I said to you, I have this amazing system for generating copy that produces millions of dollars in sales, and you know what sets it apart from other copywriting gurus? I know how to explain it better. When I articulate it like that, you can kind of clearly see how absurd that is, right? You can kind of clearly see that, like, maybe this isn't the problem that you want to be selling against. And again, I'm sorry, that's a nuanced thing. Like, when I try to get these copy reviews, I try to focus on like the very higher levels of like subtleties of language and implication, because that does matter. But when I see copy like this, I go like, I feel like you're trying to sell against alternatives. That's the technical term for what's going on here. But you're not clearly painting the alternative correctly. That would be different if you were able to like articulate clearly that the fitness influencers give advice that often results in injuries or that don't produce results. The problem that you're not trying to articulate is like how unclear their explanations are. The problem that you're the thing that sets your system apart, the secret techniques that set your system apart, is not clear explanation. Again, you may be thinking like, oh man, no reader is going to notice that. Well, your subconscious mind will. And so when the subconscious mind clearly goes like, why would I pick this over like a YouTube video? Or like, why would I pick this over like some other fitfluencer that I know like has a similar product? You don't want their subconscious recall to be like, well, this did promise me clearer explanations. No, that doesn't sell shit. Don't do that. Which is why I'm giving away all the secrets that most calisthenics athletes only share behind the stage in private meetups, so that you don't have to waste months of training without proper knowledge and technique. And actually progress faster than, okay. Without reading further, I want to know, I'm guessing about this, which is there going to be something that either reveals the secrets, reveals why they are secret, or has some sort of mechanism that explains like, why do you know this? Why has nobody told me about this? The moment you introduce secret techniques, you introduce objections. One of the most common ways to overcome the objection that gets raised when it comes to like, hey, I have secrets. You have to be able to address either directly or indirectly, like, why haven't I heard about this? Why do you know about this? If you are so good at this, why are you sharing it with me? Like, another one is again, like, is this actually a secret, or is this just like obscure knowledge that people have just never bothered to tell me? Like, there is a difference. And oftentimes what copywriters will do to justify the secret is to, well, basically either create or discover or uncover from data some mechanism. We call it a unique mechanism for a reason. And oftentimes, like, the reason why people have failed to achieve optimal outcomes and results is that they simply have not had access to the unique mechanism. And it's therefore the unique mechanism that constitute the secrets. And that, by framing it that way, that allows you to build intrigue for the mechanism, the thing that allows you to achieve the result. I don't feel like if this is going to give a unique mechanism, that this is doing particularly well. This is just sort of teasing like, hey, there's some vague secrets and techniques that you don't know about, but I'm not going to tell you why you don't know about them. I'm not going to explain that you can't actually like get these from like just a book or like a video, stuff like that. Once you start introducing secrets, natural objections start to raise. That's especially true for pages like this. All right. Actually, progress faster than 99%. Here's how to effortlessly do high pull-ups and muscle-ups using foolproof techniques that help me win 2 national champions with 75 kilogram plus pull-ups while weighing only 65 kilograms. This feels a little kitchen sinky. I would clarify this and slim it down a little bit. It feels like it's trying too hard to show cred. The ultimate 90-day guide for high pull-up mastery. So we're not going into a unique mechanism. We are just skipping straight to the offer. So no explanation of like why these are secret, what the secrets are, like no story of the discovery of the secrets. They're just techniques. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, again, I don't have testing data on this. This would be stronger if instead of secrets, it's a system that he has developed. Here's the cool thing about systems. 1, systems are proprietary. There's natural uniqueness baked in. I have developed a system for writing copy. I've developed a system for trading stocks. I've developed a system for scrubbing dishes that allows me to be 38% faster at scrubbing dishes than anybody else. The reason why you don't know about it is because you didn't have me to come along and discover this system. And by the way, here's the story of how I discovered this incredible system. There's like when you frame things as a system rather than as like a set of secrets, the natural progression of the copy changes. The objections that people are going to have to your copy change. The way that you prove out the efficacy of something changes. When you are talking about giving away secrets, we have to go over all the objections and all the problems and all the other things that you need to prove to actually justify and make secrets a believable thing. When you have a system, things get a little bit easier. You still have to prove out aspects of the system, but there are fewer, or at the very least, different natural objections to a system, especially one that you have cobbled together and crafted yourself. Again, a lot of this is like very high level for people. So there's one person watching. I'm pretty sure it's my wife. The only person watching in the world at this point is my wife. And so, honey, sweetheart, darling, if you were trying to write copy that has a bunch of secrets, sometimes it might be better to frame it as a system because what you need to prove is a little bit better or a little bit easier to come up with and produces fewer or at least more manageable objections. All right. Offer. Pull up our mastery. So what is this? Here's how to effortlessly do this. The ultimate 90-day guide for pull-up mastery. So, okay, this is a guide. We're switching to the offer. There's no clear switch to the offer. It's true. It's me, the only viewer. This transition feels abrupt. When I look at this, I go, okay, like how is it going to be fulfilled? Is this a video? Is this a series of videos? Is this like what are the features of this? Like, what am I getting? What are the facts of this product? Master pull-ups, no. But master high pull-ups, yes. In my opinion, it might be better to start with the thing that people care about the most, rather than like, maybe rename this a little bit. But at the same time, like the problem that I'm having here, the issue that I'm having here is like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what I'm buying. Like, what is it? You know, is it a book? Is it an ebook? Is it like a report? Is it a series of videos? Is it an instructional? Is it a dossier? What the fuck, man? What is it? Step-by-step beginner to advanced weekly progressions. Progressions towards high pull-ups, no matter what level you're in. Produce more power and torque for high pull-ups with simple, quick fixes. Yeah. The unused technique I used. The unused technique I used. Man, come on. To go from this to this, pull up more than twice your body weight. Yeah, they look like pull-up tarot cards. This one's the devil, this one's the tower, and this one's death. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I think you should do a little bit more IVOC research and look for what people are saying in forums and like what they're looking for. And then I would recommend reframing your bullets along those lines, like what people actually want, what people are actually asking about, rather than what you currently have. I will give you a very specific example. Step-by-step beginner to advanced weekly progressions. When people are doing progressions, oftentimes what's happening is they are breaking a movement down into like very simple, like much simpler, easier to do, like sub movements. Many people don't know that though. And so you might want to break that down a little bit better. Here, progress towards high pull-ups, no matter what level you're in. Again, feels abstract. Like, imagine instead of step-by-step beginner to advanced weekly progressions, like, you know, each step has been broken down into X number of mini movements that, you know, mastering each mini movement brings you one step closer to completing a full high pull-up. There you go. Produce more power and torque for high pull-ups using simple, quick fixes. Nobody wants simple, quick fixes. People would love to hear about like little-known accessory movements. Again, think about things like this. Perfect your high pull-ups with rapid movement to effortlessly unlock the muscle up. I don't know. I don't know if that's what that is. Is that instruction? Anyway, this is currently not working. It needs to be a little bit more clear, and it needs to, in my opinion, use a little bit more IVOC data related and like reframe the language around what people actually want, what you discover that people want. Yeah, my wife thinks the accessory movements angle is a good idea. Don't want a car where the handle flies off. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that this is not really working for me right now. And then no transition. We just get some social proof. Here's the thing with long comments like this. And anybody who's writing a sales page could learn from this. When you have text like this, people don't want to read it. It's harder to read. It's smaller text. What you do is you paraphrase and summarize it. You know, Andrew talks about how I can't even do one pull-up. I feel like I really want to learn this shit because it's so fascinating. I'm MB one day. I'll do 20 pull-ups and a few muscle-ups. So this isn't even a testimonial. So this comment is, my body weight is 95 kilograms, not fat. My 20% body fat, I don't know, but I can't even do one pull-up and I'm feeling frustrated. Why is this here? What is this doing? Yeah, it's I've been away for a while. Yeah, and so I answered a lot of questions, and then I've been going into detail on a lot of stuff. Anyway, thanks. I can do 30 plus pull-ups and with 5 to 6 reps with 40 kilograms and 7 to 8-ish muscle ups, but never really gotten the technique of high pull-ups. Is that an effective testimonial? Is that effective social proof? I don't know what these are doing. What are these doing? Rubber band. Consider this as a very big compliment. At my 55 years, I'm trying this. First, I'm only hanging. Okay. Delete the social proof that's not actually social proof. If your screenshot doesn't say, I followed the secret techniques and now I've been able to go from 0 pull-ups to doing 8 unbroken high pull-ups, it's not good. It is a waste of space. What are you doing? Let's see. I skipped over this. You make it look so easy as if you don't even struggle. Man, you're strong. So again, like it's more about cred. You always make it look so easy. Well, explosive. Yeah. So this is social proof around cred. These screenshots work for this context. It does not work here because none of this actually proves that this stuff is good, which is what you would want to have in context. Anyway, that's not everything. You also get these 3 bonuses: high pull-up toolkit, high pull-up nutrition device, and calculator. Easy to follow suggestions for each step of your pull-up journey. Track your progress every week. Personalized reports in your pocket or any device. Why do I want this? Easy to follow suggestions for each step of your pull-up journey. I mean, great. What's the outcome? Why is it a no-brainer for me? Why do I clearly want this? What is the benefit of tracking my progress? Why? Use your copy. Explain things. Make it feel beneficial. Bonus 2, high pull-up ultimate guide. High pull-ups and transitioning to muscle up. How to gain explosive strength to achieve the high pull-up. What is the difference between this and like these? What's the difference? Like, oh, here it says ebook for instant download. I wouldn't have known that if I wasn't looking at the random screenshot. Again, the progressions. Like, you have to spell out what these things are. Otherwise, people aren't going to know what they are. You got, like, I don't know what I'm buying. And, like, it's very easy to miss this ebook here. So, high pull-up ultimate guide ebook. This ebook takes the contents and makes it into, like, if you don't want to watch the videos, you prefer reading, this book breaks down the process for you with illustrations, yada yada yada. Pull up monster feast, 110 plus easy to cook meal plans. Become a monster on the pull up bar with fast, easy recipes. Stay strong and shredded to make progress faster. Yeah, this I can see as being like a reasonable bonus. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Not great, not terrible. Okay, yo, this tutorial is insane. Really good tips and exercise in under 4 minutes. Good work, bro. Again, what are these screenshots proving? Are they just screenshots for the sake of screenshots? Are you trying to prove that this guy's YouTube videos are great? But they come below the bonus. The implication being that, like, this would be about how great these things are and how much they helped people. But they are not that. Yeah. So this doesn't work here either. Master the pull-up bar like gravity doesn't exist and learn new skills without wasting months. Here's the crazy part. When you get the high pull-up mastery right now, VIP access to Calisthenics Inner Circle. Okay, limited spots. On top of all this, if you buy now, you also get VIP access to this for getting questions answered. Guys, I know it's like 6 in the morning for you and 2 a.m. for you, but at some point this evening, did you go, oh man, I would be so much better at pull-ups if I could only get my questions answered? Again, it has to pass the bed test. People have to care about it. If you're going to highlight that as a benefit, that's not your strongest benefit. Specific tips you can use to progress much faster. Advice tailored for unique struggles and to keep making progress. This is a little bit better. Lead with the good thing. Lead with the best thing. There's limited spots. There's only limited spots left. How many spots are there? VIP access closes after 5,000 subscribers. There's this many concurrently. People are not going to do math, so you need to be able to say, like, there's 190 left. So you don't want to miss this offer. Like, okay, but why? What's the because? Why does it have to close after this many subscribers? What's the why? You can't just create false scarcity. That's actually illegal. So, what's the justification? All right. Here's everything you get inside high pull-up mastery. All right, quick. This is a compliance thing. And again, for all -1 of you watching at this particular point, if this is not on sale somewhere on a website and somebody's bought it for $450, you cannot list it as being worth $450. Now, many small businesses still do that because they do not know that businesses are getting absolutely fucked over by the FTC for making claims like this. This has been a big change. If you want to be able to do this kind of price anchoring, this individually needs to be available for sale, and it has to have been purchased at least once at this price. Otherwise, you can't do this. I mean, you can do this, but you'd be putting your client at risk. So don't do this. Don't do this. All right. And you can look up the FTC regulations regarding false price anchoring and all that stuff on your own time. Bonus 1, bonus 2, bonus 3. Again, like most of the stuff, I don't even know what it is. Pull up bar mastery. Is it a video? Is it a series of videos? Is it a gauntlet? What is it? What am I buying? A lot of this feels like it's trying to check a box. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of this copy feels like it's going like step by step. Like, yeah, it's going step by step and being like, oh, I need to have a recap now. Oh, I need to have like 3 bonuses. Oh, I need to like have some sort of like, scarcity inducer. But because it's sort of like following a template or like observations of other products, it doesn't feel cohesive. It doesn't feel coherent. I would be hard pressed to believe that this would do very well. It might sell something, but I have my doubts, especially if you're going to include like these non-testimonial testimonials. So there's that. Like a lot of the problems that you're going to run into with this kind of copy is like, I don't understand really fully like what it is or like, what differentiates the different things very clearly. Yeah, it's a framework and it feels like nothing connects. And you absolutely can price anchor to similar products, but like again, like what is the product that's similar to pull-up bar mastery? Would that be an ebook? Would that be a course? I mean, you can do it overall. Like you can compare to like other things. Like, many people like have purchased like coaching for, pull-ups and gymnastics for $17,000 for one lesson. Well, I'm not going to charge you $17,000. I'm only going to charge you $79,000. That's fine. Doing it on a piece-by-piece basis, a little bit more difficult, and you actually do have to spell it out. So this doesn't work. Get the guide. Get it today for only $79. 100% secure. Easy checkout through PayPal. Still not sure if this is for you. Keep reading. Who is this for? This is not for people looking for some lazy hacker magic pill. This is for you if you want to progress way faster with pull-ups, to hit high pull-ups and unlock the muscle up. So this is for you if you want the outcome that I promised. Weird. How long does it take to see results? When you follow this guide and train consistently while following a proper diet. So as long as you do this, and this, then you expect to see results in 1 to 3 months. That it saps a little bit of the energy out of this, don't you think? Is there a money back guarantee? Keep in mind, there is no money back guarantee. Oy, oy, oy. Because I know that you actually want these results for the confidence you deserve rather than a refund. Okay. The knowledge shared inside is very valuable, and your result depends on how consistent you train. Consistently, but it's fine. But if you buy now, you get VIP access inside the California Inner Circle community to give you the highest chance and motivation to win. So now is the best moment to take action if you're ready to become a serious athlete. And then another recap with no difference, no sign off, no close, nothing. Listen, I've read a lot of bad landing pages, and I've read a lot of bad copy in my life. As far as where this ranks, this is not the worst thing that I've ever read. It is still pretty bad. It has some things that are still working. There's some stuff in here that's okay. There's some stuff throughout it's not really working. This transition to the offer, it starts to really fall apart. This, like, I have a bunch of secrets. Well, why don't you mention, like, hold on, let me just see. Secret. Okay. We got a secrets there. And that's referring back to giving away all the secrets. So, it really, we're only giving secrets for basically doing this. Okay. What's the next secret? Instant access to 2x national champions secrets. Okay, so no details there either. And then a recap of the names of things. Okay. So again, is it salvageable or is it back to the drawing board? It's salvageable. There's just a lot of stuff that's broken. It's one of those things too where it's like, once you start to try to fix it, you'll be tempted to try to preserve a lot of stuff. And it might be easier just like, delete the copy that you have, maybe like keep the wireframe and then expand the wireframe to include the stuff that you're missing. One of the issues that you have though is like, okay, there are secrets. Like, one way that in copy to make a secret feel believable is to give it a name. Like, earlier, I was talking about deep persuasion as being like the thing that's responsible for differentiating our paid products from our regular free products or stuff like that. And so, here, let's, the secrets of a 75-kilogram pull-up, like the crooked wrist trick to making, the pull-up, feel something like super easy or something like that. I'm tired, so I'm not going to write the best copy, but like you come up with the name for the thing and like what is it actually? The false grip. Come up with a name for the false grip. The necessary wrist angle that you need to know. And then all of a sudden, like, you all of a sudden are like giving a name to the secrets. The secrets, therefore, then become more believable. It becomes believable that there are actually secrets because, oh my God, there is actually like a specific wrist angle that I need to use. It's called the false grip. Do you see what I'm saying here? So, and again, a lot of those objections kind of go away if you switch this to like a system. But if you switch it to a system, then there are other objections that you need to overcome. There's just a lot of objections that this is not really overcoming. There's not a lot of consideration. It really feels like it's following some sort of template or somebody else without really thinking like how it all coheres. So for that reason, I think it's it's just not really working right now for me. Oh my God. And like, don't even get me started with the social proof. Like this, when I started realizing like he's just included like random screenshots from like the YouTube video and not actually like any social proof that the stuff is good. Then I was like, what the fuck? All right. That's it for this one. If you have any questions, hit me up on Discord. Sorry, I was kind of harsh, but also like, I have to be honest with you. Like, it's not great. I think you can do a lot better. And if you think that I'm wrong about that, test it. Test it and see if it works. All right. Let's see. All right. Take your leadership from effective to transformational. This is a sales page for a coach selling leadership assessments using the DISC method. What is the DISC method? All right. DISC method. DISC method. Okay. DISC method. Interesting. Target audience is corporate women team leaders who want to elevate their leadership and the performance of their teams. The DISC assessment is presented as the mechanism that will deliver their desire to enhance their leadership. Okay. Traffic will come from meta ads. The page design has not been finalized. Okay. Then I'm not going to say anything about, yeah. There you go. All right. Let's start. Zoop, zoop. All right. Take your leadership from effective to transformational. Step into leadership that strengthens your team's independence, trust, and long-term performance. Isn't that just effective leadership? Step into leadership. What does that mean? Take your leadership to what is transformational leadership? I'm a little confused. I think this feels very buzzwordy without being substantive, which, that's typically not very good copy. I wonder if that's just like an English language proficiency thing. This feels off to me. Take your leadership from effective to transformational. What does it mean? What is the difference between transformational and effective leadership? I don't know. So, okay. Is this useful? I'm sure some people might think so. Like, there are clearly benefits here. I don't understand how it differentiates that. Okay. Is it useful? I guess. Is it unique? Not really. It doesn't feel that way. Is it urgent? Definitely not. Is it ultra specific? Heck no. So right now, by the 4 use test, this headline complex is not really working. Okay, so there's that. Transformational leadership begins with awareness. The shift from effective to transformational leadership requires, okay, again, this is really hinging on people automatically wanting to be a transformational leader without you having explained what that actually entails or is. Insight into how you lead, how your team responds, and understanding of what's really driving or blocking growth. It all begins with awareness on how you lead, but also how your leadership is being received in your workplace. And one of the most effective methods is to gaining awareness that can transform your leadership is a simple self-assessment tool that you'll learn all about below. This is definitely not working as a lead. This is no. this is not working. It's explaining rather than like building excitement for an outcome. What is, what's in it for me? Like, how many people woke up this morning being like, oh my God, I need greater team awareness in order to be a better manager. So like, if this is educating people, I don't think it's doing a very good job. If it's trying to entice people, it's definitely not doing a good job. So this just isn't working. Yeah. One of the most effective methods to gaining awareness that can transform your leadership, self-assessment tool. Yeah, again, okay. We know that this is going to be an offer. So if, like, what lead is this? Is it a promise lead? Proclamation lead? Like, I don't know what this is. Like an offer? No, it's not an offer. The closest thing that it could be is a promise lead, but it's not making a very clear promise. And if you're making a promise lead, you need to sort of spell out or like paint the outcome of like you fulfilling that promise for people. Anyway, yeah, this is not working. The leaders who take the time to self-assess and truly understand their leadership style and their team's behavior are able to lead with less friction. Delegate without second guessing. Trust their teams to take initiative instead of waiting for direction, and create the space required to think, grow, and lead at a high level. This is not body copy. This is technically lead copy. It's really not clear. And also, like, lead with less friction. Like, okay, the implication being that you're currently leading with too much friction. Is that a problem that a lot of people have? Is the implication here that, like, hey, right now, when you lead, it causes friction? Because that's what this is subtextually saying. Ugh, no bueno. Okay, all it takes is a 30-minute brief self-assessment that provides a simple but clearer view of what's already happening. And within 24 hours, you will receive a strategic leadership and team management plan that is immediately actionable in your workplace. This isn't working for me. This is not. This information is coming too soon. This feels like a pivot to an offer, but like, we haven't really spelled out the benefits of like achieving an outcome. There's not a clear promise. There's not proof. Like, what is it that like Sally Cornerschmidt, what did she discover that allowed her to take her team that was falling apart, and now all of a sudden every quarter sales have been increasing by 20%? And it all began with a simple tool that she discovered online. Before I reveal that tool, let me introduce you to another person who discovered this tool. Now, here was her situation. After she solved her situation using this tool, look at this amazing result that she had, yada, yada, yada. And then you reveal a little bit more details about the tool. Where's like, why should I keep reading? What's the point? What's the outcome that I'm going to achieve here? Again, this is entirely dependent upon somebody being like, waking up this morning being like, I don't want to be an effective leader. I want to be a transformational leader. You can't just do that. The copy actually does need to spell out what that is and why people want it. Yeah. Gain clarity on your leadership almost immediately. Through a personalized assessment, you will gain true insights into your specific behavioral style, natural strength, and unique challenges. Like, honest to Christ, if you like told me that this was written by AI, or even edited by AI, I wouldn't be surprised at all. This feels very AI-esque. And the reason why it's not working is because it's failing to do a lot of the things that AI typically fails to do, which is like value what humans value and think about what humans care about and order things strategically according to what humans actually care about, based on the very specific context of each individual idea or product that you're trying to sell. Through a personalized assessment, you will gain true insights into your specific behavioral style, natural strengths, and unique challenges. And this process will clearly reveal how you lead, how your team responds, and what's actually shaping your leadership outcomes. Like, that feels like AI writing. And if it's not AI writing, it feels like bad writing. Lots of corporate jargon, lots of like mean nothing aspirational language. It's not a long process, but it's an eye-opening one. And it gives us the clarity we need to grow your leadership and create noticeable change in your team's performance very quickly. It all begins with a 30-minute online assessment. What is this saying that this wasn't saying before? Using the world's most advanced workplace assessment, known as the DISC Advanced Assessment. The DISC Advanced process, you will gain actionable strategies to enhance your leadership, gain clarity on your leadership style, and the simple adjustments that will transform your team and your organization's performance. Oh, Lordy. You will receive personalized assessment report with immediately actionable strategies to enhance. Let's see. How many times does this page use actionable? 3. 2 in adjacent paragraphs. Is actionable strategies always together? No, just in these 2 instances. Yeah, of course. No reason why not. But also at the same time, then you have to wonder, like, are you being economical with your language? All right. Get your personalized leadership assessment. Limited availability, bonuses valued at $207. Okay, this is going to run into the same problem that I was talking about before. The DISC Advanced Assessment, the pathway to transformational leadership. My name is Marissa, and I am a certified DISC Advanced consultant with over 20 years of leadership and team management experience in the fast-paced corporate world. After helping corporate clients elevate their leadership, what does that mean? While also testing and refining the DISC process in my own career, I have to say, this is the weakest copy. I have to say that the DISC Advanced Assessment has had a profound impact on my career. Not only did the process provide a clear roadmap to improving how the teams I managed were functioning, but it also provided valuable insights into my leadership effectiveness and conflict resolution competencies. This copy brings me pain. Reading this causes pain in me. I don't want to read anymore. Is this even a real testimonial? This feels like fake. It uses a lot of the almost same corporate jargon. However, things get stressful. Like, can we provide some proof? Can we show examples? Can we give some case studies? Can we be more specific? Can we use less corporate jargon? The science of authentic leadership. Turn self-awareness into strategy. Apply your behavioral insights to how you lead, delegate, and communicate so your leadership has greater impact with less friction. Again, so the implication being that the person reading this is causing friction with their leadership. Strengthen your leadership presence without changing who you are. Lead with confidence, clarity, and authority in a way that aligns your natural strengths. This all feels like AI writing. And it's bad, and I don't like it. I do not like this. All right. I thought I would never do this, but we're going to have to talk a little bit about get a Myers-Briggs professional assessment. All right. Easier workplace assessments. Explore MTBI versus DISC. Looking for a personality test? Discover why DISC may be the better choice for personal and professional growth. Look at what this copy is fucking doing that the other copy we're reading isn't fucking doing. Like, are you looking specifically for this? Related to my keywords? Yes, I am. Discover why this may be a better choice for personal and professional growth. Okay, better choice compared to alternatives. We're selling against alternatives. Great. DISC was developed to be easier to understand, best for communication, teamwork, and leadership, trusted by Fortune 500 companies. We've got social proof coaches and HR professionals worldwide. And then look at all the social proof. Johns Hopkins uses this. Microsoft uses this. Wayfair uses this. United uses this. Oh my God. There's fewer words here than this. And this is already more persuasive to me about how good DISC is. For individuals, gain clarity about your communication style, strength, and behavioral patterns to build strong relationships and make confident decisions. When we're talking about empowering people, like, what do they want? What does am human want? I am human. Beep boop. What do I want? Do I want to build stronger relationships with people? Yes. Humans are social creatures. AI doesn't know that. Make confident decisions? Yeah. If we're talking about the demographic, like people in like middle management positions who want to become more effective managers, one of the constant pain points that people in those positions face is indecision and anxiety. For organizations, enhance teamwork, leadership, and hiring outcomes with insights that help you understand and manage diverse behavioral styles. Oh my God. If I were like a soulless HR professional who this is exactly what I would want. Enhancing hiring outcomes with insights that help you understand and manage diverse behavioral styles. Yes, this is still corporate speak, but what is the implication here? You are struggling with a problem in a business, in any sort of organization, which is very simply that people behave differently. And when people behave differently, they rarely ever respond to management styles that are the same. Everybody's going to respond differently. So if you exist in this world, this is offering you a clear benefit. Build a leadership rhythm that supports growth for you and your team. What? Establish sustainable practices that increase team ownership and give you space to lead at a higher level. Look at how unspecific that is. Which is right for you? If you're exploring personality assessments like this, you are on the right track. Understanding yourself and others is key to success in your career, relationships, and leadership. This does a better job of explaining in 2 sentences why you even want an assessment. All right. I bring up other copy to illustrate what things lack, because sometimes in the abstract, me like talking about how this copy pains my soul, it often gets lost, like what we're actually talking about. Even though this is engaging in much of the same like tropes and language that I find problematic, it is still more specific and clear than anything that I've seen here thus far. This is not working. This is way too many words to say far too little. It really, really, really does feel like AI writing. And if it's not AI writing, it's just bad writing. So there's that. Yeah. So anyway, those are my comments on this. I have nothing else to say. I don't think this is good. I think that you would be doing your client a disservice if you tried to publish this. That's my opinion. All right. That's it for that. And this is the last thing. Cool. Whetstone critiques. I'm going to give this a check. Glueless wigs. Hi, S. Here's my sales page. Please share your feedback. Thanks in advance. All right. I will read as far as I can get before I go. All right. Well, after 5 years in self-isolation, experimenting, and failing over and over again, Crowned by Cuties custom glueless wig collection is finally revealing a new way to wear a wig without ever using adhesive. All right. So what is this trying to do? This is combining several direct response cliches from different styles of sales pages. So this is a discovery story, sometimes called a Prometheus story. And then the final reveal, rendering unto mortals the great fire. So there's part of the Prometheus story, to wear a wig without using adhesive. So it's a glueless wig without, get benefit without pain point, like how to increase conductivity in polymers without ruining the environment. Get carbon black. There you go. It's a very common trope. Get benefit without thing. Now, what is the benefit here? What is the benefit without the typical objection or drawback? When you look at this, what is a person getting from this that they want? From this story, from this discovery? A new way without old problem. How many of you, I'm speaking to you guys in particular, now that we're 7 hours into this, how many of you were looking for a new way to wear a wig? Kaylee knows something about hair. Stop the hair loss in your edges without ever using adhesive. There you go. That's the benefit. The copy here right now is leaning into a lot of tropes without understanding what those tropes highlight. The whole reason why you have a long, painful discovery story is to answer, we'll do a couple things. One, to emphasize the power of a benefit, the reason why you would do the discovering in the first place. And the other reason to do that is to explain why you haven't gotten the benefit from other places before. But we don't have a benefit here. So there's no justification for these trappings. There you go. Are you a professional woman? I'd like to think that I am a professional woman. I only dress up as a woman when I am paid. Therefore, I am a professional woman who is stressed out from your inability to have a wig that fits snug and does not require adhesive, which leaves a messy residue. So this is what we would call a complex sentence. A complex sentence is one that has multiple independent and multiple dependent clauses. Are you a professional woman who is stressed out from this and does not require this, which also leaves this? So if we diagram the sentence, we would see that there's like 4 forking paths here. And if you're trying to get somebody's attention, which that is what you were trying to do in the first sentence of a sales page, you're trying to get and keep attention, that's not working. It has to be way simpler, way clearer. So, are you overwhelmed and tired of spending all day in the salon to install a wig with adhesive? Spending all day in the salon. Are you struggling? I mean, if you're already talking about removing adhesive, you can just get rid of that. Are you tired of spending all day in the salon? Are you struggling to get to work on time and just simply unable to get a wig that matches your lifestyle. That just feels weird. That feels like a weird thing to say. I don't understand that. Are you frustrated because you have wasted so much money trying different options and nothing has worked? Have experienced difficulty with removal and reapplication of adhesive each time you wear your wig, which has led to allergic reaction or scalp irritation. All right. Focus on the 3 biggest irritants. When you read a sales page, the one thing that you will not see when you study sales pages and sales letter copy is you will not see this list of questions go on and on and on and on and on. You want the 2, 3, 5 at most biggest concerns, problems, irritants, issues, if you will, that people have. And you want to directly address those first and foremost, the biggest ones. You don't need to keep reiterating problems with adhesive. You say, are your wigs making your scalp itchy or causing flare-ups? Are you struggling to find wigs that you can put on easily and remove easily? Do you feel like your wigs simply don't make you look good? And then you would want more copy there. So here, I'm gonna show an example. Like I like whipping out this example like every once in a while. So let's look for brand new knees. Brand new knees in 90 days. All right, let's look at this. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Do aching joints keep you up at night? Okay. Look at how simple that sentence is. Look at how clear it is. Do you dread getting up in the morning because you know you'll be stiff and sore? Okay. Aching joints, dread getting up because of stiffness and soreness. Have you tried every kind of pill you can think of, yet still haven't gotten the relief that you need? We've got problem 1, aching joints. Problem 2, morning stiffness and soreness. Problem 3, you've tried many solutions before and none of them worked. If you think about people that have knee pain, those are the 3 big ones. Yeah. And Kaylee makes a very good point. People who buy wigs also care very much about the hair that's in them. Like, is it synthetic? Is it horsehair? Is it like a person's hair? It's 100% human. Is it Remy? Is it what are the available colors, et cetera, et cetera? People care. Yeah, and then there's specific wig tech. So when I read this copy, when I read these questions, I feel immediately, especially if I have bad knees, which I do. I'm an old man. I do worry that things will get worse as time goes on. So if so, this may be the most exciting report you've ever seen. You're about to discover a breakthrough in our understanding of joint health and aging. Let's take this and we'll use it as a swipe, and we'll play a little bit of Mad Libs. What are some of the major concerns that people have about wigs? And I'm just going to guess. Okay, allergic reactions, scalp irritation. Are your wigs making your scalp itchy? Question mark. Great. Let's pick another one. Do you dread the time you have to spend in the salon to, what is the word? To install wigs or whatever. Something like those lines. Have you tried multiple wig adhesives before, yet still can't find one that doesn't irritate your skin? Sean, which part of copy do you think the main USP and new mechanism copywriters write? I have zero idea what this sentence is asking me. Yeah, so I just went through and like using this template, I was able to take all this and reframe it way more simply. If so, if you answered yes to these questions, I have some exciting news for you. And again, like we're swiping, we're changing some words around and changing context a little bit. You're about to discover a breakthrough in wig technology that allows you that frees women from the irritation and annoyances that come with wearing a wig. Notice how I haven't talked about adhesive yet. Notice how I haven't talked about like text except in like the questions that people are like annoyed with. This discovery could have you feeling like, and then you talk about the benefits, like, that your wig is just an extension of your own natural hair. It'll make you feel like you aren't even wearing a wig at all. And most importantly, it's a completely new way of approaching wigs and hair extensions. So if nothing else you've ever tried has worked the way that you've hoped, you are going to want to stay tuned because this is based on a well-known adhesive-free technology with the power to completely, and then what would we do here? With the power to completely free you from the drawbacks and irritations that come with wearing a wig. There you go. Using this template, this framework, I was able to go line by line and able to craft the beginning of a lead about adhesiveless wigs and wig technology. Yeah, and the thing that you would want, it would be more natural and easier to install than a lace front. Okay, yeah, there you go. You avoid jargon if people are not familiar with the jargon. The more simple that you can make things, the better. You often don't want to confuse people. Do I recommend it? No. But if you're trying to come up with a draft and you're trying to learn copywriting and you're trying to practice, then yes, you want to do that. Like you want to rethink things. Like taking, for example, a joint supplement sales letter and rewriting it to be about adhesiveless wigs is really, really good practice. Because what does that force you to do? It forces you to think about like, okay, well, what is this sentence doing? How do I change this to apply to the completely new product or context? And what you're going to discover along the way is that you're going to have to divert because every product comes with its own natural problems when it comes to articulation and discussion. Like you're going to discover that like you have to articulate benefits and problems and overcome objections in different ways. And that's a really, really good insight into copy. If you're just sort of like blindly like mad-libbing your way through an entire sales letter, you're probably not getting a whole lot out of it. So do I recommend using a framework? Yeah, if you're like a true beginner and like you're trying to figure out this whole copywriting thing, that could be a useful way of like learning the beats of copy, learning the nuances of a copy. It's not terrible. So anyway. Are USP and new mechanism tied to specific parts of copy, lead, body, or offer? I mean, no, yes. The unique selling proposition is the reason why somebody would buy your thing as opposed to anybody else. It is what makes your thing, your sales argument, unique relative to other people. Like, why this service and not another? Why this knee pain joint supplement or whatever, as opposed to like every other one? And we don't, in the copy, this is the lead. We don't know what the USP is yet. We'd have to read on. Now, the new mechanism, you can tease that in your lead, but you would often only reveal that late in your body copy. it is very rare that you would see a USP only come out during an offer. It's rare that you would see like a new mechanism only come out during an offer. This is the stuff of like teasing in leads or like setting up in leads and then like addressing more deeply in body copy. But yeah, so there you go. He can also use bullets if he's asking questions early in the copy. I mean, yes. I'm not sure I understand this question. All right. I was asking about bullet points. Would bullet points work in this copy listing pain points? I think that oftentimes questions are better in the beginning for stuff like that. You know, it forces a person to actually think about their own experiences. Questions be crazy like that. Copy, it's like mind control. If I ask you a question like, you know, how's your left toe feel right now? You'd be like, man, what? Oh, left toe. All of a sudden, I just did some mind control on you. I just forced you to think about a thing that you weren't thinking about. Questions are crazy, man. So you can leverage that way easier in your copy. With bullets, it becomes a little problem. All right. Let's see. With hair, if this is targeting Black audiences, the people that primarily wear this style, then lace front is not jargon, it's just common knowledge. Fair. If glue is the objection. Hair is ingrained in the culture. But for a wig person considering leaning into hairline loss from glues, I've owned a wig business for years. That's the big problem driving customers glueless. Yeah. So what is the big benefit here? You know, a good fitting, natural wig doesn't cause hair loss without using adhesive. There you go. I'm so glad that there are women watching this stream who have experience with wigs. That is why you are the people that Copy That is made to serve. There you go. Women with wig experience. I am Cutie, a design essential certified stylist and master cosmetologist with over 15 years of experience. I love all things hair, and I know how important it is for busy professional women to have protective style that doesn't cause breakage and hair loss. Okay. I mean, that doesn't feel very unique. I'm not going to dignify this with a response. Why should you listen to me? After struggling for 5 years, wearing one-size-fits-all wigs with adhesive, this just doesn't work. I suffer from hair loss, which was a result of the constant application of adhesive on my hairline. Yeah, it makes sense. I wasted thousands of dollars trying wigs that required adhesive from many different companies. Again, like, reread your copy out loud, dude. I suffer from hair loss, which was a result of the constant application of adhesive to my hairline. Okay, so you already say that. I wasted thousands of dollars trying wigs that required adhesive from many different companies. Like, ultimately, what we are talking about here is the same thing. We're talking about the problems of like having to deal with wigs, the expensiveness of wigs. Yeah, it's problematic. The way that this is framed. I felt frustrated and lost. Nothing was working. Eventually, this took a toll, and I was determined to find a better option. And here comes the story, the discovery story. I spent endless days and nights researching and mulling over papers and products. With theory and practical application in hand, I was able to create this product because nothing on the market actually worked for me. Here's a good opportunity. Like, what in the chat, what have we been talking about? We've been talking about like lace front wigs and like other details. And going glueless. Like, these are known objections. These are known problems that people have. And so the thing that's going to sell people on the story, especially if it's a more aware audience, is specificity. Lean into the biggest problems that people have. Talk about and talk up how exciting the new solution that you have is. Emphasize the fact that ultimately, and like what you need to do in your lead is emphasize like this is not something you've experienced before, not something you've seen before, not something you've heard about before, and certainly not something you've tried before. Because if a person can look at your glueless wig solution and, for example, the big reveal is that it's lace front, you're going to disappoint people. Nobody's going to buy, especially if that's a well-known thing. So that's a big thing to keep in mind. So if this is like a proprietary technology, a new patent, a new discovery, I don't know, maybe you're smearing your head with Pam or whatever, and that provides just enough stick to make a wig stay on. I don't know. Those are you want to be able to articulate why what you're talking about is different and why it matters. And one of the things that I want to emphasize is sometimes it takes more copy to do it, and sometimes it requires less. Here, with these questions, spelling out pain points, you need less copy. Here, when you transition and spell out the excitingness of the solution that you have found, you need way more copy. When you have your credibility section, you need far more copy. When you are going into this story, you might need less copy. So, congrats if you made it through this far. Anyway, with theory and practical application, I was inspired to create this product. Custom glueless wig collection was born out of the idea that the market needed something new and different. New and different is good. Now we need to know what makes it new and different. That allowed women to keep their edges. Okay, there's that. Maybe bring that earlier. Caused no skin irritation and required no adhesive. Okay, love it. Great. What's new and different? Product introduction plus outcome plus without pain headline. Okay. Creating the custom glueless wigs has been the ultimate game changer. Q's custom wigs are custom made. Each wig is fitted with adjusted straps and combs for security and a snug fit. Okay. So this is straps and combs. So you're going to be wearing this wig, and it's going to come with a chin strap that allows you, and it's going to have a comb that you fit right in there and to stick it in. Yeah. So it is very vague. Photos of the wigs will actually help. This currently does not feel new and different. So, combs and clips and adjustable straps. That's not going to make it new and different. But, hey, and now you can rewind and watch the whole thing at 3 speed. And see me slowly losing my mind over the course of the last 7 hours. I remember, I got better about doing these faster before I went on my trip. So now I'm going to have to re-practice again and not do another 7-hour version of these. Custom glueless legs are versatile, breathable, and allow for seamless application without the help of others. Okay. Sort of generic benefits here. Custom glueless wigs. Custom glueless wigs reduce the time that you spend on your hair and allow, we're just sort of blanket spreading generic benefits here. Finally, there is a wig that you install effortlessly on your own within minutes without that messy adhesive. Okay, so easy. Zeddy is saying, different is the adhesive. Should I lean into that? What I would suggest gently is there exists already glueless wig solutions. My question for you then, Zeddy, is what makes this different, better, newer than other existing glueless solutions? We've established that the glue, the adhesive, is a problem. You are leaning into that. When I was going through, I was saying this needs less, this needs more, this needs less. When I say this needs more, it means like you need to actually like elaborate and spell out benefits and spell out like the reasons why people should care. Like, let's go back to brand new knees. Joints. Make your joints grow younger while you sleep. Before I show you how, let me introduce myself. Look at that open loop right there. My name is Alan Sprain. I'm Chief Medical Advisor for North Star Nutritionals. As an author, former Olympic dive coach, and expert in both conventional and alternative therapies, I have a unique perspective on joint health. This is the why you should listen to this person, especially since I'm 65 years young and no stranger to stiff, sore joints myself. This person knows what it's like because they experience the pains of the target audience. So, does that happen here? All things hair, important for busy professional women to have protective style that doesn't. After struggling 5 years, wearing one size fits all never really fits my head and left me feeling insecure. So you are doing that here a little bit. But again, look at the way it spends this amount of time focusing on like, I know the pain points that you are suffering from, versus this, which focuses the pain points in other parts and spends a little time on credibility here. Delicate, nuance, very, very specific amount of credibility here to really emphasize, like, I know the pain that you're going through. My research into the effects of GH, especially those of us over 45, led me to a remarkable discovery. Look at how this copy is effectively trying to do the same things that this copy is trying to do. And yet this copy feels believable and easier to read. So pay attention to these beats of copy as you're studying this stuff. My research into the effects of, as we age, the natural joint healing power. Look at how we've shifted from credibility, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of credibility, right into, as we age, the natural joint healing power of GH is hindered by 3 obstacles: inflammation, collagen deficiency, and sleep quality. All of a sudden, we have a unique mechanism of the problem. We have these 3 things responsible for your problem. Don't worry about remembering those. I'll explain each one in just a minute. But here's the important thing. Again, another open loop. Got to create open loops. Keep that intrigue. I'll explain each one in just a minute. But here's the important thing. If you simply remove those obstacles, you can wake up every morning with your joints in better shape than when you went to sleep. So we have the unique mechanism of the problem. Advanced techniques here that we're talking about. If we remove those unique problems, then it allows the unique mechanism, the unique joint healing power of GH, that then makes that more effective and capable of actually healing a person. Yeah. Honestly, like, if I've been very generous with my time in this particular stream, most of the time, if something is not working in the lead, it's not worth reading the rest. So this needs to start leading into the new tech, and we're talking about the wigs and how it's different. Show the cap inside, explain how it looks natural, why it's a better choice. Demonstrations go a long way once we get down here. Why it's the better choice in construction, then drive home that you are the only ones on the market with the tech. Needs to talk about styles and likes available. A lot of this is like good. If you don't have, like, for example, if the tech is not actually revolutionary or patented or proprietary, then you might not be able to articulate all those benefits. You might not be able to write copy in the same way. You have to keep those in mind. We don't know anything much about the wigs at all, except that they prevent hair loss and that they are glueless. And yes, I mean flow and structure. All right. Zeddy earlier said, should I lead into, like, different is the adhesive? Should I lean into that? Yeah, it's glueless. You are leaning into that. And what I'm saying is, like, right now, this is not really working. Taking Crown by Cutie's custom glueless wig design class was the best investment I ever made for my business. My business has grown exponentially. Zeddy, I want you to sell a lot of wigs. I want you to make $1 million in wig money. Right now, the problem that you're having is not the quality of your wigs or the quality of the product. I'm sure that they're amazing. The problem that you have right now is the framing and keeping people's attention so that in your copy they understand clearly why your wigs are better than some other solution. Right now, the copy is not doing enough of that. It's not working. Here, this feels like a testimonial about a course. I don't know if that is going to work here if you are actually trying to sell the wig. So you are constantly bombarded with so many different options on the market. Okay, here's where we're going to sell against alternatives a little bit. After spending so much money being satisfied, you might be unsure if you want to try other products. However, you may not be aware that there's a better alternative out there. I know you may have wasted funds, okay, allergic reaction, skin, etc. With all this in mind, I created the ultimate custom-made glueless wig collection. They are affordable, require no adhesive, easy to install. Okay. Glueless, great. Perfect, fine. Yeah, I would suggest going back to the drawing board a little bit, but also like keep in mind that like you're doing some things right. You're following the trappings of copy, but notice how like what I did. I found a similar sales letter, like that's an unrelated product, but ultimately, what is it doing? It is offering a solution to a problem that people have, which is what you're doing, right? The irritation, the pain, and the discomfort that comes with like adhesive and losing your edge, stuff like that. So your product offers a solution to that problem. So what you want is a problem solution lead. So go search for copy that has natural problems, natural solutions that you have to offer that other people can offer. If I were writing this and I knew, Zeddy, that like, you know, if we're talking about combs and clips and lace and stuff like that, that's not going to do the trick. What might do the trick is the fact that these are custom fitted. Now, I don't know this market as well as you do, but instead of like if people's problem is like glue versus not glue and like losing hair as a result of there being too much adhesive, the problem that some people may have with other glueless solutions, and you'd have to do research with this, is the fact that maybe they just don't fit right. And Rashida and Kaylee, you can absolutely back me up on that or disagree with me. But if the unique selling proposition here is the fact that it's custom, like truly custom, not glueless. Like the glueless is like, again, like, yes, that's a way that we can solve the problem. But then there's another problem with other glueless things. Yeah, the problem is glue versus not glue, but there are other glueless solutions. So what makes your solution better than other glueless solutions? And I'm suggesting gently, maybe more sternly now, that maybe what you want to lean into is the fact that the reason why people have not been able to make their glueless solutions work is the fact that they didn't have a custom fit. When you like, and that is easier to prove. Like, and you, Zeddy, you know this. Like, just look at people's heads. They're all differently sized. It does not take a whole lot of copy to emphasize that simple but obvious point. If you point out the very simple fact that the reason why glueless wigs have not worked for people in the past, you might be able to sell a lot of custom wigs. And that's what you would ultimately want to lean on. All right. Well, I think we established this, which is like, if you're applying a bunch of glue to your head, you're eventually going to lose hair. So that sucks. That's a big pain point. But the reason why they keep doing it anyway is because they might not be aware of or might have had bad experiences with glueless solutions before. So that's the big thing here. And Kaylee backed me up on this, but she's biased, and so don't believe her. This industry is big on images and videos. Yes, I think this page needs more of that, more images. And Kaylee mentioned that earlier, which is like demonstration and like showing the wig, showing people befores and afters is going to go a long way towards proving like what you're saying here is a game changer. And you don't need a lot of copy to set all that up. Like, especially women wearing the wigs, like, especially if you're trying to introduce the problem, like show a picture of like somebody that experienced the problem of having too much glue in their hair. Oh my God. Like that clearly illustrates the problem. And so then cap construction show how secure hair growth after wearing, your wigs in particular. Like there's so much you can do with the power of an image, as well as like spelling out like what the benefits of your custom wigs are. All right. And then Kaylee is giving some good advice too. You don't have to keep talking about the glue throughout the whole thing. Again, it's the lead. That's the big problem that people have. And it's called a problem solution lead for a reason. You talk about the problem and then you switch to talking about the solution. So hit hard on the glue stuff early on and then move on. Yeah, lead in with that. You don't have to keep saying it. You want to talk more about the wig itself, lengths and colors. And again, here images go so far. Yes, Zeddy, you're getting it. You are getting it. That's what I've been trying to say. The customization is what makes your product a uniquely powerful solution, such that you don't need the glue. That also allows you not to just sell against other glue solutions and adhesives. It also allows you to sell against all the other wigs that exist out there that are not glued. Because how many other wig makers are there are custom tailoring, hand tailoring a wig to the specific size of your weirdly shaped head. Person reading this, don't say weirdly shaped head. Only say that if you're writing to me. Yeah, maybe something special about the cap construction. If it's unique, if it's custom tailored, if it's custom designed wigs, there's absolutely something that you can do to illustrate on the page what that is. Yeah, if there's no need for glue, absolutely. Yeah, influencer marketing is going to be huge with this. Studio photos. You don't even need studio photos. You can do it like from like wherever you work. Okay, amazing. Zeddy, amazing. Play up the customization, but only after you like drive home the problem, drive home like, like follow what I was talking about before. Play that Mad Libs game with like the Brad Nunez copy. I'm sure it's on the Discord somewhere. Yeah, and then you'll be good, because especially if you think you have a lot of pictures, which if you're in this business, you most assuredly have a ton of pictures. Let's see. Hold on. Crowned by Cutie. Crowned by Q. Let's see if that is on Instagram. All right. Posts. So we don't have a lot right now, but yeah, Crown by Cutie custom glueless wig collection. All right, let's search that. No, again, that's what I'm here for. The reason, I'm probably not going to do another one of these streams for probably another month and a half. So like, I want to make sure that you guys are getting good value, and like ready to wear wig, crowned by Mercedes, crowned by Sash, custom glueless wigs for effortless styling. So there's a lot of people out here, a lot of people doing similar things that you can learn from. And what you want to do is you want to sort of like take like what these folks are doing well and sort of identify what these folks are not doing particularly well in order for you to stand out. This is your sort of like basic level market and competitor research. And once you start doing that and start really understanding, like, okay, like these are the pain points that people are hitting, but maybe they're not hitting these, or people are emphasizing like this is the mechanism that makes this work better than other solutions. Here's why my wigs are better than like these other custom solutions. Stuff like that. That's the kind of work you want to be doing here as a copywriter if you want to sell. If you don't want to sell, then don't ignore everything that I said. Yes, you got to compare competitors and sell against alternatives. And yeah, so here's the thing, like, absolutely, like, if you can pitch these other people, like, find out what's working and not working for them. Let's look at ready to wear glueless wigs. All right, so this person does not have landing pages. Let's look at Bella. Unavailable. So right now, let's look at the copy. It is largely product pages. One thing that you're going to have to contend with, Zeddy, is like, are you writing and practicing the correct kind of copy for this market? Would this market be better served by a sales letter as opposed to like a better product page? Like, should you be learning how to write better product pages as opposed to sales letters? These are questions that you have to answer for yourself. Let's see, bundle deals. Yeah, like I can immediately see like there's a ton of stuff on this page that you can optimize. Like, let's look at this. 3 bundle deals, the best hair on the market, 100% virgin hair extensions, ethically sourced. Well, all these pop-ups, gosh. Sourced from Southeast Asia, tangle frit, and then it cuts off. So you can look at these pages and immediately go like, well, why is it the best hair on the market? Okay, well, it's 100% virgin hair extensions, ethically sourced from Southeast Asia. Like, a very easy way to, make something feel unique is to like find a different source. Like, when I see Southeast Asia, I immediately question ethically sourced. These are objections that some people have, and like these are all things that you want to consider and like be weighing and like researching. But when I look at this page, like, how easy is this for you to read? Like, you looking at this is not zoomed in or zoomed out. This is just regular how it is. Could you imagine how much better this page would do if like you could actually read what it says? If it actually took the time to like emphasize how good this deal is rather than just be like, this is the best hair on the market. And yeah, product pages, you got to know how to write them for this industry. But at the same time, we're copywriters, we're marketers. We don't know until we test. So one of the things that you want to do in your career and in the course of your research, Zeddy, is like looking at like, okay, well, maybe we can try a landing page with a sales letter or VSL, or like a longer form sales page that has like a lot of different like visualizations and demonstrations of like how good something is. And that is going to help you like not only, how should I say, write better copy, but also be a better like copywriter for your clients, because you're coming to their business not just like ready to sort of spam out a bunch of crappy like product pages. Lace frontal wigs. All frontal wigs are made with the best HD lace on the market. Imagine if this was like lace frontal wigs for women with sensitive scalps. Oh man, we might be onto something. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Like, small, subtle changes like that can have a massive boost in conversions. Writing copy, spelling it out, showing demonstrations, not just like having bullets, but like actually having some copy, putting some social proof on this page. Like, there's a whole lot you can do to improve this product page copy. There's a whole lot you can do to make this feel more valuable. And that's what you want to be thinking about. And then when you're in with the business, you want to start talking about like, okay, well, are product pages always the correct kind of copy? Maybe not. We don't know until we test. So yeah, product page, heavy on images and videos all the way. Yeah, Rashida, absolutely. I honestly have not seen a longer form sales page for a wig before, and I feel like it would fucking crush. Zeddy, I think you might be onto something. Now what matters is that you can get your ideas and get the benefits clearly onto the page in a very clear way. And once you can do that, and you practice your product pages, you practice your sales pages, you practice your sales letters, and you can write in a way that feels compelling and provocative and interesting when it comes to this topic, you're golden. You are going to be able to reach out to these businesses and crush it because you are going to know something that they don't. In all likelihood, and I'm going to bet $1, the person who wrote this was probably the business owner, and they probably don't understand why this is bad. So, amazing. I'm so glad that this was helpful. All right, guys, I don't think I have a single minute more left in me. That was 7.5 hours of me lagging heavily, answering questions, and like reading your copy. I hope it was helpful. Maybe a small like few minutes between hours like 5 and 6. Maybe that was helpful. And now it's time for the 2-hour Q&A session. Oh my God. All right, guys, I wanted to so there's a lot you can do to follow up with that. So if your headline is lace frontal wigs for women with sensitive skin, then you would get into the sort of teaser copy. And there's a lot of ways that you can do that. You can either dimensionalize with like emotion, like, you know, you can do what Zeddy was already doing, being like, you know, are you sick of like feeling the irritation on your skin, of your scalp from like the glues and adhesives? There's a lot that you can do. You can change the frame, like, you know, are you sick and tired of like, you know, or I keep reusing sick and tired. Like, are you embarrassed when you go outside because you know everybody can see that you're wearing a wig? These are all things. These are all things that people care about. There's a lot of different ways that you can follow up with that. Yeah, sure. Sometime. I hope that you learned a lot. I hope that it was valuable. Maybe. All right. I don't know. It never occurred to me to stop doing this until I was done. I feel that way when I'm like really locked into a project too. Like it never even occurs to me to like stop. But also, yes, the answer is Celsius. 2 of them. I drank them hours and hours ago. All right, guys, that was a Whetstone Wednesday stream. It actually was on Wednesday this time. If you like that and you want me to spend another 7.5, I'm never spending another 7.5 hours on Whetstone Wednesday again. God damn, I'm never doing this again. But also, if you want me to do it, but for like 2 hours or maybe 3 hours, sign up for patreon.com/thecopythatshow. Submit your copy on Discord and come and hang out. I am going to try to figure out the whole like glitchy, lagging video situation so that this doesn't happen again. That was annoying throughout the entire stream. But yeah, I enjoyed hanging out with you guys. Some of y'all are really funny, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being a patron. Thank you for watching, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Take care.